This is MSI GL62M7RD. In this video, I'm going to show you how to add another hard drive. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Thank you for stopping by. For this, you will just need a Phillips head screwdriver, just like this one. As you can see, factory seal label is still there, so I haven't opened it up yet. So I'm not 100% sure what to expect once I open it, but that's okay, we'll figure that out. And since I'm an IT professional, this shouldn't be a problem whatsoever. So the first thing I'm going to do is break the factory seal, which has a screw underneath. And I'm going to unscrew it. And for the rest of them, I'm going to do the same. There's one more. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 screws, including this one, which makes it 16 total. So I'm going to fast forward to that to help speed this up. Okay, so with all the screws unscrewed, what I'm going to do is just gently lift that up, because I'm assuming that's how it's going to go. I left some screws inside. They are unscrewed and loose, so I'm just going to leave them in there, and I'm going to make sure that I don't flip the whole thing over and lose any screws. So I'm just going to lift it. I'm going to put it aside. So I'm going to lift it and put it aside. So take your time while you're doing this. Looks like it's slowly separating. Don't force nothing. Go from edge to edge, just to kind of lift gently. Because I'm not sure if there's anything else attached underneath. I did come across an issue here. The audio jacks, it's kind of difficult to take it off the audio jacks. So I'm going to lift it like this. I'm going to try to slide it that way to get it off the audio jacks. Again, don't force nothing. Okay, there we have it. So the tip here is just gently angle it like this, it will eventually slide off. Alright, let me actually turn it this way so you guys can see a little bit better. From the looks of it, looks like it has really good cooling here for the CPU and the GPU, which is great. The first thing we can do here is actually add more RAM if we really wanted to, so it's really simple right there. This is my M.2 slot for the hard drive that is installed right there, and it's already installed there, and this is a 256 gigabyte, I believe, storage, and that means we can't use that since, although I do have an option to add a bigger one, but in our case we're going to utilize this serial connection to install one of these hard drives. So we're just going to use that and add, this is 500 gigabyte. or you can do a 1 terabyte if you will. And if you're interested, there's a link in the description below. But first we're going to remove this battery, which looks like to be just one screw. So the battery is just one screw here. You got to remove it just to be safe. I think it would be fine without removing it, but I'm going to remove it anyway because that's the proper way of doing it. Okay, and I'm just going to slide it out like that, and there's our battery removed. It's kind of interesting because you can actually see the physical batteries inside the plastic. You don't normally see that. Anyways, here there are no screws to use per se, so I'm just going to take this out and I'm just going to put it in there like that. Okay, this shouldn't take long. So by the looks of it, looks like it would go this way. So that's actually pretty cool. You can actually see the connectors going in like that, and you do have to lift it up a little bit like that, so it goes in as so, because you can see the connectors. There's the power and there's the serial connection right there. So we're just gonna keep it high up like that a little bit, and a little push, and that's that. Doesn't look like there's anything else to attach to this, which is a bit disappointing to be honest, but I guess after that we just put our lid back on and put it in reverse, of course after we put the battery back in, and that should do it. And then you put your screws back in. That's all there is to it, guys. I hope you find this video helpful. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'll gladly answer them for you. Please like and share this video. Thank you so much. Again, links in the description for the laptop and for the hard drive. Best of luck. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, thank you so much for joining me. This is a special occasion unboxing and assembly of Acer GN246HL black 24-inch gaming monitor that has 144 Hz refresh rate and 1 millisecond response time. Guys, this is no joke, okay? This is gaming monitor at its best, okay? Admittedly, it's only 1080p, but oh my lord, is this thing sweet, okay? Now check the box and also check this awesome knife from Bass Pro Shop. Yeah, it's a paring knife, but you know, it's okay. We're going to use it for this unboxing video. And this is obviously not something I do all the time on my channel, but you know, it's time to break it up, bring something new to the channel, right? You know, so all right guys, let's check it out. So we have let's see here, starting with the dual link DVI cable. Now don't get it confused with the regular one. This one is twice as thick, and this is a VGA cable. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about analog crap. This is the power cord that goes in the back of the monitor. Okay, has a little I don't even know what the voltage that is, probably like 12 volts or something like that, but it's super sweet nonetheless. Here is a mounting bracket, so this connects the monitor and the bottom base of the monitor itself. Super cool, super cool. Now I'm going to be very careful here trying to unbox this. Admittedly, I bought this as a refurb, so it's a refurbished, and you know what? I don't mind. I don't mind because sometimes I prefer refurbished stuff. You know what I mean? Actually, you know what I mean? Like, you know, if something was broken and then they send it back to manufacturer, they actually have a person. As you can see here, oh yeah, yeah, it's obviously refurbished, but it's like new. You'll see, guys, it has even like a protection like stickers on it. But yeah, it goes back to the manufacturer, and you have an actual person, you know, reassemble it and make sure everything's working. This is the bottom base. You know, it's you can tell that it still has like a see the protective sticker on it. I'll show you whenever I remove it next time. But yeah, the actual person, you know, touches it and makes sure that everything's working instead of a robot from assembly. So in that sense, I like a lot refurbished items. You know, always had good luck with them. You know, and this is bought directly from the manufacturer or approved refurbisher, I guess. But the company was called Acer that I bought from on eBay. It was only $161. Here's the monitor itself, the panel itself, if you will. And as you can see, I mean, I know it's a refurbished, but when I pop this bad boy open, or when I pull it out of this bag, that's what she said, you will see that it's super clean. I did not find a single scratch on it, and it still has that protective sticker there. You see how I'm like pulling on it, and I'll eventually pull on that. And you know, once we get to that, guys, once we get to that. But yeah, oh my God, this is I'm super happy I tested it. And for some of the gaming, you know, I don't do gaming a lot, but I do occasionally. But it's really good for those fast paced fast paced games. Fast paced games. So I tested it on Team Fortress 2. It did really well. I was really surprised how much of a difference it makes as opposed to 60 hertz, right? And 1 millisecond response time. That's the power button. Yay! I'm pointing at the power button. But yeah, no means am I. You know, obviously this is not a. This is where where the whatchamacallit. Okay, so that's the power cable goes in there, and I'm just gonna point to the VGA next. Yes, that's right. Point to the VGA next, and then once I move this over, it's DVI and then HDMI. Yep, self-explanatory, guys. But yeah, keep in mind that actual DVI connection, you have to have a dual link cable, which it came with. It's a different connector in the back, and otherwise you won't get 144 hertz refresh rate, because that's the whole point of this. And yeah, you can really tell it's twice as thick. So right now I'm just removing the protection stuff, and see, I'm not even sure. Like once they refurbish it, I guess they put that sticker stuff on there, the protective layer of that nylon on there, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's very typical from what I've seen on you know, refurbished items that I've purchased. You know, it's like new, guys, but I think it's even better because actual person, you know, actually reassembled it, I guess, and fixed it, make sure that everything's working perfectly. And you know, the difference from refurbished to like brand new item that I found was usually like 10 to 20 bucks, you know, but it appears that I'm just connecting that part that came out of it initially, and there's just like a bottom. This it just kind of plugs in, and there's a little bottom, you know, typical of a monitor that just kind of screws in to hold it. But these monitors kind of around 200 bucks on average, brand new. Sometimes cheaper. I mean, depends. If you shop around, you can find it cheaper. But I decided to go with the eBay one, just because I like to. I'd rather deal with eBay in case I have to return and there are issues, you know. And lately, I've had a couple of issues when I buy stuff that was Chinese made, I guess, Chinese copies of things, and things don't work, you know. So I go through eBay, and not to say, I mean, this is most likely built in China as well, but you know, the quality stuff of original stuff as opposed to copy varies, you know. But I've also had good luck, and there's a little. I kind of pointed to it briefly there. There's a screw there, guys, that helps hold that bracket. See, when I push it in for the base itself, when I push it in, you just kind of use a screwdriver to. It's kind of neat actually that it's not like lost. It has like a little spring and it doesn't really pop out. You can just kind of stays there. But I use my finger there, and then I'll use a screwdriver here in a moment to screw this bad boy in. You know, just to make sure everything's sturdy. And I'm gonna flip it over here in a sec so you guys can get a really good view of how this bad boy looks like. But yeah, this is something new for me. You know, not too serious or anything like that. You know, because I don't want all my videos to be super serious, and I don't want to do the typical of cookie cutter, you know, videos that you see out there about hardware, you know. As you can see, it's actually a really nice looking monitor. I really like the combination of base. It's fairly thin, but yeah, cookie cutter of what I guess other people do on YouTube, you know, and it's scripted and this and that. You know, I'm just saying things that, you know, pop in my head, trying to keep it real and relax. There's no need to be serious all the time. You know, let's just relax and enjoy. You know, but as you can see, I like the matte finish of it. I'm glad it doesn't have a reflective surface. For some reason, I don't like when things are reflecting off of monitors. Like even some laptops, if it's reflective, I don't like it. I don't like the reflection of things, you know. But you know, typical like touchscreens they will have. This is not a touchscreen, but I'm okay with that. You know, I prefer that flat, matte finish, right? All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you have time, please go to facebook.com/cobuman and like my page. I'll see you next time, guys. Bye bye. I'm going to open it up like this, and then I'm going to see what's inside. Here are the screws and a little spacer there for our adapter. Here's a little screwdriver that comes with it, so that's pretty neat. Here's the first cable that we see here. It's a regular cable to USB Type-C, which I'm assuming the enclosure is connected to the Type-C, and then you just connect it to a regular USB. Of course, it is backwards compatible, and here's a USB Type-C to Type-C as well. And then we have the enclosure itself in here. Here's the aluminum enclosure. It seems to be a pretty nice design. There's a little weight to it, which is not necessarily a bad thing at all. It means it's a solid construction. Here's the connector for our USB Type-C, and it connects like that. And again, we're going to be testing with this on the USB 3.1, which I do have on my computer. I will show that to you right now, where we're going to connect that as well to make sure we get the most speed we can get out of it. All right, on the other side, we do have a couple of screws that we're going to unscrew in order to open this up. Okay, and of course comes with a little manual and shows you how to do all of this. All right, let's move on. Okay, now we're ready to install. So we're going to use a provided screwdriver to unscrew this real quick. That's one. That's two. After removing that, this becomes something that you can open up like that. Now we can slide it out. It just falls out like that very nicely. Now, whenever you do this, make sure the orientation stays the same whenever you push it in. I'm going to flip it over because it's on the other side, but I'm going to have to make sure that I do put it back in the way it came out. Okay, so on the other side are the actual connectors. Now, depending on which drive you get, you're going to be using a different type of spacer. So this is why it came with extra screw and the spacer. However, I'm using the longest one, which is the 80 millimeter, and I'm just going to insert it like so. It's very simple, just like you would do it on any M.2. You can see that you just have to make sure you align the notch with the notch that is there. It's very simple. You put it in on an angle like this. So just be careful whenever you do this. Make sure it's on an angle like this. Don't try to push it flat or anything like that. Make sure it's on an angle like this. Push it in, and then we're going to lower it and then screw it down. Now for that, I'm going to need one of these screws. Alright, again, make sure it's all the way down like that so you don't see the connectors. And then we're going to lower it down like so. I'm going to take my screwdriver and make sure you get the silver one that's in the package. It does help that this little handy screwdriver is magnetic. And then we're going to insert it like that. Sorry about that, I do have shaky hands. Okay. It's kind of awkward for me to show you the right angle and film it at the same time. Okay, so gently screw it on there with the provided screwdriver. You don't need to go crazy on it. Anyways, there it is. It's fully installed, and we're going to insert it back in. Remember, we're going to slide it back in this way. That's how it came out. Make sure that the USB part of it is on the other side. Make sure that everything's aligned properly, and it should just fall in like that. That's what it seems like, alright? And then we're going to put our little lid back on, and the screws, little black screws that came with it. Tell you what, it does help that this screwdriver is magnetic. Just tightening down the remainder of these two screws. And now, with our USB cable, we're going to plug it in like so. And it's supposed to be, according to the box on there, it's supposed to be plug and play, no need to install any drivers for this. You see, it's a USB 3.1, and we're going to plug this thing into it right now. Here we go. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I will show you how to install an M.2 drive. This is really easy to do and anybody should be able to do it. That being said, please take 1 second to like this video. I really appreciate it. That way I'm not going to play any ads on this very short video. Before you do anything, please make sure you get the correct drive for your PC. If you need help with that, please let me know. I'll gladly help you with that. Or you can just follow the links in the description for the recommendations that I have when it comes to purchasing the proper M.2. Needless to say, be very careful when dealing with these sensitive components. Make sure you align them properly and generally take your time before you proceed to do anything. Alright, let's get into it. Then we're going to install our VNAND SSD M.2 solid state drive. This motherboard comes with two options to install this. The first one is too long, the second one is just the right length, so we're going to use it in that one. Of course, you can use it in the other one as well. What you see on top, the black part, is actually a heatsink, which I was very surprised to find in this motherboard. Once we remove the heatsink, we're going to insert our M.2 solid state drive on an angle like that first, and then we're going to lower it down carefully, making sure that all the contacts are present. Then we're going to use our heatsink. We're going to remove the little sticky part that covers it. It's going to stick on there. We're going to then use the screw that came with the motherboard to reattach the M.2 solid state drive, which is crazy fast, by the way. Thank you so much for watching, and again, if you want a good recommendation on an SSD, there is a link in the description box below, and if you need any help, please let me know. I'm always available, and I will answer your questions as soon as possible in comments below. Alright guys, you have a wonderful day, and take care. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman, and this is 840G1 laptop by HP. This laptop is not holding charge, or in other words, it's not charging. So the first thing in this case we would actually look at is the battery. Yes, sometimes the charger itself doesn't work, but we know that the computer works when it's plugged in. It's just that the battery is not holding charge. Another thing we might be able to consider as a problem is the connection where the battery charger is connected, and that would be right here. By the way, if you have 840G2 or G3, it will be similar to this, or if you have an HP laptop that looks similar to this, it will be the same procedure to check, troubleshoot, or replace the battery. So let's have a look what's on the other side. Oh boy, I can already see the problem. This battery looks really bad, looks swollen up, and I'll show you that in a second. The reason I didn't get a chance to show you how to remove the lid is because the lid literally popped off because it was raised like this, because the battery itself is swollen. That is going to be interesting to look at. Unbelievable. Anyways, if you have it inserted like this, just press this to unlock and slide the lid off like that. Very simple. Okay, here's our battery, and it's one of these slim ones. This is typical with the newer type of laptops. Let's go ahead and unlock it. I'm just going to push this little unlock tab like that. Once you see red, it's unlocked, and there's one more here. We're going to push it. Oh wow, this is really stuck. You see that? You see the bulging? Oh man, let me get a screwdriver for this part. See if I can unlock this. There it is. Wow, that popped open. Usually you would pull on this. That's pretty crazy. Oh my God, look. It actually cracked. It's cracked. And it's swollen. Well, this is why it's not charging. This is crazy. Look at that. Look at that. Let me show you a brand new one. This is a replacement battery. Look at that. Wow. Let me just move this aside just for a second. Look at that. Wow. That's a pretty gnarly damage right there. The thickness on it is just, it's swole up. By the way, if you need a replacement of this, I placed a link in the description if you want to check it out. This is the replacement for it. Wow. Look at that. Look at the crack on it. Look at that. It cracked. By the way, dispose of these very careful because these are lithium-ion batteries, and if you puncture them or dispose of them improperly, it can burst, and it can also, there's chemicals in there, so dispose of them properly. All right, let's put in the new one. So it's very simple to install the new one. Just make sure you go in like this first. So there's a little notch there for you to go slide underneath, and then just let it sit down and just push it down a little bit. You can see that this part already locked by itself, and then all you gotta do is just lock this one, which makes a huge difference. Everything's okay. And then I'm going to put the lid back on. It's just kind of in reverse order. So I'm gonna push it in, lock it, and that's how it is. By the way, I just wanted to show you how to remove the lid as well. There it is, and you just pop it off like that. Push it down, lock it, and there you have it, guys. Battery's been replaced, and we are good to go. Again, there's a link in the description if you're looking for a replacement battery. They're really cheap. And thank you so much for watching. Share this with your friends. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Have a good day. Bye-bye. So here we have a really big gaming monitor. This is ultra-wide gaming monitor with 100 Hertz refresh rate by MSI. This model is called Optics MAG341CQ. And the price on this has gone down. It used to run around $500. I paid $380 plus tax on this monitor. So it's an incredibly good deal. This is ultra wide, meaning that you get 3440 by 1440 resolution, which is around 3K resolutions. It's really good for those people with mid-range computers that get around 100 frames per second. Hence we have 100 Hertz refresh rate. So if you have a mid-range computer, this is a really good gaming option. And also if you're doing video editing or anything like that, this will give you extra space. So imagine this is a 34-inch and it's 21 by 9. Think of this as the regular 16 by 9 monitor. With 21 by 9, you get this much more space. This includes the field of view within the games and field of view within everyday tasks. So if you want to have window open here, you can do so. If you want to have another one here, you can do so. And then of course the third one, because there's so much space available. Comes with AMD FreeSync. Guys, this monitor right now actually supports G-Sync as well. NVIDIA recently came out with the drivers that support FreeSync as well. So if you have AMD or NVIDIA card, this is a great option for you because it supports both of them. And this specific brand is on the list of supported G-Sync monitors by NVIDIA. Of course, there are other options that come with this: anti-flicker, lesser blue light, and this and that. But one of the really cool features here is the fact that it's curved. So if you get a curved monitor, you get that even better immersion for your gaming. Alright guys, let's get to the unboxing, and then we're going to do some setup, review, and testing. See how fast this thing does in games. See if we can tell the 100 Hertz refresh rate and what the difference is. Alright, this thing is so huge. Oh my god. Okay, I finally managed to get it out. Okay, let's see. This is just a stand that goes that holds the monitor. It's made out of metal, so that's cool. It has a little rubber stoppers there. Next thing, we have HDMI cable, high-speed HDMI cable. Then we have a DisplayPort cable. Over here we have some screws for the legs, I'm assuming, and some instruction manual. We got a power cable. This is part of the mount. Alright, here's the big moment. The curvature. Oh man. This is really cool. Alright, let's just be gentle with this here.
Wow. Wow, guys. Oh my God, I've never had anything like this before. Oh man, look at this. This thing. Alright, I finally got it out. Oh man, look at that. Would you look at that? One thing I hate is when a monitor has way too much reflection, but this is cool. So I went ahead and faced it this way so we can mount it real quick. So these are the screws that came with it. For this you just need a Phillips head screwdriver. I hope we get a good angle on this. I'm not going to go all the way here until I tighten this one, or until I get this one going. Okay. The screwdriver is not the best match for this, but it'll do. Make sure it's tight on there. I'm glad that this is metal. Alright. Oh my God. Look at this beauty. Look at this. A beauty cutie. Oh man, look at that. Alright, I'm going to connect it and show you guys how it looks like. So this is my current setup. You can see that there's the new monitor. They're doing the UFO Hertz refresh rate test just to make sure that we got the right product here. And then we got my 4K monitors just set up there. But this is just kind of what I have it set up here. The reason I'm filming from an angle like this, so you can see the curvature here. And I'm going to zoom in here so you can tell the difference between the refresh rates down here. And with this test, you can see that the higher refresh rate has much smoother scroll from left to right. I'm going to show you the gameplay as well, and I'm going to show you viewing angles because I feel like that's incredibly important here, guys. I'm not going to throw too many numbers at you guys because I really wanted to show you the actual use of this type of monitor. So just keep that in mind, and because when it comes down to it, to me, if the monitor functions the way I want, with the things that I want, that's the most important to me. And this, in this case, it's the response time, refresh rate, viewing angle, and the picture quality. Steady as possible here to show you different angle views so you can see how well it does on an angle. Alright, here's another look of a viewing angle. This is all the way to the right, and I'm going to go all the way to the left as well. Of course, I made some adjustments on the viewing angle for my own liking, but the viewing angle is quite nice considering that it's actually curved on top of that. By the way, the immersion with the curved, I thought it was going to look awkward, but man, it really works. Now, let me zoom in here and so you can see a little bit of a pixel action. This is the native resolution there. You can see the pixel action there right now. This is supposed to be a VA panel if I'm not mistaken. And there's the refresh rate of it. So if you have an NVIDIA type of GPU, which is what I have right now, I will show you here that it's enabled. You can see that enable G-Sync is enabled, and I have it enabled for both window and full screen. Here's what it looks like for me just sitting down in my chair. You can see the curvature compared to the one that's on top. Alright, so what's the deal with this curvature and this 21:9 aspect ratio? I will show you this. There is a huge difference between 16:9 and 21:9 aspect ratios, and when it comes to ability to see around you. This is not to be confused with the field of view that you see, that you adjust in game. This is actual extra space that you see left and right instead of modifying the view of your character. Right now you can see the blue bars here that would be the extra space that you would see. So not only is this a higher resolution, means the image is a lot sharper, is that you see a lot more left and right. So let's have a look what the difference is. Here, this is actually a pretty good example. I'm going to stop here so you can have a good frame of reference. I'm going to stop right here, and then I'm going to change the resolution to 1980 by 1920 by 1080, which brings it down to 16:9 resolution, 16:9 aspect ratio. Matter of fact, we can just switch it to this here. You see how I can see way less now on the left and right. Now this is the aspect ratio. This has nothing to do with the resolution itself, right? This is what I'm pointing out. Yes, you can see the difference in resolution between the native of this and that. That's not what I'm pointing out. You see that rock over there on the right there? Let me go back. You let me go back to the native resolution. Watch. I'm gonna go back to full screen. Yes. You can see how I see you can see now that I can see the whole rock over there, and also big part of that metal post over there on the left as well. So that's the difference between 16:9 and 21:9 aspect ratio. Nothing to do with the resolution. Resolution helps in clarity and everything like that, which is great, but that's not what I'm talking about here. So you can see that I can see way more left and right. And that's a big deal, especially when you have a curved monitor like this. This monitor is currently discounted. If you want to check it out, there's a link in the description. You can check that out now. So this is one of the older games called Mass Effect Andromeda. I think this is from 2017. And right away, you can see how this screen here, this just picture here, is designed for a 16:9 ratio. And the black bars on the left and right are just unused space, because most of the time that is not used. The view here is massive. Here, let me show you here, just to get in the right position. Position myself right next to these people on the right, and then I'm going to change the resolution. Here we go, video output, and I'm going to change it to 16:9 ratio. Here, let's just keep it fair. I'm going to keep it at this. I'm going to keep it okay. Go back here, go back into the game. You can see the whole person is missing over there. Native resolution, apply, keep changes. Let's go back, and now that person is back. So it was about this much that was missing over here. And then same thing on the other side. So that's quite a bit of field of view that you're missing out on. And you can see it scales properly because this guy is actually normal size. So it's not stretched out at all. You can see the actual support for this ultra wide, and most of the newer games support this. So here's a newer game. It's called Rage 2, and you can see right away how much more extra we have when it comes to viewing space. So I'm going to show you some gameplay here real quick. It's been a while since I played this game. Oh, that's right. I keep throwing grenades, which is not something I wanted to do. There's a bad guy over there, I think. Let's see. Wing stick. Alright, let's try that. There's probably more in here. Oh. I'm just hitting random buttons here. I'm going to position myself right here. Pay attention to the flare over there. See if we can see it. Once I switch it back to 16:9. So we're going to switch down to 1920 by 1080, which is our 16:9 resolution. Aspect ratio, I should say. See, now the flare is no longer visible over there. You can no longer see the flare. Okay. And now the flare is back, and of course you can see a lot more to the left there. So the flare is back, you can see a lot more to the left there. Now this is not to be confused with the field of view within the game. That's something you adjust on top of this here. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I wanted to apologize to all people that got nauseous from the testing of the refresh rate. And I appreciate any support that you may have for me. Whether you like it, leave a comment or share this video. If you have any questions or you want me to do any additional tests, please let me know. Alright, have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we're building a workstation PC which will be used for virtual machines such as VMware firewalls and virtual hosts. For this we need a lot of CPU power, lots of RAM, and lots of fast storage as we have here. We have 1 terabyte of Samsung solid state storage. We have an i7-8700K by Intel, and we also have total of 32 gigabytes of RAM by Ballistic Sports memory. In addition to that, we have EVGA power supply, which is 650 gold power supply G2 version, and also we have liquid cooling, which is EVGA closed loop CPU cooler. For us to install things into, we have a mid-tower S340 model by NZXT. This is a really good, clean looking desktop case that we used for this installation. However, there were some minor issues when it comes to installing the power supply, simply because it's awkwardly positioned on the bottom there and separate from the system itself. You will see in the video. Of course, for everything that we use here, there will be links in the description box below for all components. Okay, so first thing first. Okay. We can install the motherboard first, or we can install. Where's the hole for the power supply? Oh, it's over here. Oh, that's nice actually. So let's do the motherboard first. Tako da nemamo cables hanging.
That's fine.
Like on top of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wait, it's a lot easier.
Well, it's a nice looking motherboard.
Yeah.
It has heat sinks for, I guess, for the chipset right here.
It's not even photo.
And this one, it's gonna go like this actually. So we just gotta make sure that we align these holes to the little spacers there. So we need to put the back plate in first, on that back plate.
Maybe no. Where does that go? Oh, on the back there.
Yeah. It's for the connectors.
Gotcha.
Oh look, it has a VGA. I'm surprised actually, but it does have VGA in it.
Where does that go? On top?
VGA. Yeah, basically. So yeah, we just have to make sure that the backplate is inserted back there so that we have this type of action going on.
Ah, nice.
Hold that for a sec.
We'll look for you. Oh, just clips. Got it. That's
Yeah,
cool.
it just clips in. Almost. Wow.
It still has
Okay, there it is finally.
It still has a PS2 mouse. Is that what that is, Butsu?
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I see. That's why I was surprised they had the VGA in there. I guess they have a PS2 as well.
This is not really the top notch, is it? That's like a mid range. Is what I'm hoping.
What this?
The motherboard.
I don't know. I actually haven't really looked this up. How much was it? Like the most expensive one,
No.
or the cheapest one?
No, it was mid-priced.
The mid-price. So it's
Yeah.
mid-range then.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. Yeah.
So back here, we just have to make sure that it's aligned with the back plate. And then just slowly let it sit. Make sure you push it back a little bit, because it does actually need a little bit of wiggle room back there. So now it's all flushed in the back. Actually, what I found a lot of times, you have to actually kind of push on it a little bit, because the back plate itself is kind of bent. But it does flex a little bit, so it's okay to push a little bit on it just to align those little holes right there, you see? And now we can just put our screws in. Okay, that's just to hold it in. And never tighten them all the way until you put all your screws in. So that way you can tighten them a little bit. And you don't need to force anything either. So I went over them real quick just to make sure they're all tight, but you don't have to go crazy on that. Okay. Sada, we're gonna do this last. Zato što I know it's bulky. Znaš, it's like it's gonna be. I feel like we should do that last.
Yeah.
Zato što it's gonna go over.
Yep, and direct na njega.
Yeah,
That's
cables. I just want to mention real quick that the power supply was really hard to and awkward to film, so I kind of had to skip that part of it. But as you can see on the right hand side, we installed that already. Some of these, but let's do the motherboard first. Oh, a 24 pin. We use this hole for this other stuff.
Yep.
Okay, well that makes it easier, huh?
That answers that question for us.
Yep. We're just gonna use it. Yeah, we're gonna deal with that last anyway. So let's just put that out. I probably shouldn't have use one of these. Like, you know what I mean? Just bunch them together.
Probably won't need to be.
Well, we can make those adjustments later.
No.
You just unbunch them now so you can route them.
Gotcha.
I'm thinking this way, huh? Oh, hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this actually. Okay.
And around.
Okay, let me plug this one in. Нема го кријат. I'm gonna drop it.
Maybe if I was
I'll just have to
here.
feel for it, I guess.
Yeah, maybe if I was here, but then. Imamo two of these.
We can do those on the same power. Jel tako, ja možem. So we'll just use one cable for that, for power. Yeah.
Nemamo puno. Kako se zove?
We can do that easier. Imamo access over right here. I don't know, but
What does modular mean too, by the way?
that you can disconnect them.
Uh-huh.
You know, the
Individual.
modular. Yeah, modular. Yeah, like you can you basically use the ones you want.
Ah, okay.
That's what it means.
They're not all on the same route.
Right.
I see,
You can disconnect them, remove them, add them. You know, add more later. Or that's what modular means.
This might be working better because it's on the side. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not right in the middle.
Safer.
Ovako će staviti. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's easier.
Sometimes stuff on the side somewhere. Yeah.
What this is like metal.
Depends which one it is. Like,
Oh, for this?
yeah, if it's like
I see.
Intel, which socket, and
Got
all
it.
that shit.
Got it.
These standoffs. You know,
Maya.
there's standoffs and that thing goes on top.
To lift it. Riser is a good word, yeah.
Right.
Literally to lift it off of there.
But where are the screws? It's like it doesn't talk about the screws that you used to.
Oh,
Is that came with it?
Yes.
That's what I was looking for. Okay.
yeah, that's it.
And these came with the thing, right? Ovi.
I'm pretty sure they did, yeah.
Okay.
Nisu išli sad drugo nek to.
I may need your help actually
Okay.
to put these. Zato što
Da, ti digneš?
well, I could possibly do it myself. Yeah. I'm okay. Hajde, možeš ti. No, I think I'm okay. Yeah. There's something that još jedan shut off and then you're good. Da drži ga, znaš.
Take it back.
Samo jedan i sa...
Unlocked?
Yeah, that means you can overclock it.
Ah.
K means it's unlocked. And they usually charge more money for that.
I'll get right on that.
Yeah, I know, right? I've never overclocked. Mine is also K too, but it's like, why? You get a shitload of cores. It's fast enough. Man, if you have to overclock something,
You got issues. You got other problems, yeah.
yeah, man, like seriously, then why don't you just buy the better CPU? You know, spend extra $50, $100 and get a better CPU, and you're good. I have to be hardcore. Technically, you could overclock this thing with this cooling and all that shit, but it's up to you. For that, you do need extra, but you have it.
Extra watt?
Wattage. Yeah, but you have it, so you can overclock if you want. And
It's called Coffee Lake, by the way. 87K is Coffee Lake, 6 core, 3.7, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, their Intel website should have a socket on there. Is that where you're looking?
I was looking at a new one, but it's socket LGA
Well, yeah, but which number?
1151 is what it says.
Oh, 1151?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Those numbers don't mean anything to me, by the way. I'm out
Yeah,
of
but
that
it's
game.
newer.
I've been out of
Mine
that
is the
game.
same socket. Kind of funny.
I've been out of that game for a long time.
Okay.
So they'll tell you which risers to use, I'm guessing. The
They
rubber?
slide. Yeah.
Probably to be adjustable. Oh, I see.
We don't need the short ones.
I see.
LGA 1150.
You're talking this.
1150, 51.
You're talking these are separate than those four.
That's what I need, exactly.
Screw that. We don't have to install the OS, I can do that at home. Although it'd probably be a good idea to power it.
Oh, we will.
I'm kind of glad I got the red thing there. There was a blue one. That goes better.
Okay.
All the easy stuff I can do.
We got water cooling installed. The next thing is the video card. See, we have to take that top plate off. That's annoying.
Which plate?
This here.
Why?
Now we just slide in.
Aha, I see.
I can't push it down until I slide it in.
Although
That's what I was doing.
It is screws, not screws, so it's not that big a deal.
I'm starting to hate this case, dude.
This
is unnecessary. Like, it looks nice, but like, is it really necessary to do all this?
To get to what you need to do?
Yeah. Like, it should have been just one screw or like a flip thing. Like a...
Or some push.
Yeah. Like a tab or something.
Mm. It is interesting that the power supply is on the bottom. So I'm always...
To go?
It's falling off of the motherboard?
Yeah, through the PCI. Through the PCI Express thing. What's the first thing you're gonna do? Как installiraš OS? Test something?
Yeah, probably get the drivers with the cooling and see. There's like a supposedly like software for it.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
see. I don't know. Look for VMware to install and probably go pay for Windows 10. You know.
It should still be free though.
You can use it. It's got that little splash background thing. It's not free. They give you a little splash background. Oh, those are small. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the one that I installed. It was cheap though. It was on like Amazon Day last year or the year before, and it was like $100 for
Windows 10?
no, for 10 for a terabyte of SSD.
Oh, okay, okay.
Windows 10 I had free upgrade because I had 7 on my VM. I have a VM on my Mac.
I think these screws will work. So you're gonna install VMware on it, huh?
Yep. I will find a way to. I gotta get a some kind of a virtual Hyper-V. Supposedly it's free, so I'll see if I can play with that. I've never used it before. I used VMware, but VMware is like a $200 now. So I don't know if I want to spend that kind of money. I used VMware workstation before.
Hyper-V.
Microsoft answer to a VMware's
I don't think these will work.
workstation. You don't think? They're all the same, so. I mean, it's cool.
This is easy one. They show with your audio.
I don't know how you see that. Just piše to svaka te čast. Even with the glasses, I can't read that. Možda sam straight on top of it like you are.
Probably.
But
see, we could route this even further down, but you know what? I'll let you deal with that shit later.
Kako misliš? Route where? Where else can you go?
Pa iza tamo, mogli smo I provući opet. Znaš?
Ovo. Aha, da se ne vidi ovo. That's okay, I can deal with that. I'm not worried about that. If that bothers me, then I'll just open it up and do it.
You know, really.
If it doesn't bother me, then it's fine.
But like, if you really just wanted to show off your... misliš? The hard drives?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's
They're both the same.
serials are different as opposed to EID. It's old school stuff.
Da.
It doesn't matter with these really, because it's all just controlled by the BIOS automatically. Automagically. Yeah, these cables are rough here.
Yeah.
I'll have to
figure that out later.
It is what it is.
Why?
Oh yeah, we got to install RAM too.
Well, don't push them. Yeah, that will be interesting.
I think that's okay. I don't see anything too.
It's probably true.
It's just so tough to put it in, man. Every little thing, which is good, but not necessarily, yo. Oh, what dividiš? This is a SATA. SATA data
Yeah,
connection.
that's the data.
Yeah, nije više EID shit.
Yep.
Old stuff.
White, and then you got your red, yellow, blue.
Ma da. And then you have to worry about the jumpers.
Which way you turn it on? Yeah.
Then you turn it on, it's like, it's not recognizing it. Why? Well, because...
You didn't tell it where it is.
Yeah, the jumper, you didn't tell it that it's a slave, you didn't tell it it's a master. I wish this could have come out a little better, but what
Don't
can
you
you
deal
do?
with that. That's okay.
And then we've got...
Is the big one plugged in too? It's all plugged in? Data and power? I guess
Yeah.
I'll find out when I install OS.
Yeah, absolutely. You have it, it's all there. It's all connected.
I'll do that now.
What are these, ballistics? Coco, so 16 gigabytes?
Yes, sticks.
I'm assuming, I mean, this is dual channel, obviously, so I'm just going to put it like this. They both should be working dual channel. They're just, it's typically labeled like that. Where but you know this probably.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to dual channel, you have to make sure they're inserted in the same color slots.
Yep. I knew it in theory, I've never done it. There's a reason why it was black and white. Or black and red.
Mm-hmm. That's that. Now we should be able just to power it on and it ought to work just fine.
Thank you so much for watching this video. If you have any questions on how to install any of these components that you saw in this video, I have a video for that. These specifically made videos are super in detail and up close. So whether you need to know how to install a motherboard, power supply, hard drive, or even the front panel connectors, I have videos that are specific to that and will teach you how to do it. So let me know in the comments below and I will link you the video so you can learn from it. Thanks again, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. My friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video, I am reviewing Corsair H60i water cooling block. And this was part of my previous video where I've built and assembled a brand new computer with i9-9900K. These type of CPUs tend to run really hot. That's one of the main reasons I am making this video. So make sure you watch the whole thing if you're considering buying an i9-9900K with water cooling. If you're interested in watching the full assembly video of my new computer, there will be a link at the end of this video, so feel free to check that out. But for now, we're just going to concentrate on the part where I've installed the water cooler, and then we're going to concentrate on some testing. Next, we're going to install our adapter plate on the back of the motherboard for our water cooling block, which has a self-adhesive sticky, which is really cool, makes it a lot easier. Then we're going to use our spacers for the water block that we're going to attach. There are 4 of them. You can do this by hand. You don't need to use any tools, which is really cool. So we're going to attach that, and then afterwards we're going to mount our radiator as part of the water cooling. Which, in my case, this case allowed me to remove the plate that holds the water cooler or any other fans that you want to attach. So that's really cool. I'm going to remove this and I'm going to attach the radiator, as you can see there, and I'm going to bring it back and show you how it looks like here in a second. And that's how it is. Then I'm going to reattach it, and I'm going to run the cables to the back or the other side of the motherboard because that's where the cables are being routed after I attach this. Now we can get to the point where we attach our block. It has a plastic cover. It has thermal paste attached already on there or applied, so we don't have to worry about that. We're going to use the nuts that came with it, and then we're going to attach our water block, and which we will use a cross pattern screw on for these screws, or I should say nuts. So make sure you take your time. Don't tighten too much. Just go by hand and go cross sections so it's evenly distributed when it comes to thermal paste and everything else. Once you do that, you should be good to go. Alright, so here is my benchmark setup. I am monitoring with Task Manager to ensure that I am utilizing 100% of the CPU. I have it set at 4.9 gigahertz, which I found to be a decent overclock speed for this CPU without going too crazy, or I should say dipping into 90s Celsius. You can see here from my previous tests. I have the voltage set to default. If you look up here at the CPU Z, I have it set at default, which is automatic, so it can adjust automatically the voltage of the CPU itself. So anytime it goes higher, the temperatures go higher on the left hand side, which is monitored by hardware info 64. This is why the temperatures are spiking into low 90s, and the reason I left it like that is because stability issues. It was way better when I was manually trying to overclock this CPU, and yes, the temperatures were actually in low 70s, but for some reason my motherboard would not let me set it to lower voltage, I should say. For example, 1.35 if you look over here. Now it's set to automatic to compensate for the stability, so that way my computer doesn't crash, but every time it goes up like that, the temperatures go up as well. If I was to leave the multiplier at 50 times 100 megahertz, it would reach 5 gigahertz, and that's what the BIOS let me do. But I actually decided to lower it down because I didn't like the fact that it was dipping into 90 Celsius for longer periods of time. You can see here it does dip into low 90s occasionally. One time it dipped to 95 Celsius over here, but the system itself is pretty good at controlling that, and I am more than okay with it being in 80s, in high 80s for most of the time. Now here is the CPU running at 4.8 gigahertz set to automatic core voltage adjustment. You can see that the values are quite lower, which is reflected on the temperatures here. Of course, this is all dynamic and it can change. I am fine with these type of settings as well, because it keeps the computer stable and the temperatures are quite a bit cooler than the previous extra 100 megahertz that we had on our settings. This can probably be changed, and what I mean by that is possibly you can change the temperatures by changing the thermal paste, doing this and that, but I'm okay with this the way the things are because I'm not huge on overclocking myself, but I did want to make a video that showcases the performance of this water cooler. I was honestly hoping for lower temperatures. However, I did notice that a lot of people complaining about this specific CPU running hot, which is the Intel Core i9-9900. So there you have it, guys. This is my review of Corsair H60i water cooler. And again, if you want to fiddle with it, and you can get different results by changing the thermal paste, changing the voltages, and setting the different core speeds. And that's up to you. This is just a real world example of what you can expect when you get one of these coolers. If you like it, there is a link in the description box below. Thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. And you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video I will show you how to insert a CPU into its socket. This is going to be a very short and to the point video, so please take a moment to click the like button. This is really going to make a big difference for me on YouTube. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that. Alright, let's get into it, and again it's going to be very short and to the point. Let me know if you have any questions. First thing we're going to do here is remove the plastic cover that covers our CPU socket. Afterwards, we're going to use our zero force insertion lever to remove the actual plate that pushes down onto the CPU. Then we're going to open our CPU carefully, make sure we don't touch any contacts below the CPU and also any contacts that are in the socket itself, because we don't want to bend any of those pins. One way to make sure that we insert the CPU properly is to align the notches that are there, as you can see. Then we're going to lower it either carefully and going to use our zero force insertion lever to close it back up. So just take your time with this. Very important because this is very expensive. That CPU at this time I'm recording this was $530 plus tax. So there you go. That's very simple to do, and as you've noticed, I haven't installed a heatsink on top of that, nor added any thermal paste. That's because this particular CPU was installed with water cooling. So if you'd like to watch that video, there is a link in the description. I will also make it pop up in the right-hand side corner if you want to check that out. If you need help installing a standard type of heatsink, also let me know. Those are very simple as well. I have an article on my website cosmicnovo.com that has step-by-step screenshots with instructions on how to install a standard CPU with standard heatsink. On that article there is also a video on how to do it as well. So check that out. I will make that pop up and I will also add that to the description. Guys, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. You have a wonderful day, okay? I hope you enjoy. Bye-bye. And I'm going to, you can clearly see here that it's copying to the external SSD M.2 drive that I have named as such. I'm going to do a paste. Oh wow, okay. That's pretty darn impressive. That's a 6 gigabytes, guys. That's 6 gigabytes in, what was it? 5 seconds? I gotta see this again. Okay. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. Today we are reviewing an awesome brand aluminum M.2 NVMe SSD enclosure that comes with a USB Type A and USB Type C cable as well. So this is one of those enclosures that are compatible with NVMe drives that are M.2 SSD, specifically M key. And for that, we're going to be using, for the testing part of it, we're going to be using a Samsung 970 EVO Plus, which is pretty much the best one you can buy. And of course, this company shows to be testing it with this in order to make sure you get the fastest speeds possible. Anyways, there it is. It's fully installed and we're going to insert it back in. Remember, we're going to slide it back in this way. That's how it came out. Make sure that the USB part of it is on the other side. Make sure that everything's aligned properly, and it should just fall in like that. That's what it seems like, all right? And then we're going to put our little lid back on, and the screws, little black screws that came with it. You see, it's a USB 3.1, and we're going to plug this thing into it right now. Here we go. Now let's go ahead and do some testing, see how fast it is, and we're going to copy some stuff over, and I'm going to see some real-world action. But first thing to do is do some crystal disk benchmarking. All right, let's see what happens. So here's our crystal disk mark. I'm going to run it. I'm going to use the 64-bit version because why not? All right, so the write speed is really impressive considering this is an external enclosure. So far, we have the read speed of 958 megabytes per second maximum and the write speed of almost 1 terabyte, so, or 1 gigabyte, I'm sorry, so 989 megabytes per second. These are some incredible speeds considering this is an external enclosure. So keep in mind, if you are somebody who needs to have an external fast storage, this is a really good option for you, especially if you're someone who does video editing or some kind of media type of thing where you could use external storage of this type. So let's say you do video editing like I do in 4K. Boy, I tell you, these speeds would be super helpful just to have extra storage on hand to store and edit from, because whenever you do video editing in 4K, and those sizes are just humongous, and you want those speeds in order to edit without any delay, so that way you can just drag and drop, seek through, do this and that. Of course, you can use this to store your video games, your just files, your media, anything like that, and these speeds are impressive. Again, I'm just showing you unbiased test of the crystal disk, and of course we're going to do here in a moment the actual real world speeds of what we can expect when copying and moving and loading certain files. All right, so this is the final result. If you want to pause and have a good look, again, these are the maximum speeds we get. So far, so good. All right, let's have a look at the real world comparison. All right, here's a speed test folder that I have created, and inside of it, I have a bunch of different videos, and they're all 4K, or it either doesn't matter. I'm going to show you how big this folder is. So it's a combination of different files, and it's a 6 GB folder. Now, this is stored on my PC. So this is stored inside of my videos folder, and my main folder, that the video or I should say my main operating system, is on another M.2 as well. So the reason I did this, I'm going to copy from one M.2 to another in order to provide a fair comparison, meaning that if I'm copying from an M.2 to another M.2, it's going to give it the maximum possible speed of read and write. That way there's no bottleneck of any sort. See, that makes more sense, right? You don't want to create a bottleneck. I'm not going to copy from a magnetic drive like a Seagate or something really old, and that's not going to be fair. This way I'm copying from something that's equally as fast to something that's should be fast. So I'm going to have it here side by side. I'm going to open up our external drive folder here. Here it is. I'm going to do some adjustment here, and you can clearly see here that it's copying from videos on my PC. I'm going to copy, and you can clearly see here that it's copying to the external SSD M.2 drive that I have named as such. I'm going to do a paste. Oh wow, okay. That's pretty darn impressive. That's a 6 gigabytes, guys. That's 6 gigabytes in, what was it? 5 seconds? I gotta see this again. Okay. I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to do again. I'm gonna shut up for a second here, and I'm going to see. That's 6 gigabytes. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So about 9 seconds copy of 9 or 6 gigabytes of data. I'm sorry. So 9 seconds of 6 gigabytes data. That's a read and write. That's pretty darn impressive. Okay, let's see here. Let's make a copy of itself onto itself. Okay, so this is going to make a copy of it. This is not cut and paste. It's not just going to move it from one folder to another. This is actually going to make a copy of itself onto itself. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So interestingly enough, to make a copy on itself is actually slower than copying from another M.2. So that's interesting. Still pretty good. 13 seconds of 6 gigabytes of copy. So there you have it, guys. This is the unboxing and review of this external aluminum enclosure for M.2 drives. So if you're wondering now, well, should I get one of these? Well, it depends. If you are one of those people who need external storage that's super fast, then yes, definitely go for it. You can potentially boot over the USB to the operating system as well, of course, if your computer supports it. And that's one of those things you have to check with the manufacturer of your computer. I wouldn't know that because some of the computers may not support booting off USB. Some of the newer ones do. So, and yes, of course, if you are doing video editing and you want external storage that's really fast, here are the speeds, and they speak for themselves. I would definitely recommend it for somebody who does media editing and this and that on the go. This is definitely a great upgrade for somebody who does media editing, video editing, I should say. And there are links in the description for anything that you might be interested in here, including the drive that I used to test with. So in the link description below, there is the aluminum case, and there is the Samsung link as well. Now, I do have to say, when it comes to copying over a folder that has a combination of files and folders that are of different drives or different sizes and this and that, well, that speed is not going to be the same. When I showed you this copy-paste folder thing, if you were to do it with a folder that has a bunch of different things, like for example a video game, and that folder you copy over to this new drive, it's going to take quite a bit longer to do so. What I'm doing here is showing you how fast you can copy large files in order to test the full speed, full potential speed of it, read and write. Otherwise, here's what happens. If I copy over a folder that, for example, a game folder or a program folder, it's similar to driving a car. So when you're on a highway, when you get on a highway or Autobahn, as Germans would say, or freeway, as some might say, once you start to accelerate, you get to the maximum speed that you can go, that's allowed on the highway, and then you maintain that speed for a long time. And that's exactly happens with these large files whenever you're copying them over. And that gives a huge boost and performance that is possible with these type of drivers, regardless to whether it's aluminum external enclosure or just directly onto your M.2 over PCI Express. However, if you have a folder with combination of large files and small files, it's like driving in the city. You have to stop and accelerate more frequently because they're small files. So if you have a bunch of small files, you has to stop, accelerate to the top speed, or it may not even get that top speed, and then stop again, and then do it over and over again, which reduces the copy and paste speed by a lot. Anyways, this is just an example of how to get what the maximum speed is, to test the maximum speed of this external enclosure as a fair comparison. Otherwise, yes, you can put your video games on this. The loading times are going to be fast. I mean, this is what you would get. You would get read of this. So if you have a game that you're loading or this and that, these are the reads you will be getting for those. Of course, again, like I explained, my version of how this works, it will also depend on the game itself, how many large and how many small files there are. Either way, this is a huge upgrade for anybody who wants a faster drive, even if you have just a regular internal drive. Again, numbers heavily depend also on using the proper solid state that you might want to install, like the Samsung that I've used inside of that enclosure that kind of pushes it to its max. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Links in the description for any of this stuff. Leave a like. I'd really appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'm here to help you. Don't be shy. So ask me anything and I'll help you. I mean, these are the numbers. This is what you get. That's all there is to it. All right, thank you guys so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello friends, thank you so much for joining me. If you watched my previous video called Guess That Processor, the answer is Intel Q9300. That thing overclocked insanely using this very same heatsink. This is Arctic Cooler heatsink. It was amazing. I had a blast with it. But right now we take a closer look at the front panel connections to your motherboard. So starting from left to right, you can see that this is a front panel for audio connection. It might be slightly different for your motherboard, but the gist of it will be the same. There should still be a label. This is the auxiliary fan, so if you have an extra fan you want to plug in, you can certainly do so right here. So if you have an extra system fan in your case or somewhere, you can certainly just plug it in. And like I said, it might be slightly different for your motherboard, but you know, the gist of it is the same. So here's a front panel USB 1. You can see it's clearly labeled. Front panel USB 2, USB 3. And sometimes there'll be, you know, it depends on the jacks. Sometimes it'll be like multiple ones connected more than, it's connected to the same jack. So, but the gist of it will be the same. You have front panel USB 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one. And here are the front panel connectors, right? Luckily on this motherboard itself, and I'll move it over so you guys can see better, it's clearly labeled which front panel connectors go where. It may not be the case in your motherboard, but your manual will have the exact instructions where you can plug it in. So as long as as long as your, I guess, front panel has the labels on it, and it should be, it would be shocking if it didn't. But here we are with the power connectors. See, this is how it should look like. It should be clearly labeled, and I'll show you which side goes where, right? So if you look at the motherboard itself, you see how, for example, hard drive LED, which is the first thing we'll connect here, is forward. It's in this case it's bluish or aqua color right there, and you can see where the label says it's towards you. So this is the one we're gonna plug it in here. Okay, so that's the hard drive LED. Very simple. So you got to make sure you kind of follow the chart there. And like I said, if it doesn't have the chart there, if it's not labeled clearly on your motherboard, look at your manual, and that way you will know exactly which one goes where. And then here's a power LED, and see how it's labeled there, power LED. You want to plug it in. It's going to go in the back one now. You see that? And it does have plus and a minus, but when it comes to LEDs, I'm fairly certain it doesn't matter because it's just a light. It's an LED light. It just flashes back and forth. You know, make sure it's properly connected, like so. And moving on to the next one. Just bear with me as I kind of sort through the connectors. I actually have them separate, even switches, so that way I can, when I do testing, I just have actual switch. It's not even connected to the. So, anyways, here's a reset switch. You can see it's right there, reset button, and it's going to go right there. So we're just going to put it where the green connector is. It's fairly self-explanatory, but I really wanted to make a video like this because it can be confusing. Like, at least for me, long time ago, when I first started building computers, this was the hardest part, honestly. Just figuring out which cable goes where, which plug goes where. That was like the hardest thing, you know. So here's a power switch. You can see it's clearly labeled right there. So it's going to go into that pink one, right? So we're just going to go ahead and plug it in there. And, you know, you don't have to force nothing. It should go in fairly easy, just like that. And then the last one we have to plug in after this is our speaker. So our post speaker, let me just kind of get to that. And then, so here's our speaker. This makes our beep sounds in case you're brand new to computers. It goes beep, you know, or if something's wrong, it will make the beep. You can see here it's clearly labeled, and that's your speaker right there. Okay, so sometimes you'll have a little front speaker on your front panel installed, and that's where that would go. This one is just kind of a standalone speaker that just makes the beep sound. So yeah, there you have it, guys. Please let me know if you like this video. Please go to facebook.com/cobuman and like my page. Bye bye. So you bought a new laptop or a desktop, and you've been told that you have an M.2 drive. Yes, you do. But is it really a good M.2 drive? For example, this is one that came from my gaming laptop. And look what it says here. It's serial ATA. So this M.2 is actually running over serial ATA connection. Hello friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Here's the situation. A couple of years ago, I bought a gaming laptop. I thought that gaming laptop had an M.2 drive. As you can see on this box here, it actually does say PCIe, super fast, blah, 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 blah. Well, now, since 2 years has gone by, now I needed to add more storage. So I decided to take it out and see what's going on. And then I realized that the drive that was inside wasn't actually a standard M.2 drive. It's actually SATA drive. And I couldn't believe it because the drive itself looks just like an M.2 drive. In this video, I'm going to show you how it looks like in BIOS and how the benchmarks are showing up as well. So that way you can tell the difference yourself and also the physical difference of the drive. So let's have a look. I'm kind of disappointed that this laptop was supposed to be gaming didn't actually come with an actual PCIe drive, but I digress. We're going to install a new one and we're going to compare the benchmarks as well. Let's have a look. By the way, if you got 1 second to click the like button, it really makes a big difference for me. I really appreciate it. It only takes 1 second. Thank you guys so much. So you bought a new laptop or a desktop, and you've been told that you have an M.2 drive. Yes, you do. But is it really a good M.2 drive? For example, this is one that came from my gaming laptop. And look what it says here. It's serial ATA. So this M.2 is actually running over serial ATA connection. The way you can tell also is by having 2 notches on this M.2 slot, M.2 drive. The regular M.2 drive that runs over PCIe only has 1 notch, and it's a whole lot faster. I guarantee you that. I will show you benchmarks from the beginning on my laptop using this one, and then I will show you benchmarks on the new one that I installed, which is going to be a massive upgrade. Unbelievable. Make sure you do have the proper PCIe M.2 drive. Otherwise, you're just running over SATA. It's no different from just a regular solid state drive. It's no different from regular solid state drive. Trust me on this. So in BIOS, this is how it looks like now. It shows as serial ATA for the one over there. You see that? That's the one that's currently inside of it. And it's under serial. You'll see whenever I install the new one, it's going to show it underneath here. I guarantee it. Just stick around and you'll see. Okay, so here's a test before installing the new updated M.2 drive. You can tell that I am plugged in with power here, and you can see that as well by the little plug-in icon there on the battery. And you can see here that I have set it to performance mode on my laptop just to make sure that everything is done correctly. 8 GB file size, 5 tests, and you can see there's 50%, roughly 50% of the hard drive used right now that is currently installed on this computer. So we're going to run all of these. I'm going to run it like this. I may speed it up a little bit just because it can take a while to do these tests. But I really wanted to make sure that you guys can see the performance monitor here, that the usage is only 16%. The memory is 16 gigabytes. There's only 3.3 used by right now from the system. And you can see the disk usage is 100%, which makes sense. We're testing the disk usage, and there's nothing else. There's no other activity going on. So all the CPU usage is right now used by the crystal disk for purpose of testing. I mean, pretty much right away you can see why you might want to upgrade to something faster. Yeah, these are really good speeds, but these are type of speeds you will get from just a regular SATA, which runs, SATA 3 runs at 600 megabytes per second. You can get cheaper ones. There are M.2s, just like this one. They're going to be slow. So this is an entry level, low-end M.2 that's inside of this laptop. The one we're going to install is high-end, and it's going to be, 5 to 6, maybe even 7 times faster than this. So this is a cheap one in here, and we're going to be installing this one, which is 2280 in length. So make sure that you do get the right length as well. And it's going to go in like this. You can see they are exactly the same size, and this is just real quick. It's 970 Evo Plus, pretty much the best you can get right now. Link in the description if you're interested. It's around $100. Price varies, but it's about right. If you do use the link, I really appreciate it, because I do get commission on that. So thank you so much. All right. So it's very simple here. We're just going to unscrew it here, and what's going to happen is this is going to go up by itself. It's going to come up because there's a lever on it. It's a little bit tight, but I'm going to try to keep my hands away so you guys can see it happen. So once this screw comes up, it will just probably kind of pop up because it's on an angle. Make sure you don't lose this screw, because we're going to reuse it. So if I touch it here, it's probably going to pop up. It looks like it's stuck. Okay, so there's adhesive underneath this one here. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see. I'm going to get some pointing. This one is actually stuck to the motherboard. Right there. Right underneath. You see that? This one is actually glued on there. That's okay. I'm just going to lift it like this, because I know it actually goes this way. So just take your time. Never yank on anything. It's going to come loose. I know it's inserted like, you see how it pops up like that? There you go. So now, if you pay attention here, this is how it's inserted. I'm just going to pull it out like that. You see how there's an angle there? And we're just going to put it in like this. Make sure the notch is matching right there. And we're going to put it in like this. Push it in until the copper connectors are gone. And I'm just going to lower it here real quick. I'm going to use that padding there, actually, that sticky pad. To my advantage here, usually you would have to keep it down while you screw it on. Am I getting this right? Here we go. Yep. Had to adjust it because I wasn't sure if I actually had it in focus. All right, so it's there, and then we're just gonna use this in reverse. We're going to install it. So gently I'm going to screw this back on, and in case I haven't mentioned that you can't boot to OS unless your computer supports it. So if you have a question and wondering if you can boot to OS, yes, this one can boot to OS, obviously. I don't have any other drives installed. But if you're installing like an adapter or something in your computer may not support booting to OS. Usually like older computers do not. So, just keep that in mind. If you have an old computer, chances are it's not going to boot if you add an adapter with the M.2 drive capability. Alright, let's have a look to see what's going on inside of BIOS. These are the current, this is what BIOS sees right now. And imagine, yes, I imagine. Remember how I told you that this one is actually serial ATA? And it does say there it's serial ATA. This one, it actually comes up as PCIe SSD, 500 gigabytes, Samsung SSD, 970 EVO, 500 gigabytes. So this is what shows up now. That's weird that we've upgraded from the serial one to PCIe one. We're going to install operating system on this, and then we're going to see the benchmark. Alright, first thing first, I wanted to show you something important. You want to make sure that your BIOS is set to UEFI. So these type of drives support that. If you're set to legacy, it's not going to work. Legacy is basically means like old school type of hard drives. You know what I mean? Or old school type of booting. Essentially SATA. So you want to make sure that UEFI is enabled. So now I should be able to install fresh Windows 10 on it. Give it a sec. Give it a sec here, guys. Give it a sec. It's almost there. It's almost there. All right, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I sound like here we go. I was gonna say I sound like Elvis, but I probably don't. Elvis Presley. There it is. Cortana.
Hi there. I'm Cortana.
No,
How can I
Cortana.
help?
No, come on, Cortana.
Sign in here, a touch of Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you plan to
How do I get an exit out of this?
Use your voice or the keyboard along the way.
Come
and
on,
if you'd
Cortana.
like me to stay quiet, just select the little microphone icon towards the bottom of your screen.
Yes. I hate you, Cortana. This is so stupid. Oh, look, of course it's gonna... No. Decline. Oh my, look at all this crap. Now look at all this crap. I wasn't gonna talk smack about them, but look at all this crap. All of that stuff is spying on you and trying to advertise to you and trying to sell you their service. I understand you gotta have a business. But man, this is too much. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. My God. It really ruined my day, this crap. Hopefully the benchmark of this, and I guarantee you I will disable all of that stuff. I just don't have time to show you guys this right now, but I'll disable all of those services. Alright. This is insanely ridiculous. Alright, I'm gonna do... Okay, airplane mode is on. 1% CPU usage. That's good enough. Alright, the moment of truth, guys. We're going to test this bad boy now. Remember, we had like 540 here, and it was around 500 there. Oh my God, did you see that? Oh my God. Look how fast that is. That is sick. How many times is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. 7 times faster. Almost 7 times faster than the other one. 7 times faster than, where is this? 7 times faster than that. That's the read speed. Write speed should be pretty impressive. Should be pretty impressive. As soon as we get to it. I'm going to leave it like this. And we can watch the happenings. I can't believe how much time I wasted installing and configuring Microsoft that forces you to install your own, that forces you to use their own online account. From a business standpoint, I get it. But from like functional standpoint, it's ridiculous. I don't want everything to be on the cloud. I want things to be locally, installed locally. Man, look at those speeds, man. Look at that. That is pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. By the way, you don't necessarily have to buy a Samsung. You know, so this is the rated speed for this Samsung that we installed, the 970 Evo Plus. You can buy other brands too. You can buy like a mid-range one if you want to, if you can't afford a Samsung one, you know. But either way, this is going over PCIe. It's a huge difference over than the SATA, and it goes to show how you can buy a computer that states that it has M.2 on it and this and that, but this is proof right here that it's not. I mean, how much evidence do you want? I've given you all the evidence you have that you can get about this. Why they even made this over SATA? I don't even know. I don't even know. Why? This is ridiculous. Look at the write speed. Oh my God. 7 times. 7 times faster. 7 times. That's crazy, man. Almost 7 times. But, I mean, look at it. Difference between 450, 60, whatever it was, write speed, to 3,247. Man, what an upgrade. What an upgrade. I'm just going to wait for it to show up this second number and maybe even a third one. But that pretty much completes it, guys. If you have a second, please click the like button. And please use the links in the description. I really appreciate it. It does give me a commission, and that's the best way to show your appreciation to me, honestly. Just click on the link. What do you got to lose? All it does is just gives me like a percentage of the sale. It's not like a markup for you. All it does is just you click 1 second, and you lose nothing, but you do me a favor. You throw a couple of bucks to me. It's like the same thing as when people use those super chats whenever somebody's live streaming, except you don't pay nothing. You don't pay nothing extra. It's just that in this case, Amazon is going to throw a couple of dollars my way for a referral. That's all there is. And you're doing me a huge favor, man. Thanks so much. And there we go. Those are the numbers. I hope you have a wonderful day. This is very educational, not just for me, hopefully for you as well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be glad to answer them. All right, guys, take care. Bye-bye. All right, here goes nothing. MacGyvering this thing, hey? All right, pressing the power button. All right, there it is, guys. So a while back, I gave my brother a computer with one of these GPUs installed in it. Now, there's a video on it that I actually made, and it's one of those 8300 HP Elite computers that require small form factor GPUs like this. So in order to actually make it work, I had to get one of these adapters for extra power, and as you can see, this goes into our 6-pin and it goes directly to SATA power. So in case you're doing this on a small form factor computer or any other computer, you can use your serial ATA power to gain extra power from it if your GPU has one of these. A lot of the newer GPUs don't even have that, And if you're looking for a recommendation on a GPU, a low profile GPU, I highly recommend the NVIDIA 1650 GTX, which are pretty much the best when it comes to low profile options that you have there. Otherwise, nothing else will fit inside, because you know the issue is height, and if you go with a full size, it's going to be this long. You're not going to be able to close the case, basically. Of course, unless you unload everything into another aftermarket case like a mid tower, which I've made a video on as well. So yeah, it started working. So the reason it stopped working is because it overheated. And the reason I knew it overheated, well, is because of the signs, the typical telltale signs of, no video signal. That means something's wrong with the video. But I also kind of went and touched it on the side like this, and this, sure enough, this was really, really warm. Not like hot to touch, but it was really, really warm. And sure enough, when I opened it up, I turned it on, and the fan wasn't working. You see how it's stuck? Doesn't even spin freely or anything like that. So the fan stopped cooling it. So in this video, I wanted to kind of see if I can get to it and open it up and see if we can see what actually happened inside. I've never dealt with these specific fans before, because they're built into the heatsink itself, which is kind of very interesting. And by the way, if you're interested in one of these adapters, you can find them pretty much anywhere on eBay or Amazon. I'll put a link in the description for this specific ones, and they even have ones that have more connectors available. So you'd have 2 6-pins and go into 2 individual SATAs, or you can just make get 2 of these and just put them together like that. Anyways, so the fan stopped working, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, and we're going to see if we can open this up, because I wanted to show you how interesting this actually is. So to why it suddenly stopped working, the only thing I can think of is that it's a cheaper brand. You can see that this brand is actually Sparkle Computers. I don't even know if these people are even around, but this specific GPU is a GTS 250, and I think it has 256, actually it's 512 megabytes of DDR3 RAM, which is not bad. It was certainly a huge improvement when it comes to gaming, and what kind of gaming my brother did, which is play World of Warcraft mainly. And yeah, it was a huge upgrade for an HP computer that is now 7-8 years old, but anyways, let's see if we can get to this. This is all plastic. You can see that the whole thing is held by these plastic kind of shell of it. It's kind of inserted in there, and these screws are holding it down with the plastic kind of shell that's in. You can see there's another one there, and there's one more there, and of course we have the power connector, which we're going to try to unplug later. Alright, so looks like we have a decent angle. What I'm going to try to do is actually remove this plastic cover first, because we're going to have to do that anyways in order to remove this cable here for the fan. And for that, looks like there's one screw here. I hope I'm getting a good angle for you there, guys. I know my hand gets in the way sometimes, but whenever you're trying to record something at the macro level, things get in the way, like my giant hands, You know what they say about big hands. Alright, that one was actually kind of tough to get going, but I finally got it loosened, I should say. So yeah, I was talking about big hands. Big gloves. You gotta have big gloves, especially in the winter. You gotta get those big gloves going. Alright, let's get this one. I suspect this one's going to be pretty tough too. Loosey-goosey. Okay. And I know this is slightly unusual from my typical type of content, but hey, if you're into IT and looking to get a new job, and that's your thing, that's fine. At least it gives you an idea on how these things work. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Look. The electric motor inside is built into the heatsink. Very fascinating. Fascinating setup here. Never seen anything like it before. Well, I've seen it, like, obviously I've owned this card, or later my brother owned it for a long time too, so yeah, I've seen it, but I've never seen it like built in like this on a standard GPUs, you know? Have you guys ever seen anything like that? These screws are a little bit different from these other ones that I took off. Funny thing is, these are actually not as tight as the other ones. Just putting them aside there. I got one more here. So I wonder how that's gonna work. I wonder if I'll just be able to pull the whole thing out. Two-hand action. I hope you're seeing a good angle because I'm trying to zoom in as much as possible here. Okay, so we got the screws loose. Ah, here we go. Oh wow! Look how tiny this fan is. Look how... Wow! This is the whole thing? This is the whole thing? For some reason I thought it was going to be inserted into this thing. But no, it's just kind of stuck on there. Isn't that fascinating? Huh. I'm going to unplug it here. I have it unplugged. But look at this little tiny thing. That kind of looks cool. And you can see how my brother actually didn't use this much. There really isn't that much dust. Oh, I got one of the one of the screws stuck on my screwdriver. There really isn't that much dust on it. Just a little bit. But yet, it stopped working. So let's take a closer look here. So, this is the fan that was on there. And it's very fascinating because I've never seen a fan of this design outside of this GPU. And interestingly enough, this is the model number, and I'll say if I can get a replacement for it or not. And then it's at 12 volts, 0.32 amps, made in China. I thought a lot of these fans are supposed to be 5 volts in a case. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're supposed to be 5 volts. Huh. And yeah, and as you can see, it's just kind of stuck on itself. Huh. I'll see if I can get a replacement. Alright guys, so here's what's going on. There is no replacement for this. I looked online and checked out on eBay, and probably because it's so old and maybe even not worth repairing, but I really wanted to give it a solid shot, even if I have to, you know, jerry-rig something or MacGyver something out. So here's what I wanted to point out. This is where the fan was originally connected, and it was kind of connected like this, right? It was just kind of sitting there, and it was doing its thing. And I've noticed it's a four wires on this fan. So I'm assuming there was some kind of a control going on. There might be even a thermal or temperature sensor here somewhere. I'm not sure. I'm not an electrical engineer, but I'm just a guy who kind of likes to tinker with electronics and see if he can find a workaround for it. I mean, I've fixed like power supplies before and this and that, you know, replacing basic capacitors and whatnot. However, I found that there's another connector here which looks to be fan. I mean, there's really nothing else that it could be, but looks some kind of a secondary fan connector because it's just 2 wires. And here's the thing. I found a fan from a power supply that will actually connect it directly without me having to actually solder anything. And it would be this fan. So let's see if this will work. When it comes to plugging in, we can see that the orientation is pretty similar, and the plug might just be the perfect thing, right? Well, let's give it a shot. Wow, that actually looks like it would work, as if it was designed for a secondary fan. Huh. How about that? So with this setup, I'm willing to give it a shot. But there's another problem here. How am I supposed to jerry-rig this? How am I supposed to hook this up? I mean, you can't just connect it like this. There are no holes. It's oversized. And the idea is kind of solid, I'd say, but how am I supposed to mount it? Well, I actually came up with a solution for that. This is what happened to be on the top of this fan here. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to reuse these same holes that were used previously by this thing. It was positioned like this. So we had 3 holes here, 3 screws. There were 1, 2, and 3. So what I'm going to do is actually flip this this way, and I'm going to align it in such a way so I can reuse these 3 holes. 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to reattach the fan onto it, just like that. And after I connect the plate down, I can just screw it in, screw in the fan using these screws. I got 4 screws that came off the power supply that I took, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to reattach the fan to this metal part using these screws, the original screws that go on there. So it might work out okay. I just have to attach this bracket so it's securely held in here, and I'm going to probably look for some washers, and I'm going to make sure that it's not sticking too far down, so that way if I push it past that, it won't be able to fit on the motherboard, right? This might be okay as long as it's slightly over the motherboard height here. So roughly here is what I'm going to keep the distance. So it's going to be 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to use a marker to make sure I get the right holes. So I'm just going to mark my holes here. That's 1, that's 2, and that's the 3rd one here. Okay. Now I need to go find some washers. So after I marked these, I realized that I actually have to keep the orientation of the fan like this. I can't keep it like this because in this case it would be just sucking air out, but I actually wanted to blow air on it and then through the heatsink. I mean, that's the whole point of heatsink, is to disperse air over the metal so that way you can push the air and the air carries the heat away from it. And you can also see the position of the fan blades, how original was on there. The blades are pushed, set up that way, so it pushes the air over it, so I have to position it that way. Hopefully I don't get an issue where I can't connect from this side to the plate, the fan itself, but I'll give it a shot. Matter of fact, I'm going to try now if these screws can just thread themselves. Yeah, I believe I can make that work. Alright, I'm going to have to use, I couldn't find washers, so I'm just going to clip these away and use them as washers. And to do that, I have my clippers that I use for my 3D prints. So I'm going to use that. I have to be very careful so I don't clip them too much. These here will be okay because they're kind of they're post-like. Well, that went actually really far. I have no idea where it went. Wow, okay, hopefully I can find it. I'm going to do this one like this. Oh, there's that one. Okay. Oh boy. That's very brittle. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cover it with this so it doesn't fly away. And it flew away anyways, but that's okay, I can see it. Hey, not bad. I'd say it's good enough. Clip this one a little bit more. Now I gotta go find the other one. I may have to just deal with two of them, but we'll see. Okay, so I did find the third one. I'm just gonna clip it a little bit more. Oh shoot. Did I break it? I hope not. Well. No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna attach it, the metal plate now, to get a decent position for that. I think this looks about right, no? Hopefully this doesn't push on anything. I think that looks about right. Hopefully this doesn't push anything on anything when it's installed on the motherboard. And I do realize with a fan attached like this might suddenly be blowing at full speed. But as long as it's not blasting, as long as it's like kind of like a medium speed and not too obnoxiously loud, it might be okay. We'll see how this actually goes. I mean, I have no idea. Alright. Reattaching the little screws. Hopefully they're long enough. Man, if this actually works out, then it's like meant to be type of thing. Okay. So far so good. Man, am I going to be really that lucky where the screws are indeed long enough to actually reach this? Wow. That's really solid on there already. So even if I did lose the third one, it would have been fine. Guys, while I'm doing this, do me a favor and leave a comment if this would be something. I'm gonna have to loosen these a little bit so I can align the hole here. Would this be something that you would actually do on your computer? Would this be something that you would consider doing to fix your own GPU? I think the answer was probably, for most of you, yes. You know, especially if you have an expensive GPU, right? So, all right, so far so good. So for this, I may end up with just two screws. Oh, well, we have a problem here. I have to loosen this one here a little bit. I have to loosen this one here a little bit so that way I can actually align the fan. The fan bezel or frame is not actually fitting properly in between. Alright, let's see if that's good enough. It's not a perfect fit, that's for sure. So what's pushing against it are these a little bit, but that's okay. The screws I'm going to use to put the fan on are pretty long, so I'm going to do that. Okay, for this I'm going to use a little bit heftier screwdriver. Okay, it's one. I didn't go all the way down. Until I get these other ones in. That's really tight. That is really tight on there. Okay, so here's what's going on. I could put these other two screws on, but I feel like I might actually cause more damage than good. You see this here? I could try to put these in, maybe even from like an angle like this. But I feel like I might actually damage something if I even attempt that. I might try this one here, but really there is really no need. Look, I can hold on to this and it's not even moving. So, I mean, it was held by tiny screws, so I'm pretty sure these two heavy screws are going to hold this fan just fine. Alright, let's get to the computer, install it, and see if this will actually turn. And yeah, I mean, it'd be sweet if it works. Okay, here's my small form factor computer. And there's our PCI Express slot over there. I've done lots of videos on this before. And I'm going to just kind of move this cable out of the way just a little bit so I can make it so it's easier for me to install. Alright, I got a little different angle for you guys to see if the fan is spinning. You can see it's free spinning now that it's installed, so that's fine. Of course, we can't forget our adapter so we can get power. For that, I'm just gonna pop this off like this, make it a little bit easier. And this is just no-brainer. You just kind of put it in there just like I took it out. But it's solid in there into the PCI adapter. And these are simple. You just kind of push it in. You see that? So you can take any extra SATA that you have laying around, or just you can unplug something that you're not using. So yes, you're sacrificing one of the SATA power cables if you're using an adapter, but you know, what's the worst that can happen? You get a GPU. I mean, you know. Alright. Wish me luck, guys. Hopefully this doesn't explode, right? We'll see. The power is plugged in. I'm going to press the power button. Fan's not working. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is actually plug it into here because this one is just not working for some reason. So I'm going to give this a shot. I kind of compared it to the other one. It looks like the ground and a positive was on this side. So I just kind of inserted it in that part of it. It's not perfect, but hey, we'll see if it'll work. I mean, you know, at this point we're going to try everything we can. Alright, here goes nothing. MacGyvering this thing, hey? Alright, pressing the power button. Alright, there it is, guys. It works. Yep, it's definitely blowing air through this way. It's not too loud. I mean, yeah, it's not too loud. It's actually about the same loudness as like any GPU. I know it's constantly running constant speed, but the speed seems to be enough and it's oversized. So I think this is going to work. I guess one way to find out is to plug in a VGA cable, right? Not VGA, but in this case we're using a DVI. Alright guys, so I want to show you real quick. I had to wait for it to actually install the card itself, but you can see it right here. It's just asking me to reboot. So whenever I reboot, it's going to show display of it. And alright, so as I said, it's rebooting right now. I should have installed the driver on it. And there it is. It's all working. And to prove it to you, the fan is still spinning. And you can see that my VGA is disconnected. And the DVI is connected, which I'm going to unplug to show you real quick. That the signal goes away. Watch, so I just pulled the DVI cable. Alright guys, if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up, because I did not even expect this to work. But there you go guys, it's definitely possible. Definitely going to do more testing to see if it actually overheats. So far it's still doing well. The fan itself is just running at that speed. Again, a minor issue because I used oversized fan. Might be an issue a little bit here. Whenever I put the lid back on, maybe the lid is going to have to stay open a little bit. thank you so much for watching. I guess I'll be testing out to see how well this runs. It's an older card, but hey, maybe World of Warcraft will still be pretty solid gameplay for my brother. Okay, I'll probably do some benchmarking on that, but yeah, I just wanted to show you this, and thank you so much, and take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye. So in my recent video, I was installing Windows 10 on the laptop that I've upgraded with an M.2 drive, and my excitement and happiness went quickly from that to being very angry at trying to install Windows 10 on it. I do realize that this version of Windows 10 is 1909. I feel like things changed, or maybe I missed something. Please let me know. This video that you're about to watch is completely unedited, aside from the part of me just adding this intro. But everything else is just straight through without cuts. And my experience was not very good installing Windows 10. The stuff and the amount of things they were making me do just to get into the Windows 10 was very infuriating at some point, and I hope that doesn't translate to you guys, but I just wanted to share it. You know, this is unedited, fairly long clip, so here you're going to watch me basically install Windows 10 on this laptop. Alright, here it comes. Now we're going to see how quickly we can install Windows on it. Keep in mind that the USB stick that I put on there is that I plugged in. It's a very old one that is super slow too. So, but you know, I digress. We'll see how fast we can install operating system on it. If it takes too long, I'll certainly edit that out. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's going to be pretty quick. All right. You know, select new install. By the way, if you're there's our drive. Going to create a new partition. Just going to leave it at default because I want to use all of it. And what was I going to say? So it creates a bunch of different partitions. One just has to be like that for just the way operating system works. Do you want to proceed? Yes. And yeah, very important. Otherwise you won't be able to boot. And I get that question a lot from my video on installing an M.2 adapter. Very popular video. I want to say it's almost 400,000 views at this point. People always ask me, can I boot, can I boot OS through it? Well, if your computer supports UEFI, then yes, that's definitely possible. But not just the regular UEFI either. Sometimes you got to have the most recent version. I'm gonna get, what was it, the most current one? 1.3 or 1.4, I'm not sure, but this one is definitely going fast, considering it's loading from a USB 2.0 on a really old thumb drive. That, matter of fact, I think I washed one time in my pants, because it's one of those that you put on your keychain, you know. It fell off the keychain and it stayed in my pants in my pocket, but I still use it. It's an old 32 gigabyte drive. It's slow, but hey, that's going pretty fast, so I'm happy with that. What we're going to do here, I'm going to do a fresh install. I'm going to install Crystal Disk, and we're going to run that right away. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to install any drivers for this Samsung NVMe. I'm going to test it without any Samsung drivers installed. Whatever Windows gives me, I'm going to test it with that. What happens, happens, right? And I'm going to make sure I disable I'm going to put basically a laptop this into airplane mode, so there's no Wi-Fi enabled. I'm only going to enable it just so I can install Crystal Disk, but I don't want any updates to start doing, because that's the first thing that happens once you install a fresh Windows copy. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Windows 10, if you already had Windows 10 on the computer, you can just reinstall it, and if you get that pop-up, do you want to register and whatnot, don't worry about that. As soon as you get on the internet, it's going to register it, so because it knows it's hardware based. So it's okay for you to install a new hard drive. I mean, they know that you're going to install a new hard drive because it knows. It's basically going to know that it's the same computer and it's the same key and same license. So you don't have to worry about, oh, am I going to be able to reinstall Windows on it? Yes, you can. I will definitely get a pop-up. Do you want to register it, or this and that? But as soon as I get on the internet, it's going to work. Same thing if you're doing a fresh install on a brand new computer. If you have a Windows 7 key, you can also use that to to activate your Windows. That's what I meant to say. Register, activate, not register. It's different. It's activate. Registering Windows is basically creating a Windows Microsoft account to register your product. But how long have I been speaking? This is almost done. It's 95%. And that's getting ready files for installation. We'll see how long it takes to install everything else. But so far it's going really fast, considering it has to read from something super slow. But that's okay, I think it's going to be really fast to use. Wow, it instantly installed features. You can't get any updates because it's not connected to the internet. And wow, it's going pretty fast. Let me do a little zoom out action here, so you guys can see the little progress bar down there. Oh wow, it's already done. Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay. See, it's gonna restart up there. Oops, sorry about that. I didn't mean to shake the screen. I just accidentally hit the tripod. So it's rebooting right now. And should I unplug it? No, I was thinking about my USB stick. Hopefully it doesn't try to boot from that again. Well, I'm just gonna let it be. If I have to remove the thumb drive in a second here, I'll certainly do that. Alright, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's make it happen. Let's make it for the people. Let's make it happen for the people watching. By the way, guys, since we're waiting on this, come on, man, click the like button. Click the like button. I know you got 1 second. Okay, so it's trying to install it again. So I'm just going to pull the thumb drive out real quick, and I'm going to cancel this. It's what I should have done right away. So once this happens, it's done. That was, what was it? I'm going to have to check. Maybe 3 minutes or something like that. Maybe 3 minutes to install from a slow thumb drive. Man, I'm very optimistic to see how fast this is going to go. Wow, did you see that? That went quickly. All right. Now, usually, also whenever you create a new, like a login account for somebody, that can take a while too. Basically, your login ID. Whenever you trying to do something on the computer and you got to have a login ID. We'll see how fast that goes. I suspect here very shortly it's going to come up to that window where it's going to ask me, do you want to activate all these Windows 10 features and whatnot, which I personally like to disable, but for the sake of moving this along, I'm just going to leave it enabled. Later on I can disable it. I don't like all that, too much data being sent over the internet to Microsoft or anybody else. I like to keep things as private as possible. Alright. The screen went dark and they rebooted once more. Give it a sec. Give it a sec here, guys. Give it a sec. It's almost there. It's almost there. Alright, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I sound like here we go. I was gonna say I sound like Elvis, but I probably don't. Elvis Presley. There it is. Cortana.
I'm Cortana.
No,
How can I
Cortana.
help?
No, come on, Cortana.
Sign in here, a touch of Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you plan to
How do I get an exit out of this?
Use your voice or the keyboard along the way.
Come on,
if you'd
Cortana.
like me to stay quiet, just select the little microphone icon towards the bottom of your screen.
Yes. Come on. Come on, Cortana. Alright, cool. Sure. Skip. And let's do, I do need to connect real quick to my Wi-Fi, which is this one. I'm going to put my password in. think that's right. Sure, sure. Come on. Let's see how fast we can do this. By the way, this is like one of the record times for installing Windows 10, honestly. This is all real time. I haven't cut once. I haven't cut even one time. I can't wait to see the test, the crystal disk test on this. I'm really curious. I don't want to see what's new on Windows. Come on, man. Just get in there. Just a moment. All right. I'm waiting. All right. There it is. Nope. I'm not going to use Microsoft account. No. No. Come on. I don't want to use this. Come on, and back. Let's just do that. Cobuman. I don't want. Look, I hate this. Get a new one. Get a new create account. I'm trying to create a local account, and it's being so difficult. They changed it. Create an account. No. I'm not. Can't believe I'm spending so much time on this. It was never like this, but I don't want to create a Microsoft account. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Fine. Fine, create a new account. Unbelievable. Yes, I know, I already have it somewhere else. I'm not gonna... This is ridiculous. I'm gonna create a local account later. My God. I'm just gonna put whatever... Oh, I probably shouldn't, otherwise I won't be able to log in. No, not enough spying of you. See what I'm talking about? Oh, get out of here, man. I'm just gonna put in whatever. Jeez. Can't believe it's making me do all of this crap. I'm just gonna pick whatever. Unbelievable. And now it's... Look, this is so stupid. Now it's asking me for my phone number. 555-55-5555. Unbelievable, man. This is so ridiculous. It didn't do this before, I'm telling you. Oh, now he wants a pin? Now you want to... Oh, man. 0000. 0000. Oh my God. Can't believe you're making me do this crap. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know it was going to turn into this. What is the more... No. I didn't know it was going to... This is... Oh my God. I did not think it was going to take more longer than installing the Windows operating system. I hate you, Cortana. This is so stupid. Oh, look, of course it's gonna... No. Decline. Oh my, look at all this crap. Now look at all this crap. I wasn't gonna talk smack about them, but look at all this crap. All of that stuff is spying on you and trying to advertise to you and trying to sell you their service. I understand you gotta have a business. But man, this is too much. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. My God. It really ruined my day, this crap. Hopefully the benchmark of this And I guarantee you, I will disable all of that stuff. I just don't have time to show you guys this right now. But I'll disable all of those services. Everything's going to be disabled. This is ridiculous. Man, I'm this close. I'm this close to switching to Linux. This close. It's ridiculous. It may take several minutes. I better not. I just put in a new hard drive. New solid state M.2 PCIe NVMe drive. I hate you, Microsoft. Look at this. Wants to restart immediately. Hell no. Where's the store? Stupid store. I have to go to stupid store to install this thing. Search crystal disk. Come on now. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. Where is the crystal disk? I know it's there. No. Come on. I know it's you stupid thing. Oh my god. I misspelled it. There it is, Crystal Disk app. Look at that. They made it so difficult to find. No. Get. Can't believe it, man. I have to jump through all these hoops. Come on. Install. All right. This is insanely ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna do. Okay, airplane mode is on. I can hear the laptop doing overtime. So there's something going on here. Something is using power. Can you see that? Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video I'm going to show you how to overclock your monitor. So what do I mean by overclocking your monitor? Similar to overclocking your CPU, I'm going to overclock the panel on the monitor. For this monitor I'm going to be using this MSI MAG341CQ monitor. This is a widescreen monitor that has a resolution of 3440 by 1440 and it already comes with 100 Hz refresh rate panel. But let's see if we can make this panel go even faster. If you'd like to see a full review of this monitor, including the unboxing, you can check out this video that pops up on the right hand side. Alright guys, so let's get into it. And just real quick guys, I'm not going to play any ads at this point, so if you want to take a moment to do me a favor and hit that like button, I'd really appreciate it. This way I'm not going to bother you with the ads here. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. By the way, this can be done on any type of video card, whether you have NVIDIA or AMD. However, I do have to tell you that you may be doing this at your own risk, so this is only for educational purposes. So yes, NVIDIA and AMD will have the ability to create what they call custom resolution. With the custom resolution, this is going to allow us to potentially overclock our monitor. So let's have a look at the NVIDIA control panel, and what we're going to do is actually try to increase the refresh rate step by step, meaning we're going to do 1 Hz increments. I already know how far I can overclock this, but I will show you exactly how you do it. So once you open up NVIDIA control panel, and again, it's going to be slightly different in AMD, but trust me, just look for an option that's called custom resolution. It is there in the AMD panel. Trust me, I know. Anyways, here we are, and I'm going to make sure that I have my MSI MAG314CQ selected, and I'm going to select Customize. And then I'm going to select Create Custom Resolution. So here we go. We have a nice, really nice pop-up screen that allows you to do some basic adjustments, and these are the only things that you can adjust, and they are very simple to do. Now, let's have a look at the monitor physically itself, so I can show you that the current resolution is 3440 by 1440 with 100 Hertz refresh rate. Now I'm just making sure that I have the focus in, all right, through my camera, and then I'm going to go to here, and now you can see that it is indeed 3440 by 1440, 100 Hertz, and that we have FreeSync on, not that it's relevant. And here's our box here, just so you guys can see that we're going to use to overclock with. Anyways, I'm going to switch back to recording inside the PC itself. So here we are. I'm going to leave it at 3440 and by 1440, which is the native resolution, which will give us the best clarity. And here we go. I'm going to bump it by 1 Hertz, and then I'm going to click Test. So it's not allowing me to record while I'm changing the resolution. It kind of kicks me out, but I'm going to adjust the camera here real quick so we can see it with the camera that I have here, the external camera. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just going to change the zoom action here a little bit. I'm going to make sure you guys can see everything as best as we can. I'm going to do some focus adjustments. Hopefully that's good enough here. And then now I'm going to, again, we have it bumped up by 1 Hertz, so we have 101 instead of 100, and I'm going to click Test. And see, now it gives us the ability, and this is a good thing, it gives us a screen that says, hey, do you want to save this resolution? And we're going to click Yes, because it works. If it didn't work, that one overclock, nothing would display basically, it would just be blank screen. So let's go ahead and go back to it. I'm going to edit it, and I'm going to bump it one more time, and I'm going to click Test. You see the pattern here? We want to try to test as much as we can, and we have another display that says, hey, do you want to keep this? And I'm going to click Yes. So we're going to keep on going, and then I know that for a fact I can go pretty high with this monitor. This is a really sweet monitor. It's not one of the cheapest ones, but it is an ultra wide monitor, which is an excellent deal for this type of monitor. And it is a gaming, of course, but I know for a fact that I can actually go up as high as 115 Hertz refresh rate. Let's go ahead and test that. And here we are. It tells us, hey, do you want to keep this? Yes, I do want to keep this. Now, if I were to go up another one, it's just going to be a blank screen and nothing would happen. So I'm going to click OK, and then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to move my camera around here a little bit. You can see that it still says 100 Hertz 3440 by 1440. Now, let me see if I did actually apply this. So in order for it to actually work, I have to apply this new custom resolution. So I'm going to go back inside of my computer. Back inside of the computer, and now we have to apply this custom resolution. And you can see we have it now under custom resolution, and it says here, right here, that it's 115 Hertz. So let's go ahead and select apply down here. We're going to apply it, and then we're going to pop the monitor up. I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to move this up, and now you can see the monitor itself is now showing 115 Hertz and 34 by 1440. So now I got 15 Hertz extra refresh rate for free. Of course, this is for educational purposes. I can't be responsible in case something goes wrong with your monitor, but for me personally, I am going to bring it down to 100, which is the stock, because I am kind of worried that it might do some damage to the panel itself. So, you know, just say that it's possible, and for educational purposes, that's the whole point of making this video. Some monitors are going to be more successful than the others. But, you know, either way, it is possible. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you like this type of video, please leave a like. If you have any questions or if you need any recommendations for a monitor from me, please let me know in the comments. I'll be glad to help you. Anything that you need when it comes to hardware upgrades, I'm your man, as they say. All right, guys, have a good day. Bye-bye. Guys, here is our computer here. As you can see, this indeed is the 800G2. God knows I've made many videos on this, on how to upgrade it, this and that. If you want to check those out, feel free to do so on my channel. Alright, we're going to do some zoom in action. We're going to remove the CPU. Alright, I'm just trying to get the focus in, and then we're going to make it happen. I'm going to turn on some lighting so we can make it visually pleasing, and then we're going to change the thermal paste and hopefully it works. Alright, for thermal paste, I actually bought a little tub action, and this one is called Protonic Series Thermal Paste. It comes with a cleaning pad and a little spatula. The reason I bought this one is because I plan to do this often, and you get a lot more than you get in a syringe. So we're going to try to use this one. There's a link in the description if you're interested. It had really good reviews. This is why I bought it. You know, if you don't know what's good, I actually look at the reviews first and then see if it's any good. This is why I went for this particular one. Link in the description. And yeah, let's see if it works. Alright, first thing first, I'm going to remove these cables here. A little flappy flap here. I want to make sure that I can see this properly. Going to unplug this cable, move it out of the way. By the way, I can feel it that it's warm since we tested it, so hopefully I don't burn myself. Temperature should have gone down by now. We'll see. Alright, and for this particular one, we just need a flat head. It's different for the other computers that have a standard type of Intel, type of or AMD heatsink, so you're gonna have to do it a little bit differently here, but since we're just doing a benchmark and not how to, in this case, I'm just going to use a flathead screwdriver because this is how it is on this computer. I'm going to unscrew these here. These are actually nice. I wish all computers were like this. Makes it really easy. We can't forget about our fan cable, which is plugged in to the motherboard. Isn't this nice? I wish all computers were like this, where everything is just screwed in. Otherwise, you're using the clips, all kinds of clip action, and sometimes it doesn't fit, and then sometimes it doesn't clip in properly, and then suddenly your heatsink is sitting crooked, which can also cause overheating. You know, it'll be sitting like this on an angle, like it'll be like this, because clips over here didn't clip in. Anyways, this one is off. I'm going to unplug the fan here. There we go. It's still warm. It's kind of warm to touch. So this is what it looks like. This is our old thermal paste. Not much left on here. We're going to use that cleaning pad that came with our kit for installing. I think this is just the alcohol swab or whatever. And we're going to clean the CPU as well. Hopefully you can see that well. I'm going to kind of double check here. Alright, I'm going to do a quick zoom in action. Right there, we're going to clean the CPU first. And then we're going to get back to the heat sink. I'm trying to get a little better angle for you guys here. I'm not going to take the CPU out at all, but I will do zoom in action so you guys can see better. Hopefully this flap doesn't get in the way too much. Alright, let me see. Do I have focus? Alright, just a moment. There we go. That's focus. Action. And hopefully this shows up on the camera. There's a little bit of residue, so yeah, be careful when you're doing this. No need to say this, right guys? You should know that you should be careful when doing this, because you know we're dealing with electronic components here. Here's our little spatula. We're going to put that aside, and we're going to use it later. We're going to see how much we need to apply. Keep in mind, I am an IT professional, so I should be able to do it properly. That being said, hopefully I don't make myself look like a fool, but we shall see. Alright, so I took my thermal cleaning pad here. Let me smell it. Yep, it smells like cleaning alcohol maybe? I don't know. So I'm going to gently just kind of rub on it, and since there isn't a lot, you can see that it's coming off. You know, it's just brushing off like this, you see? So very evenly distributed thermal paste on this CPU, which is good. So we're going to brush it off. Very simple. Don't touch nothing else with the cleaning pad. If there's a little bit left down there on the side, who cares? Who cares? No big deal. If you really want to get it out, I suppose you could. But I'm just going to wipe it off, since there is not a lot of spilled on the sides. So I'm not worried about it. Otherwise, if somebody did a really crappy job, then I would have to take my time cleaning this. But this is factory. This is factory applied thermal paste. And now it's smooth to touch. And now we can also double check to make sure that this indeed is i5 6500. All right, let me do a more zoom in action here. i5. Getting the focus in, guys. Hold on. Just a moment. Trying to get the focus in for you. Hopefully that's visible there. All right. So it's clean, and then we're going to do the same thing on the heatsink. Let me do a zoom out. All right. So we're going to do the same thing on the heatsink. Heatsink is a little bit spilled, a little bit more there. You can see on the sides, a little bit more spilled action, but that's okay. Just gonna wipe it off the best I can. Comes off just like that. Very easy, very simple. Again, I'm not sure if it's gonna make any difference. This is why we're testing this. So that being said, this could be a successful marketing video for that thermal paste that we bought. You know, not a sponsor at all. All right, that's clean. All right, a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit. I'm gonna put some muscle into it. All right, cleaning action. Ow! I think I scratched myself when I did that. Ugh, right there. All right. Anyways, all right. So we're going to apply the thermal paste to the heatsink action. You know how they say when it comes to applying the heatsink thermal paste to the heatsink, they say you should use just a little dot there, right? The thing is, though, the confusing thing about that is, so you just squeeze it, you get a little syringe-looking thing, right? And you squeeze the syringe, and you just put a little dot there, which is perfectly fine. But they don't tell you that you have to actually spread it out, because once you do this, once you put this in, once you put the heatsink on, and you squeeze the little dot and not actually spread it out, guess what's going to happen if you don't have enough on there? It's just going to leave a circle. I've seen it many times where it's literally just a circle right there of thermal paste. I would take the heatsink off and it's just a circle left. It'll be like this, kind of, like this. And you can see that's not covering the entire heatsink. It's not covering. If you remember when we were testing the temperatures, you probably saw that the temperatures were not the same everywhere on the heatsink. Different cores, different temperatures. Well, that's directly related to the heatsink when it comes to thermal paste and also the heatsink itself. But basically the location of the thing. Where's my spatula? Here it is. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a very light coat. And I'm just going to do a light coat spreading action on here. But I will start from the middle, just to kind of make it easy. Not too much, just a little bit. But I'm going to make it even. You know? Take your time. Doesn't have to be completely perfect. Just make sure it's evenly spread. like this. And when we put the heatsink on, it will squeeze it a little bit. So as long as you have even coverage, doesn't matter that it has these lines on it. So I'm trying to keep my face away from here, so I'm not really super close to this. Doesn't matter that it leaves these lines on there. Once you put the heatsink on, it's going to even it out, you know. It's going to squeeze it into being even. I'm trying to get this extra that's on there. Alright. Alright, let's see. Is that enough? Here we go. I'm going to do a little light action just to make it pretty for the camera, right? As much as I can. Again, it's going to squeeze it to the edges. So that's a very light coat. Have you ever bought an aftermarket heatsink and everybody has thermal paste installed on it? It's going to be a light coat like this. Very light coat. Alright. That's the best I can do when it comes to doing this while keeping my face away from the camera. Look at that. So it's a very nice, even light coat. That's all we need. Because when we put the heatsink back on, I'm going to put this stuff away. When we put the heatsink back on, look how much there is left. It's unbelievable. It's like I barely used any, right? It's going to have perfect, the heatsink is supposed to have a perfect, even contact on top of that. Alright, so here we go. Here's our heatsink. And then we're going to put it back on. Let me do a zoom out action here. Alright. Gonna make sure that my fan connector is facing that way so I can plug it in. And this is going to be a lot simpler than installing other heat sinks again. So I'm going to do even. I'm not going to go hard. I'm just going to do even, roughly even amount of tightening on all sides. So I think I'm doing about 3 turns here. You see how it's going left and right here? I just want to make sure it's evenly tight. It doesn't have to be exactly 3 turns or anything like that. This is specific to this computer. And just go light, very light. The other ones, it's just going to be a clip. You just push the clips down. Here I'm just being very gentle to make sure that I have even contact on there. Never go crazy on this stuff. Don't use your Gorilla Strength on this, or Gorilla Glue, if you guys know what I'm talking about. See, that's already getting tight. It's very light. I'm not gonna go like anything crazy. You know, it's very light. I'm barely using any force in here. Barely using any force. That one's down all the way, so is this one. But we want to do it evenly on all sides so we can get even coverage all around. And I'm just going to do a little bit tightening, maybe like ½ a pound of force on here. No more than that. Alright, that's that. I'm going to plug this back in. I wonder if I can do this without many cuts on the video, huh? There'll be a couple of cuts, me going from computer to this. Oh yeah, I almost forgot this thing. This air guide. Alright. Clippage, flappage, cableage, and tuckage in the all areas. And we're going to close this and we're going to go back to our computer. We're going to test this, see if it helps. Alright, see you there. Okay, here's our battery, and it's one of these slim ones. This is typical with the newer type of laptops. Let's go ahead and unlock it. I'm just going to push this little unlock tab like that. Once you see red, it's unlocked, and there's one more here. We're going to push it. Oh wow, this is really stuck. You see that? You see the bulging. Oh man, let me get a screwdriver for this part. See if I can unlock this. There it is. Wow, that popped open. Usually you would pull on this. That's pretty crazy. Oh my God, look. So it's very simple to install the new one. Just make sure you go in like this first. So there's a little notch there for you to go slide underneath, and then just let it sit down and just push it down a little bit. You can see that this part already locked by itself, and then all you gotta do is just lock this one, which makes a huge difference. Everything's okay. And then I'm going to put the lid back on. It's just kind of in reverse order. So I'm gonna push it in, lock it, and that's how it is. By the way, I just wanted to show you how to remove the lid as well. There it is, and you just pop it off like that. Push it down, lock it, and there you have it, guys. Battery's been replaced, and we are good to go. Again, there's a link in the description if you're looking for a replacement battery. They're really cheap. And thank you so much for watching. Share this with your friends, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In this video, we're transferring the insides of an Elite desk computer into a full-size case. This allows us to upgrade to a full power supply and full-size GPU.
So this is how you do it. You would take the lid off first, put that aside, and then take this computer and just put it in. Wow, this is actually good. I can't believe it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's get serious about this. So here's our HP 800 G2 Elite Desk PC. If you're unsure which one you have, there's a link in the description so you can compare it to yours, but it should be similar to 800 G1 and G3. Also, some of the older PCs may apply to as well. So if you have an older version of HP, chances are it will work as well. So what are some of the concerns when it comes to putting this inside of an aftermarket case? The main concern is obviously the motherboard. Is this motherboard going to fit inside of that case? Will it align properly? Will I be able to tighten it down, screw it down, or will it even fit in the back when it comes to this back panel connectors? Well, I did some research and I actually made a custom back panel for this that will go inside of the aftermarket case. Because you've noticed here, this one is actually not removable. This is part of the case. So if you transfer the motherboard to anything else, you're not going to have a plate, back plate for the connectors. It's just going to be a hole. Wherever you see metal here, it's just going to be a hole. But I made a 3D printed custom plate for myself, so that way I shouldn't have this problem at all. And hopefully that works out. So that's our major problem. In this case, we're going to concentrate on that major problem, is the transferring of the motherboard and everything that's connected on top of it to make sure it fits. Because if the motherboard doesn't fit, then what's the point? We can't do anything else. Hard drives and everything else, I'm not worried about, because everything is just connected to the serial connector, and that's fine. We don't have to worry about that. The other thing is the power supply. Power supply is smaller. It still may fit, but there might be a hole in the back there. But that's okay. That's one of the reasons to upgrade to a bigger case, so you can upgrade to a bigger power supply. So if we move this over, if I pop this open like this, so we're going to transfer it hopefully into the new case as well, so we wouldn't have to worry about that. But if you're upgrading to another power supply, you may have to get an adapter that allows you to transfer to these type of connectors. There's a link in the description for that if you're doing this, so don't worry about that. You can definitely buy them. They're not super expensive or anything like that. So here's an example of a panel that goes in the back here, and we don't have this. This is just from another motherboard, so we need to have a custom one, otherwise we're just gonna have a hole. And again, I made that in the 3D printed, so I'm good there. Another concern is whether we're gonna be able to power it on and off. So what do I mean by that? The front panel, right here, has a switch. Hopefully we can just connect it to the aftermarket case, and we'll see what just happened. We're just gonna have to test it out. This is a test in progress. With all these things in mind, I don't necessarily recommend that you do this like I'm doing, but if it's successful, hey, if you want to do it, that's fine. Just do it at your own risk, just so you know. All right, guys? All right, let's start taking this apart. We're going to start with removing the power supply first. We're going to disconnect the power cables here. While I'm at it, I'm going to disconnect the front panel as well. Okay. I'm going to disconnect everything that's on here, USB, all the serial cables. I'm going to disconnect all of these. All of this is disconnected. I want to make sure it's out of the way so we can start unscrewing stuff. So as you can see, these type of PCs, they use Torx type of screw, as you can see here. But you can also use a flathead like this, which is what I'm going to use, because I forget where my Torx screw is at, but I do have one. Alright, I'm going to move this flap like this. I'm going to disconnect the power supply wire like this, and I'm going to unplug it here. There's one more connector here that's plugged for the power supply. Alright, I'm going to remove that. Back of this for the power supply has 3 screws. I'm going to remove those as well. Alright, with the screws removed, there's a button here that you just press down and then slide the power supply like so. I'm just going to set it down here because it's easier to show, like this. So you press the button down and you just pull it out. I'm going to remove this serial cable to get that out of the way. Okay, there's our power supply. So we got 8 screws to remove. There's one there, one there, one there. There's one there, one there, one there, 7, and then 8 right there. So I'm just going to remove those. I definitely recommend a Torx screw for this because it's not easy to remove with a flathead. So here's a problem. The whole motherboard is actually being held down through the heatsink onto the case itself on the back side back here. Alright, well, let me see if we can work our way around that. I'm going to remove the heatsink as well and then see if we can let it come loose. The problem is attaching it back into the original case, so that's not going to work. So what that means is that we have to get another heatsink for this. That might work for it. Maybe. We'll see. I'll give it a shot. I have a spare heatsink that we can try, but I'm not sure if it's going to work. I'm going to remove it and see. Alright, I'm going to disconnect the fan, CPU fan here. I'm going to remove the heatsink. Alright, now the motherboard is finally free, so I'm going to take it out. Oh, I forgot to disconnect something here. So I'm going to take it out, I'm going to slide it like so. We're going to take it out. And hopefully our heatsink that I have will work on that. We'll see, I'm going to test it out actually right away before we actually do anything else. But you can see where it was attached, where it was holding down to the back of this through the motherboard using the heatsink. Here's a quick comparison of the motherboard that came out of the HP computer, and here's an aftermarket one. This is from an older computer, but these are the standard size ATX motherboards. Compared to this one, the holes actually do align for the motherboard to be screwed down. Here, let me show you the side view here. So I'm very hopeful that the back will fit properly inside the new case. You can see that this one is actually thicker while this one is longer. So let's give it a shot, guys. If I'm lucky, this CPU that is coming off of i7 4770 will fit on top of this, which I think it may, but we'll just have to see if it works. So of course, before you do this, make sure you clean it, the thermal paste, carefully, and then reapply the new one. Don't go too crazy. I'm just gonna see if it fits, just for the sake of moving the video along. All right, it's aligned. Looks like it's going to work. Let's see. Wow, that actually connected. Has a good connection. Wow, I'm surprised. All right, well, let me see if this connects properly. Perfect. That's amazing, guys. All right, now let's see if we can put it into the aftermarket case. Let's see. So just to show you real quick, I did a 3D print of the back panel. So if you don't have a 3D printer, just figure something out. Maybe if you use some really thin aluminum, maybe you can cut it the size or something, or you can just leave the holes there, but it's up to you. I decided to make a little 3D print out of that. All right, let's have a look, see if this will align. I will try to get a best angle as I can for you. Hopefully this works. so far, it's looking all right. All right, I think that's gonna work, guys. Let me see here. Wow, it actually aligned. It's already in there because there's one part of it that's already holding it properly. Wow, this is actually going. I can't believe it. How's it looking back there? Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe this. This is actually going to work. Honestly, I did not think it was going to work properly. Well, there's still ways to go, guys, so let's see how it goes. But I'm going to get the screws down. Hopefully those align properly. And you know, we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to try to turn it on afterwards, so stick around for that. All right, so far so good. I'm not going to worry about a couple of these screws here for now. I just want to see if this thing will work. Obviously, you can move these standoffs, and hopefully there is a place to screw them down, so you can put those in there as well. But here's the main reason. There's the main reason to see if this is actually going to work. I know I can get the power supply turned on and everything running right now. But let's see if I can put a full-size video card in here with this motherboard. Right? Wouldn't that be very important? I'd say it is. Let's see if we can do that. Alright, so here's a full-size video card. Alright. Looks like we're gonna have to unscrew this one. I'm gonna open this up real quick. I mean, what's the point of doing this if you can't install a full-size GPU in this thing, right? That's the main thing. That's the main reason. And of course to upgrade the power supply as well. Is it aligning? Oh my god. Guys, do you see that? Do you see that? Oh my god. It actually works. Look at that. Would you look at that? It works. It fit perfectly. Oh my god, look. That's just amazing. That's amazing. Wow, I'm glad that works. So you can put any size of video card, guys. Any size. Any size. Again, if you're looking for this type of stuff, to make sure that the video card can be used, like if it's a high-powered one, you're going to need extra power. And this thing is not going to do it for you. You're going to have to upgrade to a full-size power supply. And of course, these connectors, they're not designed to go in here. You need this one has a 6-pin, two 6-pins that go in there. And for that, you need a full power supply, or you would need an adapter for this for sure, but it ain't going to handle it. So you're going to need a new power supply. And of course, if you're interested in any of that, there are links in the description for anything you guys need. Check it out. For now, I'm just going to remove it because I want to see if it can power on properly. Because now our main issue, I mean, this is so amazing that it works, is make sure that it actually powers up, you know? So let's do a power supply here real quick. So I got the power supply temporarily installed. Definitely, again, you need the actual full-size power supply. This is just temporary. I just want to see if it'll work. And you can see here that it's just only held by a couple of screws up here. And this is going to be an issue for the power cord as well. But you know what? I just want to see if it'll work, right? All right, let's get it. So I'm going to plug in all this stuff. Hopefully it reaches. All right. Good. 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 So this is our audio. Let's see if it works on this one here. Here's the plug for the audio. Front panel. Wow, that works. All right, great, great. I am so constantly surprised at how well this stuff works. So what's our other thing? We need to check. This is our front USB. This goes here. Wow, so far great, guys. Look at this. Look at that. Would you look at that? Here's our system fan connector. Let's see if it works here. So far, I'm suspecting that it will. That connects just fine. And our front power on panels, here they are. Oh yeah, before I forget, here is the cable that powers your drive. So whatever you have, you know, your hard drive or a solid state drive. So this is the one that goes here. You don't need this when you get a different power supply. But this time we're going to have to transfer it over if you're not upgrading your power supply. So that's that. For our reference, a regular power supply will have this 24-pin connector that goes directly into the motherboard. Again, there's an adapter you can get in the link in the description that allows you to connect to here. It basically transfers this into that, so that way you can just use it. Okay, one quick note. Here is the power switch. It goes to here like so. So in this second connector right there, that's the power switch. I had to do a little bit of experimentation to see which one is which. Same thing, it goes for if you want to connect other stuff, you have to route other stuff to it, and whether you want the hard drive light or not, power LED and reset switch as well. I'm assuming reset switch is kind of next to it. So, but I know this is going to work. We're going to test it right now. And now a moment of truth, and there it is, it powers on. All right, guys, that's awesome. Now I'm going to make sure that everything is actually working as it should be before I actually release this video, so don't worry about that. I do want to get to this point where I show that it works, so we can tell that everything fits fine, everything's connected, even the front USBs are connected. The front panel, you can just figure that out, which one goes where, but we do know that the power switch was the most important one, is working, and it's right there. We know if we want to upgrade the power supply, we can do so. There's an adapter you can buy, and the main thing I'm going to do right now is make sure I'm going to connect a hard drive here and make sure everything works before I release this video. If you're watching it, that means everything is working perfectly. So this is very, very surprising to me, but I am so glad that it does work because I get this question all the time, guys. If you want to connect some of these fans, extra fans, you can certainly do so once you get a new power supply. You can basically just plug it in like so. You see this one, this particular PC has, you can connect it directly, but these are old Molex connectors. The newer PCs and new power supplies, I should say, including the new cases, will have this type. So you would just basically plug it in, and then you would have system fan, which I highly recommend that you do. Extra system fan, because there's one up here, one up there. So there is that. I hope you like this video. Please share it. Leave a like. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. All right, guys. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Let's go ahead and rotate our screen. That you have to be logged into Windows to use this. On your keyboard, use Control, Alt, you have to hold them, and then arrow keys on your keyboard. So if we do Control, Alt, left arrow key, it's going to rotate to the left. If we do Control, Alt, right arrow key, it's going to rotate our screen to the right. Okay, same thing if we do Control, Alt, up. It's going to basically bring it back to normal position. If we do Control Alt down, it's going to flip it upside down. And one thing to keep in mind, you can always do Control Alt up to bring it back to your normal position in case you mess up. Here's a top view of this. So Control Alt left, right, up, or down. There you go. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
This computer is $1,000. This computer is $200. They both have i5s, they both have 16 gigabytes of RAM, and they both have solid-state drives. So what's the difference here? Obviously the looks, right? This is a gaming one, and this is a computer that's found in a business type of environment. They're usually refurbished. But they're much, much cheaper, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with them.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In this video I will show you how to upgrade a video card on HP G1 or G2 desktop small form factor PC. Once I show you how to upgrade this video card, this will be a huge upgrade for our gaming, especially considering the fact that this computer has an i5-6500 CPU, which is amazing.
This way, in order to remove the lid, you just pull on the lever, lift it up, put it aside. Okay, so in order to install a video card, we're just gonna have to move this part over here. And don't be afraid to actually pull in. This is actually by design. So if it's a little bit tough at first, just kind of force it through like this. You're not going to break anything. There's no button to press, but you just need a little bit more room to work with. Here's our 16 times PCI Express slot. This is what we need. This is a 4 times. If you have to install it in this, it would be okay. You would lose a little bit of performance, but still not too bad, right? But this is the one we want, the black one, which is 16 times PCI Express. Now we have this power cable, cable from the power supply we just need to remove. If you just want to slide these off a little bit, you don't actually have to disconnect it, but you can release it like this so you have more room to work with. Next thing we have to make sure is that we get the proper size. You need a low profile video card for this because it's a small form factor computer, so we want this one here. This one is too big, this one is just the right size, right? You see the difference? This will not fit because if you put it like down like this, there's no way. There's about an inch or so difference. There's no way this will fit in here, right? So we just have to make sure we get the proper low profile card, something like this, right? So the next thing we need to do is actually pop this spacer or separator here, and then we're going to pull one of these, preferably this last one here, depending on the shape of your card, but it will be most likely this here part of it, right? So this is just kind of a back plate, and then we're just going to put our video card in here like so. Now let me I actually, for this one, because my video card has actually a little extra here, I'm going to have to unplug my front USB panel connector. So these are basically the front USB connectors, right? So I'm just going to remove this for now, and we can replace this back later. All right, just going to remove this now. Also, make sure your video card does not require an extra power connector. This one has a 6-pin power connector. So your video card, you know, just make sure it's not like one of these that have. But if you do, it's not a problem. You can still use it. You just have to make sure you have an adapter that goes with it. The ones that I will recommend in the description box below will not require this. So you don't have to worry about this at all, right? We just have to make sure that it fits properly, right? Now that we know, we just have to make sure that we align this with our PCI Express slot, which is like that there. So now we got to make sure that our connector here aligns properly with our PCI Express slot. You can see there's a little notch right there, just like there, right? So we just have to make sure that's aligned. Lastly, real quick, a lot of times there's a little notch in there here that basically helps to keep that allows this slot to the back plate to connect underneath here. So make sure you don't force that, otherwise you may be damaging your motherboard. So just be careful don't force anything, right? So just don't force anything, right? There's the little tab right there, and here's the little notch that we have to make sure we don't that we have to make sure our back plate is inserted in there. So don't force anything if you're struggling a little bit by, you know, inserting your video card in there. All right? And if you want to unplug this cable, you can certainly do so. So you just make sure I just like to go underneath it because it saves a little bit of time. And then make sure you align it properly to this here. All right, just take your time. Whatever you do, take your time. Don't ever get frustrated whenever dealing with computer components. Make sure it's aligned over the PCI connector right there, right? So make sure we're aligning our notches. And again, take your time. Make sure don't force nothing. Just make sure it's aligned. So once you know that everything's aligned properly, right? Then you can safely push it down, like so. Right? Now our video card is seated in properly and it's locked in by this little tab here. And now that video card is seated in there, all you got to do is put this flap back on, like so. Now it's fully secured. You're done with this part. And then lastly, don't forget to plug in your front USB panel connector, which is right underneath here. Lastly, a type of video card I actually suggest for this type of computer will be in the description box below as well, which I recommend is NVIDIA 1050 GTX.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I will show you how to upgrade your 800 G1, G2, G3 or even older models of HP Elite Desk to an i7 CPU. This is a really simple process, and make sure you stick around and watch the whole thing because I don't want you to make any mistakes. And if you have any questions regards to this, I will gladly help you, so just keep that in mind.
So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to remove this lid, open the case up and see what we can have access to. And from here it's incredibly simple. Now that we've removed the cover, we can remove this cable that it's attached to the fan cover for the heatsink and the CPU itself. So this just slides out like so. We're going to remove this cable here in a second after we move this flap. This is just an air duct that we're just going to move like that. We're going to leave it like that as it is. Now we're going to remove the fan cover, which these clips you just push down. That's when it unlocks. And then we're going to remove the heatsink cover. We're going to put that aside. We don't need that anymore. Now we're going to remove the P3 power cable that is attached there. And it's a simple clip. You just squeeze it like so. That's disconnected, and just in case you didn't see that, you press it like this, you squeeze it, and you let it separate like that, and then you pull it. With the full access to the CPU heatsink and the fan, we're going to remove it with a flathead screwdriver like so. You can also use a hex type of screwdriver, but you can also use this flathead. So I'm going to unscrew it just like this, counterclockwise. I'm going to loosen them all the way out. You hear him pop when it's released. Very simple, guys. This is very simple. Just take your time. When you hear it pop, you can just kind of wiggle it out. This one needs a little bit more. And now we can detach our fan, CPU fan I should say, and it's simple as that. There's nothing to it. You just plug it in, plug it back out, and you can see that this one has thermal paste that's installed on there. So if you're installing a brand new CPU, you have to make sure, or reinstalling a CPU in general, you have to make sure you apply a new amount of thermal paste in between. You can see this one is actually pretty evenly distributed, and this is all stock. This has never been changed. Now we have full access to the CPU and a zero force insertion lever. This is LGA 1151 for this type of CPU because this is a G2 model. So if you have a G1 model, 800 G1 Elite desktop, it's going to be 1150 socket. So just make sure that you do get that. There are links in the description for all of the models that you're using. And in case you have a specific model that's other than this, let me know and I'll find the CPU that is compatible with your computer, because some of them are not supported by BIOS. Just make sure you'll ask me first before you do anything. With the zero force insertion lever there, we're just going to press it down gently and we're going to pull it towards ourselves to unlock it. Just take your time, release it slowly, push it up like that, and then push this aside. You can just drop it there, it's not going to go anywhere. And to remove the CPU, you just gently grab it with 2 fingers. Once we have it up like that, it's a bit tricky. Okay. I don't want to use any tools on this, so I'm just using a nail here to kind of pick it up from the edge, just to lift it up gently. Hope you can see this. And then I'm going to lift it out. You can see the pins are exposed. Don't touch any of these connectors. So whenever you get your new one, you would basically reinstall it in reverse order. Make sure these notches are aligned. You can see that there is a notch there. There's a notch on the other side. And there are notches on the CPU that you're putting in as well. So you can't really mess that up. Just make sure you take your time and you drop it in slowly. So once you get your i7 or whatever it is that you're upgrading to, because you may have an i3 and want to upgrade to i5, just do it in reverse order. You just drop it like that, and you can gently drop it in there, and then just kind of make sure it's in there. You can see there's just slight movement there, maybe like a fraction of a millimeter, and that's perfectly fine. We know that all contacts are in there. We're going to put the zero force insertion back in there. We're just going to lower it like that. You don't have to worry about aligning anything there. Once you pull on this like this, you see how it automatically aligns to it. You see that? Very simple. And then gently push it back down. Reattach the zero force insertion lever. I always struggle with that one. and then reapply your paste. Your thermal paste, usually just a gentle dab, or maybe right here, or you can do it on the heatsink itself. Now I'm just showing you how to do this, and of course you would apply the new thermal paste. So I'm just showing you how to do it and put it back in there, right? All right, and this is how you put the fan back in. Make sure that the fan connector is closer to this side because the fan connection is right there. Put it back in, make sure that these pins drop in, and they have screws. You can see that it has a thread in there. Let me show you. Maybe at this angle you can see it. It's actually threaded in there. There are no clips per se. They're just screwed in. Very simple. And now we're going to put back our heatsink on. Put our heatsink back on, I should say. And then we're going to take our time screwing it back on. This time clockwise. So just go a little bit here, and then go crossways. A little bit there. You need to do a cross pattern. And then we're going to go this one here. What is that, about 3 turns? And then 3 turns here. And then got another 3 turns here. I mean, you can do as many turns as you feel comfortable with, just to make sure that you do it evenly. So that way you have even distribution of the force on top of the heatsink. And now I should be feeling that it's getting tighter. And sure is. Just take your time. There's no rush. With this huge upgrade that you're getting, it's going to be great. Cross pattern. So that one's already a little bit tight. This one. This one. This one. And see, this one's tight. This one's tight. This one's tight. And this one is tight. Now I'm just going to connect my fan back in there. I could have done that earlier, but that's okay. No big deal here. So I'm just going to connect the cable in there. That's that. And then last thing left to do is put our cover back on. Actually, let's do this before I forget. Makes it a little bit easier. I'm going to put my power cable back on. I'm going to connect my P3 like so. I'm trying to get a good angle for you guys. I'm just going to push it in. Clips. I'm going to take this underneath, put it back on there, and then you just gently push it down here. There it is. And it's clipped. You just kind of make sure that these things are clipped in. And at this time I'm just going to, well, this can come down, doesn't matter. But I'm going to route my cable like so. There you have it, guys. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. So don't forget to ask me.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In this video I will show you how to upgrade RAM or random access memory on HP G1, G2 small form factor desktop PC. Once we do this, this will be a huge upgrade to our machine, especially when it comes to gaming or video editing. I hope you guys like this video. There will be a link in the description box below for the proper parts that you need.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In this video I'm going to show you how to install or upgrade RAM on HP 800 G1 or G2 small form factor computer. So once you have the lid open, which by the way it was super easy, you just pull the lever on here. Once you do that, just put it aside. With the computer case open like this, you can actually pull on this whole assembly front here, right? There's no button to press, but so feel free to just kind of pull it back to give you a lot more space to work with. Now we have access to our RAM. Now that we have access to our RAM, we can see that these are dual channel type of RAMs that you can put in here. Just make sure you're doing that you're using the correct type. And let me go ahead and pull this one open. So this one comes with only 4 gigs at the moment, but it can go up to 64 gigabytes of RAM. So I'm just going to pull this one out. In order to pull these out, and let me kind of demonstrate on the ones you can see, you just push on these little tabs on both sides, right? So this is what I'm going to do on this one. These are just little clips, I should say. Can just do that, and once you pull it out, you can see which type of RAM it is, right? So make sure you buy the correct upgrade for your computer, right? So this is an example of what you're looking for, and in order to reinstall this, we just have to make sure that these notches align. As you can see, they're clearly positioned there. You just have to make sure that it's aligned properly like so, and I'm going to install it in this white one because it's a little bit better to see. So the way you do it, you just kind of let it drop. make sure it's aligned properly, and then you push down on each end of the stick, right? This is the easiest way that I found to install RAM. So if you just simply push down evenly at the same time on both sides, it will pop in just like so, right? You just have to make sure you have good balance, and it's going to push these, you know, clips in for you by itself, and then you're done with that. Of course, I'm going to put it back into this other one. Do the same thing. So this is where it originally was. If you press down, just kind of make sure you go all the way to the edge on both hands and press down at the same time. And it goes in perfectly, just like so.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In this video I will show you how to upgrade to a solid state drive or additional hard drive on HP G1 or G2 desktop small form factor PC. This will be a huge upgrade to all kinds of things that we might be doing when it comes to video editing or even gaming, especially if we upgrade to solid state drive. Link in the description box below if you're interested in that type of product.
Hello guys, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we're going to upgrade or add a second hard drive to our HP 800 G1 or G2 type of computer. So with the computer facing down, we're just going to open the lid. If you just pull the lever up like so, you can lift it up like this, put it aside. And here's our access to our hard drive. The way you do this is actually you pull the lever if you're going to replace this one, and then pull it towards yourself and then lift up. Let me show you a little bit better angle of this. This whole contraption can be actually lifted like this. There's no button or anything like that. But here's the lever that's holding our hard drive in. So if we want to remove that, this is what I do. I usually just put it down like this, and then I pull towards yourself, right? Pull towards yourself, and then gently lift up, right? Once it's released from the clip, you can gently lift it up, and then you can disconnect these. These are very self-explanatory. You just pull them in and out, and you replace them, and then you put it in. And then after I put this back in, you just have to be gentle when you do it. I will also add a second hard drive in there and show you how that's done, whether it's a solid state or something similar of size, or one of these regular 3.5-inch ones. So once you put it in, you just do this basically the same thing in reverse. You push it down gently, and then you push it away from yourself. Okay, now let's look what we have underneath. If we go like this, we can see that we have space for our solid state drive right here. So if we want to use something of that, this is actually a laptop drive, but it's the same size as our solid state. So if we want to install it here, we can certainly do so. We have extra connector here that we can use. And then once we're done, we will basically connect our connector here. And with the new hard drive, we will get an extra serial connector, which goes right here, serial cable. We would connect this like so, right? And then we can use our connector here to connect the second hard drive like so. I'm trying to get a good angle for you guys here. Like that, like this, like this. Okay, and now we can just, you know, mount it, or you can mount it ahead of time. It's all up to you. And that's how we can install our solid state, or even if you want to, if you do choose just to have an extra hard drive laying around. So you just have to make sure the notches are aligned properly. And you can see, just take your time whenever you install any of these. Let me just move this a little bit back here so you guys can see a little bit better. Here's, we can put another full-size solid-state drive. So if these things are in your way, you can simply disconnect. This is just our front CD-ROM, right? We're just going to disconnect these here just to make space. Okay. Again, we have an extra power connector here. Put it in like so. Anyways, I'm just using an old hard drive as an example, but once you put it in there and you have it screwed in and everything like that, and it snaps in, you would basically connect the connectors like so. You got another power connector here, and then you got this extra serial cable that you can use. Alright guys, if you're interested in other videos that are related to upgrading RAM or the video card for this specific computer, I also have that. Look for it at the end of the video. There will be a thumbnail you can click on, also in the description box below. Thank you so much guys. If you're interested in a solid state drive that will go really good with this, there will be a link in the description box below as well. Thank you so much. Like, share, and tell friends about it. Have a good day. Bye 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 bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I will show you how to upgrade your 800 G1, G2, G3, or even older models of HP EliteDesk to an i7 CPU. This is a really simple process, and make sure you stick around and watch the whole thing because I don't want you to make any mistakes. And if you have any questions regards to this, I will gladly help you, so just keep that in mind.
So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to remove this lid, open the case up and see what we can have access to. And from here it's incredibly simple. Now that we've removed the cover, we can remove this cable that it's attached to the fan cover for the heatsink and the CPU itself. So this just slides out like so. We're going to remove this cable here in a second after we move this flap. This is just an air duct that we're just going to move like that. We're going to leave it like that as it is. Now we're going to remove the fan cover, which these clips you just push down. That's when it unlocks. And then we're going to remove the heatsink cover. We're going to put that aside. We don't need that anymore. Now we're going to remove the P3 power cable that is attached there. And it's a simple clip. You just squeeze it like so. That's disconnected. And just in case you didn't see that, you press it like this, you squeeze it, and you let it separate like that. And then you pull it. With the full access to the CPU, heatsink, and the fan, we're going to remove it with a flathead screwdriver like so. You can also use a hex type of screwdriver, but you can also use this flathead. So I'm going to unscrew it just like this, counterclockwise. I'm going to loosen them all the way out. You hear him pop when it's released. Very simple, guys. This is very simple. Just take your time. When you hear it pop, you can just kind of wiggle it out. This one needs a little bit more. And now we can detach our fan, CPU fan I should say, and it's simple as that. There's nothing to it. You just plug it in, plug it back out, and you can see that this one has thermal paste that's installed on there. So if you're installing a brand new CPU, you have to make sure, or reinstalling a CPU in general, you have to make sure you apply a new amount of thermal paste in between. You can see this one is actually pretty evenly distributed, and this is all stock. This has never been changed. Now we have full access to the CPU and a zero force insertion lever. This is LGA 1151 for this type of CPU because this is a G2 model. So if you have a G1 model, 800 G1 Elite desktop, it's going to be 1150 socket. So just make sure that you do get that. There are links in the description for all of the models that you're using. And in case you have a specific model that's other than this, let me know and I'll find the CPU that is compatible with your computer, because some of them are not supported by BIOS. Just make sure you'll ask me first before you do anything. With the zero force insertion lever there, we're just going to press it down gently and we're going to pull it towards ourselves to unlock it. Just take your time, release it slowly, push it up like that, and then push this aside. You can just drop it there, it's not going to go anywhere. And to remove the CPU, you just gently grab it with 2 fingers. Once we have it up like that, it's a bit tricky. Okay. I don't want to use any tools on this, so I'm just using a nail here to kind of pick it up from the edge, just to lift it up gently. Hope you can see this. And then I'm going to lift it out. You can see the pins are exposed. Don't touch any of these connectors. So whenever you get your new one, you would basically reinstall it in reverse order. Make sure these notches are aligned. You can see that there is a notch there. There's a notch on the other side. And there are notches on the CPU that you're putting in as well. So you can't really mess that up. Just make sure you take your time and you drop it in slowly. So once you get your i7 or whatever it is that you're upgrading to, because you may have an i3 and want to upgrade to i5, just do it in reverse order. You just drop it like that, and you can gently drop it in there, and then just kind of make sure it's in there. You can see there's just slight movement there, maybe like a fraction of a millimeter, and that's perfectly fine. We know that all contacts are in there. We're going to put the zero force insertion back in there. We're just going to lower it like that. You don't have to worry about aligning anything there. Once you pull on this like this, you see how it automatically aligns to it. You see that? Very simple. And then gently push it back down. Reattach the zero force insertion lever. I always struggle with that one. And then reapply your paste. Your thermal paste, usually just a gentle dab, or maybe right here, or you can do it on the heatsink itself.
Now I'm just showing you how to do this, and of course you would apply the new thermal paste. So I'm just showing you how to do it and put it back in there, right? All right, and this is how you put the fan back in. Make sure that the fan connector is closer to this side because the fan connection is right there. Put it back in, make sure that these pins drop in, and they have screws. You can see that it has a thread in there. Let me show you. Maybe at this angle you can see it. It's actually threaded in there. There are no clips per se. They're just screwed in. Very simple. And now we're going to put back our heatsink on. Put our heatsink back on, I should say. And then we're going to take our time screwing it back on. This time clockwise. So just go a little bit here and then go crossways. A little bit there. You need to do a cross pattern. And then we're going to go this one here. What is that, about 3 turns? And then 3 turns here. And then got another 3 turns here. I mean, you can do as many turns as you feel comfortable with, just to make sure that you do it evenly. So that way you have even distribution of the force on top of the heatsink. And now I should be feeling that it's getting tighter, and sure is. Just take your time. There's no rush. With this huge upgrade that you're getting, it's going to be great. Cross pattern. So that one's already a little bit tight. This one. This one. This one. And see, this one's tight. This one's tight. This one's tight. And this one is tight. Now we're just going to connect my fan back in there. I could have done that earlier, but that's okay. No big deal here. So I'm just going to connect the cable in there. That's that. And then last thing left to do is put our cover back on. Actually, let's do this before I forget. Makes it a little bit easier. I'm going to put my power cable back on. I'm going to connect my P3 like so. I'm trying to get a good angle for you guys. I'm just going to push it in. Clips. I'm going to take this underneath, put it back on there, and then you just gently push it down here. There it is. And it's clipped. You just kind of make sure that these things are clipped in. And at this time I'm just going to, well, this can come down, doesn't matter. But I'm going to route my cable like so. There you have it, guys. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. So don't forget to ask me. I'll gladly help you with anything that you have, whether it's this or that. I have full video on how to do all of this. Whether you need to upgrade to a video card, more RAM, or anything like that. There will be links within this video, so check them out. And also for the proper CPU, there will be links in the description box. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
So let me ask you guys, what do you do when you have an extra hard drive? Well, what I do is put it inside of a desktop and see if I can infect it with a virus. But before I can do that, I have to make sure that I install a fresh operating system onto that hard drive that I put inside of it. And by using a simple USB stick, I can put a copy of Windows on it, power it on, and make it boot to the OS. So I know you might be wondering, why am I not pressing the correct boot selection button, which should be F9, and it is F9, and I'm over here pressing F8 or F9 because I totally forgot that here I'm supposed to be an IT professional. Anyways, the USB drive that we have there is the SanDisk, so I went ahead and selected that. We're going to boot it to the operating system installation, which I should have specified earlier, but for some reason I failed to do so. I apologize for that. But anyways, we're going to install the operating system on it, and we'll see how Windows actually handles this. Do you really need to buy or spend extra money on other antivirus software or not? Well, we shall see. We're going to give it a fighting chance, and I'm going to guide you through it, and we'll see what happens. It's definitely going to be an interesting thing. If you got a moment, please like and share this video. It really gives me extra power to do this and ability to remove extra viruses every time you click the like button. So think about that. Thank you so much. Alright, first thing first, I want to show you that indeed I installed fresh install of Windows operating system, we're going to do our diligence and make sure it's updated, and also that antivirus for the Windows is updated as well, to give it a fair chance and see exactly how Windows itself responds to intentionally getting infected by a virus. So for that, to make it fair, we want to make sure that all the updates come through, and we're going to check on that as well before we start infection. So here we go. I'm going to force it to update, and it's going to be let alone to update however long it takes to make it completely and fair towards Windows. As you know, Windows security should have all the required tools to remove any virus threats and any malware automatically. I'm not going to make any changes whatsoever from the original Windows install, and as you can see, we are indeed updating the malicious software removal tool, which is exactly what this Windows security thing is. So I'm going to let that finish, and I'm going to back to you, show you that it's fully updated. And while the updates are happening, I want to show you something real quick. What I want to do to keep it organized and, of course, sane and safe, I'm going to rename the C drive to just virus. So that way, whenever we attempt to remove it properly, we're going to know which is the virus infected drive, in case you have multiple drives on your computer that you slave it to in order to do it properly. Remember that little USB thumb drive that we put in to install Windows? Here it is. So we're just going to eject that and remove it. By the way, while we're waiting for this, one thing to mention is that you don't want regular people who are not familiar with computers be using administrator accounts, because that gives full permission to the viruses to install and make any changes to your computer or any software or any applications. So if somebody who is not used to computers or is not very knowledgeable, then you want to give them a standard type of account. So if you are logged in with an administrator account, you are opening yourself up to viruses. What you want to do is create a separate account for them that is just a standard account. I touched on this before on my other videos. So I'm going to create a local account. I'm going to name it just Bob or Nancy or whatever their name is, and give them a nice little password. I'm going to repeat it. And now, this is just a local account, as you can see. It's not an administrator account, and if a virus tries to install different type of things, it won't be able to do so. Of course, there's a difference between this and administrator, so you want to leave it at standard user for somebody who's using the computer. Hey, maybe even yourself, if you're not that 100% sure, or if you're going to the sketchy websites, which we will show you here in a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's updated completely, as you can see. Now we're going to use everything that's available to us from Microsoft. We're going to open up Edge, because this is what comes default. And let's see here. I just want to make sure here that Windows security is enabled. Here it is indeed. Virus and threat protection is enabled, as you can see. I'm going to do a quick zoom in here. So that is available right there on top. And we're going to go hunting for a website that's going to give us a virus. So, what's something typical that people usually do to get a virus?
A lot of times, the first thing that comes to mind is that people go searching for free software. You know, somebody who uses a PC is probably going to be looking for a free software, or possibly try to download free movies, music, and all of that stuff. Those are the most typical places where you will find viruses. So let's see how that looks like. Hopefully we don't find some stuff that is kind of like sensitive. You know what I mean, like those weird pop-ups. And if any of that is sketchy, where it's not appropriate for a younger audience, I will blur that out just to be safe. So let's see here. Back in the day, there was a website called Whereas, I think it's called like that, and it's one of the very first that I'm aware of pirating websites. So this is the first thing that I'm going to look for. Of course, needless to say, don't be stupid like me and do this. I am an IT professional, as you can see. And let's see what happens here. Just whereas.com. Let's see if we can find a virus here. Ah, here we go. There it is. It's exactly what I... This is an example of a fake one where it keeps popping up that you have a virus. I'm going to zoom in here. Perfect. And of course they want you to click on it. So of course we're going to click on it. Again, since I have... Oh, nice. Look at this. I love that. That's actually awesome. Guys, check this out. It actually went to McAfee website. I love that. They must have bought the right to that domain. That's actually cool. You see how it says McAfee up there? That's really cool. Ha! That's awesome. Love that. Love that. I did not expect that. Here I am trying to infect my computer on purpose. Love that. So it actually takes you to a legit website. And they sell you McAfee. Wait a minute. Is that even spelled correctly? Hold on. I gotta check this out. Maybe I'm the one who's being scammed here. You can see the pop-ups over there on the right. Maybe I'm the one being stupid here. Continue the payment. It's $45 for McAfee protection. Let's see, is McAfee really spelled like that? So, antivirus website. I'll do a quick Control-C and go to Google. Is McAfee spelled like that? Paste. Oh my god. Dude, I know I did it. McAfee. Copy. Alright, paste. Yeah. McAfee.com. Is it the same website? Yep. Looks like the same website. Okay, for a second I thought I was really being tricked. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? It's acting like, look, it won't even let me go back. So, antivirus website is acting kind of like, I mean, I know what they're doing. They're forcing you to go back, but it's kind of a shitty thing to do whenever you hit back button. And it forces you to go back to the home page. I don't like when the websites do that, but that's just a shitty strategy to do in order to keep people on your website. Although McAfee is a legit antivirus. I think there was some issue with the guy who started McAfee, the owner, or the guy who started it. I forget how you say it in English. Anyways, there were some legal issues with him, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong in comments below. Next thing that comes to mind is a key generator, and we're going to look for a specific key generator. What's some popular software that has keys? Let's try Adobe. Alright, we're going to do key generator for that. Key Ninja. Let's do this. This sounds legit. There we go. Adobe Pro. Download key generator. I have a good feeling about this. As in, I have a bad feeling about this one. Download. See, this is what they do on purpose. They purposely make these big download icons so you can click on random stuff. Here we go. It's downloading key generator on the bottom. I want to show you. See? Okay, so after doing some research, I found that this Skid Row is like a popular website game download thing. So I'm going to disable this thing. You see where it says here in Edge over there on the bottom? I'm going to actually disable that because I think Edge is actually doing its job in Windows. It says Windows Defender Smart Scan. I'm going to disable that. And I'm actually quite surprised that Edge is doing this well. I think it's blocking the clicks. So let's go back to here. Here we go. Microsoft Edge. You see that on the bottom? Block the pop-up. This is how you get a virus. It says blocked a pop-up. I'm going to always allow. And I'm going to go do this. Oh wow, look at that, look at that. Would you look at that? Look at all those, look at all those things. Look at that. Look how many tabs opened up. And it keeps going. That's insane. I mean, at this point, my computer is not infected. It's just that my browser is going crazy. And it's going to eventually crash my computer. Because it's gazillion pop-ups. Okay. So, because they try to get the little kids, fall for it. Yeah, it's an open up like a zillion tabs. Wow. All right. Come on, give me an actual virus. I don't know. Let's click on this. I'm going to click on random places to download from. Ah, yes. I have no idea what Yandex is. Isn't the Yandex a Russian search engine? What is this, ballet? Ooh, I saw something here. Aha. So it took us to a random website. Oh, my Flash player is out of date, guys. So I think we're going to have to update it. So let's update our Flash. Alright. We're going to run it. Alright, so we get a clear warning that, hey, are you sure you want to? But I told it, so it's not Windows' fault. I'm purposely doing this. Windows, as you can see, is doing a good job at protecting us from literally stupid proof. And here we get a pop-up. It says app data. This is where I try to store a temporary location of its setup file. Right there where it says app data local temp, and then the other folder, and it says setup exe. That's where I try to put it in there first before I try to install it. And yeah, operation did not complete successfully because the file contained a virus or potentially unwanted software. But I'm afraid it might be too late. I think it's going to keep doing it. You see? I haven't clicked anything. It keeps doing it. Watch. So at this point, it might be too late. See, the window keeps detecting it on the right there. On the bottom right there, you get those pop-ups. And it's just going to keep doing it. Now the computer is infected. You see? It's infected. Because I already gave it a permission. Now it's going to keep trying to do it over and over again. Even if I close this, watch. It's just going to keep doing it. You see? Look at that. Now it's popping up all these websites. I'm going to close this because I don't know what it is. It could be some potentially inappropriate stuff. I'm going to go to Task Manager. Look at this. This thing keeps running in the background. I'm going to exit it. Watch this, it's gonna come up again. It's gonna pop up, watch in Task Manager, watch on top. Huh, it actually didn't do it this time. Anti-malware is scanning. Maybe anti-malware actually caught it after I killed it. So sometimes you can get lucky if you just kill it in the Task Manager. By the way, that's like the first place you would look for if there are any issues. It looks like anti-malware is now able to make changes. I gotta give props to Windows, man. This is why I don't use anything else. I use one more antivirus aside from Windows, but I might just switch to using Windows Defender, and that's it. Wow. It really looks like it really stopped it. We're going to make sure by properly actually removing the virus like you're supposed to as an IT professional. So let's get to that. We're going to remove the hard drive. I'm going to give it a little light action so we can see. Of course, unplug it from power as usual, and if you're really pro whatchamacallit hardware guy, you'd use those, you know, anti-static wrist wrap things, whatever, grounding thing. But I've never had these issues with this. So here is the hard drive that we were playing around with. So I'm going to take it out and I'm going to connect it to, I'm going to slave it. I mean, you could take this to a computer that is safe, that has Windows updates and all of that stuff, and it's perfectly updated. And what we shown earlier was actually a perfectly good example why you would want to take it to a computer that's perfectly updated like that. You saw how it was really good at actually detecting and preventing the virus from actually running to begin with. So yeah, we're going to slave it to another computer that has a fresh copy of Windows, and we're going to scan it again, and with Windows built in, or with some other antivirus software. Alternatively, you can slave it by connecting it to the front USB, and I'll show you a tool that I'm using here. Okay, so what I use to slave a drive, it's the easiest thing to do, and as somebody, if you guys happen to be a hardware guys, it's best to just have one of these things laying around. It's just a USB connector. You connect it to the USB and you get this adapter that has different options. It gives you EIDE, and there's a SATA, different size of EIDE, and here's our SATA. And this one is, they make it just so simple, and you can just plug it in like this. It's really easy. You just align it and you just plug it in. And then of course power it up. You can see that there's I think it's a 5-volt adapter, and then you just plug it into a wall and it powers up, and in your computer it just shows up as a regular, as a regular drive. Alright guys, so with our drive attached, slaved, I remember what we named that the last time. We actually named that C drive as virus. So here it is. Now this this might be actually locked by default. So you may need a BitLocker key. In this case, this one is not have BitLocker enabled, but make sure you don't open it or anything like that. The first thing you want to do, as it's slaved to a computer that has all the updates, is right-click it and do a scan. So we're going to do a full scan. It's doing a quick scan, but we're going to actually do a full scan. So we're going to do a full scan to look for any viruses, and here we have to tell what do we want to scan. I guess we have to select that and tell, well, scan this drive that has potential virus in it. So if there are any viruses, they will definitely show up, and once they do, then you would remove it accordingly. And once you do, you will be able to go inside the drive and recover any data. That drive, however, just to be safe, this drive, I wouldn't necessarily want to reuse again with that operating system on there. I would re-image it to whatever it is, but after you recover all the data that needs to be recovered from like documents and such, then you should be able to get those documents just fine, because they're not viruses, they're just documents. So that should be perfectly safe and safe how to recover. But we'll see after we do a scan here. After this finishes, we'll see what the results are. Alright guys, so here we are. It finally finished. It took quite a while for me to actually scan this,
And, you know, it's a magnetic drive. It took about a half an hour, you know. And indeed, it found that same virus on that drive. Here it is. That Trojan spy thingy-lingy. All right. So we're going to remove it. We're not going to quarantine it. We're going to remove that bad boy virus. We're going to remove it, and once it's removed, we're going to go back into that drive. We're going to retrieve any documents the user wants, and it's going to be all good. We're going to say, here you go, sir or ma'am. Here are your documents. You have no longer a virus-infected computer. But again, you want to reinstall operating system onto that drive. You know? All right, here we go. It found 6 threats found, and it removed all of them. Let's see, protection history. So threat blocked, threat quarantined. Now we're done with that, and we're going to go inside of our virus folder, virus infected, what used to be virus infected drive. I'm going to go to users, and the name of the user that was using was called virus. And we're going to access that to recover data. So of course you'd go to documents, usually where somebody would have things on desktop or, you know, their favorites and whatnot. Aside from that, don't get anything else. Do not get anything that's in here, because here's our virus. Remember, here's that same virus, except it's compressed. So Windows can't tell that it's a virus because it's compressed. That's one downfall of, I suppose, majority of antivirus software, is that you can't tell that there is a virus inside of this compressed or / zipped folder. So you don't want to get anything that's in downloads. Nothing. And of course, be very careful. Just make sure you get documents that are like .doc or, you know, Excel documents or whatever. You know, just make sure they're just plain documents, not like executables. You know? All right, guys. I hope that's very useful. I hope it helps you, I don't know, pass A+, maybe, get a job if somebody asks you this during an interview. I don't know. Let me know if you like this type of video. I know part of the video actually sounded like ASMR. Is that what it's called? I was whispering. I was whispering because I had somebody else that was sleeping upstairs, and I was self-conscious about it, so I was whispering. But the microphone on my camera is actually very sensitive, so it picked up sound just fine. So maybe that sounded weird. I don't know. But anyways, I made this educational video. Hopefully you find it educational as well. I think it's educational. I don't know. All right, enough of beating around the bush. Anyways, make sure you get rid of this right away. Quick format it, just to be sure that nobody else has a chance to actually get this virus. This is very important because if you forget that you have a virus on it, let's say you just like, okay, I'm going to give you a different computer, and you forget that you had this in there, you want to, you know, format it as quickly as possible. Okay, bye-bye. Take care. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and all that stuff. Bye.
Okay, so for this fun project, we're going to need a few things. We're going to need a screwdriver, of course. We're going to need the solid-state drive, as you can see here, and a USB drive with Windows 10 on it, or whatever the installation you want for your operating system. And of course, we're going to need a magnifying glass for some magnifying glass action. Of course, lastly, we're going to need a piece of key lime pipe for some reason. So today I'm off from work, so I've decided to do something fun for a change. I don't usually do a hard drive replacements or anything hard drive related, but I decided to do this one for fun. This one, let's see here. This is my mommy's laptop. She's been complaining that it's really slow. So what we're going to do here is actually remove the, what is that? That's the battery. We got to make sure we remove the battery first. That's the legit way of going about this. Otherwise, you may, you know, fry things. But I have changed hard drives before without removing the battery, so it's up to you. In this case, when I'm using this screwdriver, it kind of looks like there's a booger on it. But I promise you it's not a booger, it's just some glue that I dipped this not this hard drive, but this screwdriver in as a means of getting to the glue. Yeah, it's not boogers. It's not booger. I promise you, it's not. It looks like it, but it's not. So I'm just gonna flick it away like that. So yeah, we got to take these screwdrivers off the back plate of my mom's laptop. That's where the good things are, like the hard drive, wireless adapter, and your memory action is in there too. And you know, different laptops are going to have different locations. This one happens to be gateway, and this one has a separate plate like this, and a lot of laptops do. But a lot of newer laptops, they just have like the whole thing that just slides off of the back of the thing, or at the bottom of the thing, I should say, you know. But you'll see why I've presented the whatchamacallit. Oh, that's right, the magnifying glass action, so you guys can see a little bit better what needs to go next. So since those back of the hard drive is actually being held by the same screws as the plate, we don't have to remove them again. But here's a close-up action of this. See how cool is that? Oh my god! So I'm so glad I have this magnifying glass action. Let me see. Am I going to do another one? I'm trying to remember here if I cut it into it. Anyways, you guys know what's going on here. Now, for the hard drive to be removed, you have to slide it back away. Now I'm going to point my finger in there. I mean, towards that way, just so you can. Yes, that way. There you go. There you go. And you kind of have to use both hands so you don't rip off that plastic part of it, but it should be strong enough. And it just kind of slides that way, and you know, just kind of unplugs. And you know what? I think I'm going to do a comparison here with the other solid state drive that I bought. By the way, it's a generic cheapo solid state drive. It's only 128 gigabytes. It's for my mom. She doesn't need anything more. She's not going to install games, do video editing, or anything like that. So she doesn't need a lot of space. I mean, she's just going to browse internet and use Skype or whatever, you know. These drives are like $50, $60, sometimes even cheaper. I don't know if you guys are interested, but I guess I'll just put a link to like Amazon down in the description. So if you want to click on that, go ahead and click on that if you want to get one of these, because they're so cheap and it's such a huge upgrade. Because you know, these solid state drives, man, they're so much faster than these shitty old, you know, hard drives that are just regular disk plates and whatnot. You know, the main reason for them being so slow is because they have plates in them. They have to spin up and you have to wait for them. And I believe this hard drive is like 54,000 RPMs, which, not 54,000, but 5,400 RPMs, which is really, really slow. Of course, they're going to put the cheapest ones in here. And I think this laptop is about 4 years old. Let's see. Do I remember the model? If I remember the model, I'll put it on the screen right up here so you guys can see while I'm unscrewing this. These screws that are holding the hard drive in there. And while I'm doing this, it kind of reminds me of what I did at my job. At some point, I'm trying to talk here properly. I apologize. See, I shouldn't say this is kind of annoying, isn't it? I apologize again. Oh my god, I said it again. I'm terrible. It's better to have silence than to say because they're annoying. Anyways, back to my story. At my work, one time I've received 30 of brand new laptops that came with these type of drives. Anyways, I guess my business division, if you will, without giving away too much stuff that's boring. Anyways, I had to replace all these hard drives with solid state drives. They were 500 gigabytes each, and then I did all this a lot. You know, it was different laptops, but I did a lot of this. So I figured, since I'm doing this for my mommy, you know, I might as well make a video of it. And I know a lot of people like to watch this type of stuff where you do things with your hands, and maybe you have some kind of a music in the background. Maybe I should do that. Oh man, it might be too late now. You know what? I'll just make some music in my mouth. Okay, that doesn't work out, but I don't know. This type of thing is suiting people like to watch this relaxing and satisfying stuff. You know, like people watching other people, I don't know, eat food. I'm guilty of that. I like to watch this too. But yeah, I'm just kind of showing here with the magnifying action that
you know, where the screws are, you know, some basic stuff that you guys can see that what I'm doing. You know what I mean? This is just for fun. I'm not gonna, you know, disrespect you guys by telling you, oh my God, these screws go here, this and that. This is obvious stuff, you know? So what else am I supposed to say about that aside that, you know, what you see is what you get? You know those things where people say those things. You know that saying then people say a picture is worth 1,000 words? Well, in this case, this video is essentially a whole lot of pictures, thousands of pictures, and they tell that many thousands of words. Okay, I butchered that. I feel like George Bush when he was trying to give a speech about, you know, you fooled me once, shame on you. You fooled me twice, and then he was like, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even remember what he said. But that's the moment I just had. So, you know, it's like, what do you do when it's like, when there's nothing to talk about? I mean, we're just watching me screw stuff in. You know, I mean, how exciting could that be? You know what I mean? So, but anyway, this is how you do it. And once I'm done with this here shortly, I'm going to shove it back in there, do some pushing action. And, you know, I guess I should say be careful with this because you don't want to, like, put too much force onto these screws because it's plastic. Now, not the screws, but the case for the hard drive itself is plastic. That being said, I've noticed how much lighter these solid-state drives are when it comes to just weight. And that's obviously because of, you know, it's plastic, you know. And then see how I'm you know, shoving my finger in there like that. This is what you want to do. I don't know, why didn't I push it back in? Oh, yeah, that's right. I want to do some more zoom in action because I'm really proud of this magnifying glass, guys. Oh my God, Mr. Carter. You guys ever watch John Travolta? Oh my God, Mr. Carter, we're going to use a magnifying glass here and we're going to, you know, look at this a little bit closer. So yeah, basically that's the serial connection. And the right, I guess next to it is the power connector. That's what that action is right there, you know. But like I said, you know, I know some stuff about hardware and this and that, you know, what most people do. But I'm mostly a software guy, type of guy, you know. But, you know, I figured do some fun. Oh yeah, that's a wireless adapter. So if your Wi-Fi goes out and you're having issues, you can pull that bad boy out and replace it with something else. See how I'm pushing that? Just be careful, and you just be careful when you do that, you know. I didn't want to make this video like commercialized. You know how those guys, oh my God, they you know, do these, you know, freaking hardware stuff, and then like the first thing that they say is, oh my God, go and buy this stuff. This is sponsored, this and that. No, I'm not going to do any of that crap. You know, the only thing I'm going to have is just a link to this stuff in the description box below, you know. So, you know, that's, you know, I mean, there's not a whole lot to it, right? I mean, you know, once you put that in, you just screw it back. You just, you know, screw the, you know, reverse. I'm not going to lie here. Actually, at some point, I actually cut it out of the video. That back plate is so hard to put back on, man, because it has these little hooks on each end, and I actually cut that out because I had to go back and redo it because it's embarrassing, guys. It's embarrassing. So of course I cut that out. You don't think everybody else does that? Of course they do, man. Come on now. So, but yeah, put your you know, not memory, but your freaking battery back in. And install your stuff. There you go. Have a good one. Bye-bye. So the difference is clear. If you want the best of the best, you're obviously going to know at this point which one to buy. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video, we're testing two Samsung M.2 NVMe drives, and specifically the first one is 970 EVO. So this is the original 970 EVO, and then recently they came out with 970 EVO Plus. I have both of those installed in my computer, which is i9 9900 system that can hold two M.2 drives at the same time. So they're both installed into the motherboard, and that there is literally no advantage of either one when it comes to the hardware that's being used to test
its performance. Now, you can see that I'm getting ready to do some things when it comes to testing. We're going to, of course, use the crystal disk, which is kind of a standard. We're going to see the read and write on both of those. But starting, we're going to do Windows test when it comes to read and write to see what kind of results we can get in that. And you notice probably here that I'm copying something over. What I'm going to do is also test the game load time. So we're going to compare those side to side. And one of the other things we're going to do is test the compression. What I'm going to do is test the compression of 2 of these videos and then see which one comes out ahead. So this is a pretty exciting video if you like this type of stuff. And moving on, I want to show you that I do have the most recent update or a driver for our NVMe Samsung drive that comes from Samsung it's themselves. And here is the recent update. I'm just going to run it to show you that it's going to tell me that the driver is already up to date and it's not going to let me update it any further. So I'm just going to move this out of the way. As you can see, I executed the install of the drive and there it is. And if I click, you can see here that it's already installed. So the only thing that it gives me is option to uninstall it, but I don't want to do that. All right, so let's have a look at our device manager. I wanted to show you what's inside of my computer. Keep in mind they're both installed on the same motherboard. My motherboard has 2 M.2 slot and they're both installed right next to each other pretty much. Here's the 970 EVO, which is the standard one, which is 250 gigabytes. And here's the one that I've just installed, which is NVMe Samsung SSD 970 Plus. But for some reason it shows up as a SCSI disk device. But again, as I've mentioned, I do have the most recent Samsung driver installed for both of these. And it's kind of bizarre that it shows up like so, but I digress. We're going to do some testing. We're going to see what's going on with the settings in here. Anyways, let's have a look at my computer. I just want to show you what it is. So my local C is 970 EVO standard, and here is 970 EVO Plus. Friends, I'm not going to play any ads at this point, so please take a second to click the like button. I really appreciate it. This way I don't have to bother you with ads. Thank you so much. Okay, now the first thing we're going to do is use Windows itself to do some testing, and we're going to do a side-by-side. What we're going to do is going to have a couple of labels here created for our testings. We're going to have standard on the left side, and then we're going to have Evo Plus on the right side. We're going to do side-by-side testing with Windows beginning, and then we're going to go through the other ones. Okay, and these are the commands we're going to run. I'm going to open up CMD. I'm going to open up CMD. I'm going to run it as administrator. I'm going to have 2 of them open. We're going to have them side-by-side action. All right, so here we are. Here's our setup for Windows testing. We're going to test the read speed first, and for that the command is as so. We're going to run it, and we're running a 970 EVO standard on the left side. And now we're going to test the same thing on the other one. I'm just going to switch it over to E, which is 970 EVO Plus. So here are results. The read speed for this one here, for the 970 EVO standard, is basically 2 gigabytes per second, which is 2006 megabytes per second to be precise, and it finished in 1.78 seconds, so under 2 seconds when it comes to that. And on the right hand side we have Evo Plus that runs at 3081 megabytes per second, so it's almost 3 gigabytes per second, and it finished at 1.7 seconds. So it kind of finished pretty close to the same speed, but when it comes to the speed, eventually the Evo Plus should be faster. So in the long run, if it was a longer test, it would definitely be way ahead of standard Evo. So let's go ahead and test the write speed, and we're going to use a similar command. So for that, I'm just going to change the read to write. I'm going to hit enter. We're going to do the same thing on the other side, and I'm going to type in write. So here we are. Standard Evo 1766 megabytes per second, finished in second and a half, 1.47 seconds. And the Evo Plus is writing at 3154 megabytes per second, and it finished in less than a second, 0.95 seconds. All right, those are cool results. Let's move on to some other synthetic benchmark, and that would be the Crystal Disk. So the difference is clear. If you want the best of the best, you're obviously going to know at this point which one to buy. So the testing I've done was off camera, so to speak. I made sure I turned off the recording software and any other background software running to make sure that the testing is as accurate as possible. On the left hand side, you can see results of 970 Evo standard, and you can see that it does have impressive read and write speeds. However, if you look on the right hand side here for 9 Evo Plus, the difference is quite massive, especially notable in the write speed. The write speed is more than 3 times faster compared to standard. So yes, you definitely, if you want the best one, you definitely want the 970 Evo Plus. Considering that it's only $20 to $30 more, I mean, it's going to vary from country to country. Yes, definitely go for the 970 Evo Plus in this synthetic benchmark. So this is a synthetic benchmark. We're going to do some video game load times right now to see which one is faster, and then followed, we're going to do a compression test and see which one is faster. All right, guys, let's get to it. And for this, we're going to use... let's see here. I have it here ready. We're going to use Borderlands 3 load time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to let it get to the menu itself, because you know that when you launch a game, it takes a while because they want to show you the splash screens and this that. What I'm going to do is actually do the load times in whenever I click continue. So it's going to toss me into the world. It's going to load at that point, not loading off like I opened up the application, because that's going to be the same no matter what. Well, there you have it, guys. That's the speed comparison when it comes to loading. As you can tell, I'm actually recording this outside of the PC to make sure there's nothing else running in the background that would basically influence the load times. So everything is recorded outside of the computer so you can see the actual real loading time without any recording software running or anything else. And as a final test, we're going to test the compression, how fast you can compress 2 files. And it's very simple. It's going to be 2 large video files, and I'm going to compress them, and I'm going to compress them using WinRAR software. I'm going to execute it just like so, and now we're going to see side by side which one is faster. And I'm going to execute them separately. I will show them side by side so you guys can see which one actually finishes fast, but I won't be able to know this as I am talking because I have to wait for the first one to finish before I can execute the second one. But what you're looking at is actually side by side. So whichever finishes first, whichever window disappears first, that's going to be the winner. So once it finishes, I will put, a little label on here that says which one is the winner. So far, looks like the Evo Standard is doing pretty well. I won't know how well the Evo Plus is doing. I wonder how close it is. I actually don't know. It's kind of interesting because I really don't know. But I do see that Evo Standard still has around 2 minutes left to finish. But it's going to be very interesting nonetheless. And I'm going to be interested to see the results. And I know you guys can see it right now, and I can't. It's kind of weird. It's kind of, would you consider that meta? I'm really kind of curious about that. Because you're the ones who can actually see this, but I, as I am talking right now, I can't actually see the one on the right. You guys are the only ones who can see the one on the right. As far as I know, it might be even done by now. I wouldn't know. but it's going to be very interesting. So far, I mean, this one is doing okay. I mean, I can't tell whether it's fast or not, comparatively speaking. You know what I mean? Because I don't usually do video or a compression of files into a WinRAR format at all. I usually, if I do get something, it's already compressed, so I would do uncompressing. But I am curious to see how well did Evil Plus finish already? I wonder. I don't know. This one is almost done. It's got 45 seconds left. I guess about 40 seconds at this point. Compression ratio 98%. And by the way, these are default settings. So, all right, we'll see how well this one does. 30 seconds left. And, you know, I am curious. Technically, the other one should be done by now. Long done. I might be wrong. Feel free to leave a comment and make fun of me on this because I have no idea. I really don't. All right, this one is done. Just about done. 3 seconds. So this one is done almost at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. All right, whatever the results are, I'll put it on the screen right now. All right, so looks like the Evo Plus finished at 2 minutes and 26 seconds from what I've seen. That's quite impressive. It's quite a bit faster than the original 970 Evo. Wow, that's pretty amazing. On some other tests that I've done actually without using recording software, because that takes up some of the processing power, I've actually seen it as fast as 1 minute and 36 seconds for the same files that I've tested individually without the recording software. So the speeds are incredibly impressive for the 970 Evo Plus. It's a huge upgrade for only about $30 to $40, I suppose, more when it comes to buying this type of performance for the money. You just can't beat it. Huge upgrade. I'm surprised it's not called something else and not just 970 Evo Plus, because this drive seems to be a whole lot different and when it comes to speed compared to the original 970 Evo. Guys, if you're interested in buying one of these, there's a link in the description box below. Also, there will be a link in the first comment that you see below the video. Thank you so much for watching. Please take a moment to share this video with your friends, see what they think, and if you have any questions, please let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching again, and you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. This is an exciting video for me because I'm building a brand new computer for video editing and gaming. Some of the requirements that I have are i9 with lots of RAM and good GPU. For this, we're using a Gigabyte motherboard, which is Z390 Aorus Pro socket 1151, which will go really well with our i9 9900K CPU. For RAM, we're using Ripjaw DDR4, 16 gigabytes in total. For storage, we're using solid state 500 gigabyte by Samsung and 9700 Evo for the operating system, which is M.2 type. Of course, we can add more storage later. For cooling, I've decided to go with Corsair H60 water cooling. And for graphics card, we're using MSI GeForce RTX 2060. And to power everything is EVGA 500 watt power supply. Links to all parts in the description box below. First thing we're going to do here is remove the plastic cover that covers our CPU socket. Afterwards, we're going to use our zero force insertion lever to remove the actual plate that pushes down onto the CPU. Then we're going to open our CPU carefully, make sure we don't touch any contacts below the CPU and also any contacts that are in the socket itself, because we don't want to bend any of those pins. One way to make sure that we insert the CPU properly is to align the notches that are there, as you can see. Then we're going to lower it either carefully and going to use our zero force insertion lever to close it back up. So just take your time with this. Very important because this is very expensive. That CPU at this time I'm recording this was $530 plus tax. So we want to be careful about that. Then we're going to install our VNAND SSD M.2 solid state drive. This motherboard comes with two options to install this. The first one is too long, the second one is just the right length, so we're going to use it in that one. Of course, you can use it in the other one as well. What you see on top, the black part, is actually a heatsink, which I was very surprised to find in this motherboard. Once we remove the heatsink, we're going to insert our M.2 solid state drive on an angle like that first, and then we're going to lower it down carefully, making sure that all the contacts are present. Then we're going to use our heatsink. We're going to remove the little sticky part that covers it. It's going to stick on there. We're going to then use the screw that came with the motherboard to reattach the M.2 solid state drive, which is crazy fast, by the way. This is the back of it. This motherboard comes with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, also optical out for audio, which is really cool. And then you have standard connectors for audio. We got network, we got USB 3.0, USB Type-C for fast charging, and USB 3.1. Now we're going to install our RAM. And just take your time with anything you do every time you build a computer like so. Kind of push it down evenly on both sides, and that should do it for that. For this, we're using a really cool case, which is NZXT H500i, and it comes with all kinds of cool stuff. The standoffs for the motherboard were already inside the case, so I didn't have to actually install those. Now it's time just to put the motherboard inside and then use the screws that came with the case to attach it. Pro tip, push on the motherboard a little bit so you can align the holes properly for the first couple of screws. And then afterwards, we're just going to reattach or attach all the screws that are provided to us. And then don't go too crazy with anything that you do. Just kind of make sure it's tight enough, because it's not going to go anywhere with so many screws. Next, we're going to use install our adapter plate on the back of the motherboard for our water cooling block, which has a self-adhesive sticky, which is really cool, makes it a lot easier. Then we're going to use our spacers for the water block that we're going to attach. There are 4 of them. You can do this by hand. You don't need to use any tools, which is really cool. So we're going to attach that, and then afterwards we're going to mount our radiator as part of the water cooling. In my case, this case allowed me to remove the plate that holds the water cooler or any other fans that you want to attach. So that's really cool. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to attach the radiator, as you can see there, and I'm going to bring it back and show you how that looks like here in a second, and that's how it is. Then I'm going to reattach it, and I'm going to run the cables to the back or the other side of the motherboard, because that's where the cables are being routed after I attach this. Now we can get to the point where we attach our block. It has a plastic cover. It has thermal paste attached already on there, or applied, so we don't have to worry about that. We're going to use the nuts that came with it, and then we're going to attach our water block, and which we will use a cross pattern screw on for these screws, or I should say nuts. So make sure you take your time. Don't tighten too much. Just go by hand and go cross sections so it's evenly distributed when it comes to thermal paste and everything else. Once you do that, you should be good to go. Now we're going to install our graphics card. For that, I'm removing the back plates that are there. We're going to use our PCI Express that's closer to the CPU. We're just going to make sure it's unlocked by pressing that little notch there. Once we align the GPU, it's just a matter of aligning the slot, which you really can't make a mistake on because there's only one way to do this. Once we align it properly, we're just going to push down on the GPU and make sure it sits down firmly and is secured. Once we do that, we're going to attach the screws that are provided as well with the case. There are 2 screws in total. I'm just going to show one. Looks like it there. Sorry about that. Anyways, that's the power connector for the water cooling, which we will attach. Afterwards, we can see where the cables are routed. And to attach the solid state, you have 2 parts of it. There's this little kind of adapter that's there. It's very cool to use. You just kind of press on it and it detaches. Then we're going to attach our solid state drive onto it with screws that came with that as well. Then I'm just going to clip it back on, and then afterwards I'm just going to connect all the cables, which I didn't want to put on the video because it's self-explanatory. You just plug it in It's very simple. From here, I decided while I was here to attach the power supply unit, and for this is just 4 screws. And you can see how all the cables on the left hand side would be connected on the back of the case itself, which makes it very clean install afterwards. Unfortunately, I don't have a modular power supply here, but that's okay. So after we're done, we're going to routed the cables through the back side to the front, from the back side to the front, and attach them accordingly. Make sure you attach all your SATA connectors as well. Of course, the front panel, audio, and any fans that you have as well are connected. This is the finished product. Let's see if it turns on. Yay, it works. Awesome. And of course, it comes with this motherboard has a full RGB that can be changed. These colors can be changed. And it looks like Corsair lights up as well, the water cooling part of it. And when it comes to this build, it was pretty straightforward. The case made it a lot easier. And you get some hawk action for the LED for the motherboard itself. Again, you can change these colors anything you want. It's really cool if you're into that type of stuff. And that kind of finishes up our build for the i9 i9 desktop that I need for video editing mainly, to be honest. And you know, all the parts were very easy to install. You just kind of have to follow instructions and take your time. So I encourage anybody to do it. There's a link to all of these parts in the description box below. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I will go ahead and do actually some more benchmarking of this, and if you need those benchmarks, please let me know and I'll post it on my other channel if you're into gaming or stuff like that that's related to the computers. Alright guys, I hope you like this video. Please share it with friends or family, and the last thing to do here is actually remove the little sticky vinyl protective thing off the glass panel or the glass door that's on this computer. There it is. All right. Thanks again, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
So what we have here is a really cool keyboard by Logitech, and it's called G213 Prodigy RGB keyboard. It has 16.8 million color options that you can change on your keyboard lights. So this is really cool. I've never actually owned any of these before, so this is my first time actually owning one and unpacking one. This used to be $69.99. Now it's on sale for $50. It's an unbelievable deal for this type of keyboard. There's a link in the description if you're interested. And since this is a special occasion for me, I decided to make a video about it, of unpacking and testing. We're going to see the colors in action, guys. So stick around for that. I'm going to unpack this so you guys can see what to expect when it comes to this type of keyboard. So let's go ahead and start opening it up. Looks like it's opened from this side. There's we got a little tape action here. So I'm going to cut that open so we can get to it. Then we're going to open this bad boy up. Guys, I'm super excited about this because I've never had a light up keyboard before. Just to show you real quick what it says on the back of this box. It says it's 2 millisecond response time, which is tuned for ultra quick responsive feedback with every keystroke. It's 4 times faster than standard keyboard and has anti-ghosting gaming matrix, is to keep you in control when you press multiple gaming keys simultaneously. So there's virtually no lag when it comes to the input of this keyboard. Again, we have 16.8 million RGB lighting color options that you can choose from, and it's spill proof.
We also have onboard play and pause type of media controls. All right, let's open it up. I'm gonna slide this open like so. I'm gonna flip it back over so you guys can see. Here's the magic moment. All right, it's actually pointing this way, so I'm gonna flip it around. So far it looks all right. I ripped this by myself accidentally, so that's no big deal. Now let's pop this open. Looks like the USB cable is here, and looks like it has some kind of protection on it, which is actually really cool, wrapping around it that makes it extra durable so you don't actually tug on it or pull it or rip it. So that's really cool. I do like this so far. It's packed in this what looks like I thought it was anti-static, but it's not. It's just a regular bag. We do have some basic instructions that we're going to look at here in a moment, but let's have a look at the keyboard itself first. I'm going to unpack it. Looks like you just pull on these self-adhesive package in the back. And as I am pulling that out, you can see there are standoffs. I'm just going to put this box aside since we don't need it anymore. So it looks like on the back we have some standoffs. So I'm going to pop them like that because I do like to use them. It does have rubber here for anti-slippage here, and this whole thing is rubber as well. So I do like that. One thing I hate is when I try to move my keyboard and it moves. We don't want that. This is why we have all this extra rubber to keep us steady, guys. All right. So once we flip it over, we can see that it has these keys. You can hear the keys. I'm going to shut up for a second. It does have this palm rest or wrist rest, if you will, for the wrist rest action. We have a standard layout when it comes to keyboard. They do feel pretty good. They feel kind of like textual, or what was the word for it that I'm looking for? Tactile. It almost feels tactile. It's sort of like a rubber coating on it. Looks like this will light up. This looks like an LED that will light up. We'll certainly look at that. And here we have some LEDs as well. I'm assuming this is just for regular number lock, scroll lock, and caps lock, and probably something else we will check out in a moment. This looks like a joystick button. We'll see what that does. I'm assuming maybe for some kind of macros that you can set up. Here's a light button that I guess changes the darkness or maybe even the color of these. We'll check that out as well. We got fast forward, backwards, stop and play and pause buttons. We got mute button here, and we got the volume button here as well. This simple instruction, all it says is just to plug it into the USB port, and that's all there is to it. So here's the keyboard connect. You can see right off the bat that it's changing color on its own, just cycling through the colors, which I may actually leave like that. So I'm hoping there is some customization that I'm going to try to see inside the computer once I download some drivers. But you can see it's cycling. The LED is coming on really nicely. All of these are light up quite nicely. You can also see that this last notification is for the game mode. So if I press the game mode, it will cycle it on. Let me see if this turns off the colors on and off. So if you want it turned off, you can certainly do that. So that's pretty cool. This is self-explanatory. This is just volume up and down, and mute button. Doesn't change color or anything like that. At least not for now. I'm going to check to see if there's any setting within the drivers that I can download. I'm going to go to their website and see what is there available. Right now we have number lock turned on, caps lock, scroll lock. The feel of the buttons feels really good. I've never had a keyboard like this, so this is really exciting for me. I really feel like it's light, but at the same time, I feel that there is something there that I can really feel when it comes to the tactile feel of it. I really like that. So this is what it looks like with lights off. Looks like it's pretty bright. You can see, hopefully the camera picks it up really well. All right, let's have a look at the drivers, see what we can change, see if there's any customization available for it.
So according to their website, for G213, we need to download specific hardware for it. And here's a little bit about it. It says it's gaming grade performance, light sync RGB, spill resistant and durable, integrated palm rest and adjustable feet, which is pretty cool, dedicated media control, buttons customized with Logitech gaming software. So I need to download this G-Hub in order to control the lights on it. I'm going to go ahead and just simply click download. We're going to see what happens and how easy it is to install this. I have downloaded it already and I'm going to just execute to install it. So once you install the software and drivers, you can see that a couple of different things come up. The keyboard itself and also my camera that is also Logitech, so that's pretty cool. Looks like you control some aspects when it comes to LED matching and syncing. This could also be done with other Logitech hardware like speakers. So if you buy speakers, you can also sync them with your keyboard, camera, and everything else that you have. There are some lighting effects that you can see here. If you click on the left hand high, so let me show you here. So if you go and click on see the newest lighting effects, you can download some of the profiles that were created for specific games, this and that. However, the main thing I've noticed that you can do right away with this keyboard is if you click on the keyboard itself, you can see that there are some presets. You can see you can change it to fixed color, cycle, color wave, breathing, screen sampler, and you can do also audio visualizer. So this one actually pretty cool. Screen sampler is basically, it appeared to be using your Windows settings to change the color options, which I kind of like. So I'm going to leave it at that for a second. Next thing you can click on is freestyle, which allows you to change the color of different zones. And in total, there are 5 zones that you can change. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll show you what happens when you customize those. So if you go here and select, for example, I don't know, let's change it to some kind of red color here. This is sort of like burgundy as far as I can tell with my eyes. And then I'm just going to click in the zone here, zone 1. You see how it changed right here? Zone 2 and then zone 3. It changed it to that, and it's actually changing that on my keyboard live as we are speaking as well. And then let's say we want these keys to be a little bit different. You know, you can select just some of these presets, or you can, you know, go over here and change it to whatever you want. So let's use some kind of a, let's do some kind of a hardcore contrast and go with this royal blue of sort. And we're going to select that to be that. And we can change these orange ones to something else. So for that, let's just go and let's do some crazy like this lime green like. And this is exactly what happens when you do that. This is changing real time on your keyboard. So that's pretty cool if you want to customize that. Unfortunately, with this keyboard, it appears to be entry level RGB keyboard for, you know, because it's only $50 at this time. It's on sale. You can't, I didn't find an option to change keys individually, which is kind of unfortunate, but this is what you get for a $50 keyboard. And I'm okay with that, you know. So I think I'm just going to select the preset of screen sampler for now because I'm kind of old school like that. And this way it just kind of takes on the color of my Windows settings, and that I'm okay with that for now. Later on I might change it to something else, and you can do so as well. If you select the game mode here, you can disable certain keys on the keyboard, for example Windows key, which allows you to basically block them. So let's say you're doing some hardcore gaming or whatnot, and you don't want to accidentally hit the Windows key, because that brings the Windows option, that brings this up. This is what happens. And that kind of takes away from the game itself, and now you're no longer controlling the game, you control Windows. So if you want to disable that, you can certainly do so. So that's pretty cool. Assignments. Okay, here we go. Here's already assignments. If you click the plus button here, you can see that there are different commands, shortcuts that it tells you. These are, by the way, for example, you know, left Windows key plus M minimizes all windows. This is something that's already within the Windows themselves. They just kind of tell you what these shortcuts are that you may not be aware of. So if you want to be more proficient using Windows, you can certainly look at all of these, and that's pretty useful. You know, basic stuff like, for example, Control-C copy, Control-A select all. So that's pretty cool, and you can change those to something else if you really wanted to. So it does give you these customization options that are there. You can change the keys themselves as well, and there are some options if you want to do that, so that's going to be up to you. You can change it to do some certain actions. So if you, for example, set the keys to do, I don't know, F2, F1, or what, F3 or F4, you can change them to launch, some of the applications that you want to set up there. So you can launch application with the shortcuts instead of you having to go through the menus. Next thing we have is macros. So you can create a macro. If we select create a new macro, we're just gonna call it new test. You know, you can call it whatever you want. And here you can set up different macros. So basically what happens is key combinations that you'll want to execute, you know, in a sequence or toggle, repeat while holding, or no repeat. So this is something that is really cool if you want to use it in games or anything else, or some kind of work that you do and you just want to hit the macro and it's just going to execute all the sequences. So it's sort of like programming at kind of a lower level, you know what I mean? Not actually using a programming software, but using the key commands on your keyboard that will execute that. So let's say you're playing a game and you want to do something real quick and you just hit a button, you know, or just hold the button and it repeats doing that. All that stuff, you guys know what I'm talking about. So next thing we have is a system. Here you can also launch application using system as well, and you can certainly customize all of this as well. Drag a system control onto a target to assign to this volume. So you can see there are some actions that you can assign target to. So for example, you want to volume up, stop, you know, anything that you want to do, you can create here and assign it to all of these keys. You know, kind of same as when we looked at the keys up here. You can certainly do the same thing when it comes to system here. So it's kind of more of the same thing, but it gives you more customization. All right, guys, if you like this video, please let me know. And let me know if you have any questions. I'll gladly answer them for you. If you like this keyboard, there is a link in the description box as well. If you do purchase it through that link, it does support me directly. So I appreciate you and thank you very much. All right, guys, share this video with your buddies. Leave a like. And I'll see you next time. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Testing the single file performance of the M.2. Copy, paste. And here we go. Oh my God, that is so fast. I didn't even catch how, was it like 2 seconds or something? That was so fast. All right. Hopefully the other ones do just as well. We'll see though. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video we are doing a real-world speed comparison between M.2 solid-state drive versus SATA SSD versus hard drive magnetic. So let me just show you. Here is the CPU Z of my system. I have Intel Core i9-9900K. Here's the RAM. I have DDR4 that is set to 3200 megahertz speed. Samsung SSD 840 EVO. This is an old one. I'm not using that one right now for comparison because it's just old and it's not a fair comparison. And the regular solid state drive that I'm using here is 860 EVO by Samsung, which is 500 gigabytes. And then we have Samsung SSD 970 EVO 250 gigabytes, which is the M.2 NVMe drive. And then we got Western Digital, which is just a standard hard drive with 7200 RPM speed. This one is also 500 gigabytes. So let me show you what I'm doing here. On the right-hand side, I have Task Manager that is monitoring the performance, the CPU usage. And the reason for the CPU high usage CPUs right now is because I'm recording the video as well. But I will also monitor how much RAM we're using and how much actual read and write speeds we have here as we are recording the video and as we are benchmarking everything. So here's my setup. I have a copy of Steam folder in each one of these drives. You can tell that this is my operating system as well, which is M.2. So there's a bit of a handicap there, just a little bit, because I'm using it as the operating system. The system itself is using it to process different services that are running in the background at the same time. But it's a copy of a Steam folder, which you can see is 19.5 gigabytes in size. And the reason this, I think, is a fair comparison is because it's a combination of small files and large files, which should prove as a real-world comparison. So here's the thing. If you just copy a large file, for example, a video, really large video, chances are that solid state, the M.2, will have a huge advantage of that because the maximum speed that it can reach comparison to regular ones. And the same thing for the 860 EVO, which is a typical solid state drive you would do, and you can see it's 19.5. And then we also have the same thing
On the magnetic drive, it's not showing the full size. Okay, here we go. I'll show you the full size. And it's 19.5 here as well. And just to prove to you that this is a magnetic one, it says that it's D. If I go to properties of it, it's 465 gigabytes, which is the magnetic one. And here is the 500 gigabyte solid state one. And this one is just a folder on the desktop, which is, again, the operating system. All right, so let's make a copy to itself, which will test the read and write speed of each drive. Starting first, and I will have a timer here to show up, and I'll try to time it. They might be off by a second, but I'm going to execute a timer as well. Here we go. I'm going to make a copy. I'm going to paste it in there. There you go. I'm going to start my timer here so you can roughly see. Timer is off probably by half a second. And I'm going to click on the C drive, which is what I'm using right now, to record this. You can see the read and write speeds below. And you can see it goes up quite high because it is M.2. And we'll see the time-wise. We have roughly 30 seconds that went by to record this. It says estimated remaining time is 45 seconds. Well, now it says 60 seconds. But we will see. This fluctuates because it slows down when it comes to smaller files, actually, because it doesn't get a chance to ramp up in speed, although it is a solid-state drive. It's funny how this actually remains the same, but it's just the way the computers are designed. But when you think about, regular drives, by the way, 1 minute went by, it makes sense for it to have to wait to ramp up and seek because it's spinning. It's a magnetic and it has disks, and you have to wait for it to ramp up. But it kind of persisted, obviously, through the system itself. We can see that we're using only 34 or roughly, well, it fluctuates, but we're good on CPU power. We've got plenty of that. RAM remains a little bit higher than what we started with, which is normal. This is just cache stuff in the background. You can see that the disk itself is using, most of the time is using 100% of its capacity, but it does have to spend time to seek and kind of look up those files at the same time. So we're almost at 2-minute mark here for the M.2 solid-state drive. Again, keep in mind there are background processes also at the same time being used at the same time. So 2 minutes so far. So that would be 124 seconds. 126 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Stop. And I was late there about 2 seconds. So 2 minutes and let's say 8 seconds. Okay, let's make a note of that. M.2, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Okie dokie. I'm going to reset that. And now I'm going to go for the standard solid state, which is the 860 EVO by Samsung. Copy pasta. Boom. All right, here we go. So solid state drive 860 EVO is also a really good drive. It is using SATA, which is limited to 600 megabytes per second. I'm sorry, maximum speed for SATA 3.0, and which I believe this computer uses. So far, it's doing really well. It might be pretty close to the M.2. Keep in mind again, M.2 is being used by the operating system as well. So we know that this is H. Let's go ahead and click on H. So far, 40 seconds. This is the real time of read and write. It has a really good speeds here. So if you just want to get regular solid state to improve your speed, this is a really good opportunity too. And the 860 EVO is also a good choice when it comes to this. you can see that the maximum speeds are not reaching as fast as the M.2 when it comes to high peaks. So this might be actually a pretty close fight here. It does help it that there are a lot of small files that it actually has to seek first. So there are no really large files to deal with, which M.2 would just destroy it in. So far, a minute and a half, minute, and we've got, it's doing really, really good. I'm really happy with the speed of this 860 Evo. And so far, so good. Minute, wow, it actually might beat the M.2. I'm going to get ready here to stop it. All right, here we go. Almost. 2 minutes went by. There it is. 2 minutes. And wow, it's actually pretty close. Remember, I was 2 seconds late on the other one. SATA. Let's just do this. SATA SSD. 2 minutes. And 3 seconds. It beat the M.2 when it comes to this type of performance. All right, let's check out the magnetic storage. I'm going to reset this. Copy. Paste. There we go. That's the magnetic drive, and this is not even going to be close. We know that the magnetic storage here is D, and you can see it's using 100% of its power for the most part, but it does fluctuate. Again, this is just the way the drives are. And the time of completion is going to be a lot longer. So in that case, I will actually speed past that so you guys can see the final result. In comparison, I will get a large file just so you guys can see the difference. As you can see, guys, this has taken a while, so I'm just going to kind of end this when it comes to the Western Digital part of it. When it comes to magnetic performance, you can see that it doesn't even stand a chance to anything like this. It's been, let's see, 3 minutes, over 3 minutes here, and it's not even halfway down, so we know it's not going to compare at all. What I'm going to do next is take a really large file that's just a single large file and see how well it performs in comparison to the two solid-state drives to see if it's worth it or not. Here's the test of one single large file, which is just the video, which is about 2.5 gigabytes in size. I'm going to do copy pasta. This is the M.2. Just a sec. This is the M.2. Okay, that was really fast, but you saw that the speeds just spiked like really high because it could reach that maximum speed with single file. I didn't even catch how fast that was. I think it was like 2 seconds. Here's the standard SSD. Copy pasta. Okay, it's still really fast, but about half the speed. And you can see that it's noticeable there. So that's one large file. And then again, lastly, we have magnetic, copy pasta. Which is not horrible, but you can see that it's slowing down quite a bit and the speeds are nowhere near to the solid-state drive action. So there you have it, guys. If you like to copy things that are large single files and you want them copied fast, then M.2 is for you. If you are doing video editing, then M.2 NVMe solid-state drives are for you. If you're just a regular person that needs to, upgrade from magnetic drive, then just a regular
860 EVO or similar is for you, especially when it comes to copying folders that are large in size. And I'm not exactly sure how much of an effect it has on the M.2 being as the operating system and doing this type of performance test. I am just kind of, putting this together just to kind of compare as it is, but I'm not sure, to be honest. So when it comes to it, interestingly enough, in this comparison speed, the regular solid state beat it by a few seconds when it comes to copying just a large folder. When it comes to loading times, it depends. If, for example, and I get this a lot, people ask me mostly about video games. Is it going to load my video game faster? Well, it depends. Does your video game have a lot of large files that it needs to load at once? Then yes, then M.2 might be faster. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty close when it comes to just the regular 860 EVO solid state drive. So there you have it. This is a real world speed comparison between all three types of drives. If you like this video, please share it with friends. Let me know what you think. And there are links in the description for each one of these drives. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I wanted to talk about computer hardware that you will find in a business environment. Most of the time it will be small form factors when it comes to desktops, and for the laptops we have some particular brands that are very popular. We have HPs, we have Lenovo's, and we have Dell's. From what I've seen in my personal experience, HP is the most prevalent when it comes to laptops and also desktops. But I do see a lot of Dell's and Lenovo desktops as well, kind of mixed in, and this is just from personal experience. Generally speaking, when it comes to the desktops themselves, they are small form factors because they're about this size, and in comparison to a full ATX desktop, which is about this big. So of course it's easier to handle smaller ones like this. And just real quick, if you can take 1 second to like the video, I really appreciate it. Every time you guys do that, it's just amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Starting from the older ones, for example, in HP, you'll see 8,000 or maybe even 6,000 series computers, smaller form factors, and then you start to move up into the range of 800 G1s, G2s, G3s, and then you have G4s, which are the most recent ones. But most of the time you will see what you're looking at right now. They're really easy to work on. You just pop them open and you can see different types of things that you can easily replace. They're very intuitive, if you will, to work on. And then you have some Lenovo's, which are these M91s, P I think this one is. And then you can see how it's kind of similar to that. They're always compact in size, and then you have an ability to change things in and out really easily. And for the desktop, when it comes to Dell's, it's kind of the same thing, but what I'm thinking right now is the 9020s, or those really small ones. The Dell ones were actually a lot smaller. I don't know if I can find the image of that, but if I do, I'll show you. But it's kind of the same deal. You have a tiny desktop that you can work on. And over time, I actually bought these online because you can find these refurbished pretty cheap nowadays. And I bought them over time to make videos about them for this type of purpose, and also to show people how they can upgrade them, because they're a really good deal, especially when they're refurbished. You get them like a really good computer for like a couple $100, and then you add a couple things in it and make it a lot faster. When it comes to laptops, you have, I didn't see many Dells, but there were Dells. Honestly, from the one I've seen, they were not that good of a quality. I'm not sure about the newer stuff. The computer or the company I work for, they switched over to a newer, to mostly using HPs for that. But for HPs, I have actually videos on this too. Again, I bought these on my own just so I can show them.
They are, for example, 8460p. Those are like the older ones, 8470p. And then later on you have 840 G1s, G2s, and G3s, depending on what kind of package you want. G3 being like the i7 with touchscreen and all that type of stuff. So why am I telling you about this? Well, just in case you start doing help desk or desktop support, you might want to know some of this stuff, just to kind of have a basic understanding of what to expect in there. Yes, all computers will have same type of troubleshooting steps, but in general, if you happen to be replacing parts, let's say you become a tech support at like on site for some kind of company, you'll have an idea on how to do these things, whether it's from changing to adding more RAM, changing CPU, heatsink, or power supply unit. You have all of those. I have all of those things available on my channel if you want to check out my hardware playlist. Yeah, again, there you go. This is what you will expect in a business type of environment. And the main thing to keep in mind here is that when they're newer, there will be warranty on them, so that way you can just get a replacement part. It depends on what the situation you're working at. Sometimes you have to call the support and the vendor support, if you will, and then they will come and replace the part. But a lot of times they will send you the part if you say that you are that technician guy there, on site typically, and then you would just replace it yourself. They would send you the part and you send them the old one back, and it's really interesting actually if you were into hardware type of stuff. Well, there you have it, guys. I just want to make a quick video about this because it's important to educate yourself as much as possible before you apply for these type of jobs. Alright, thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you next time, and take care. Bye-bye.
So a couple of main things that people usually go for when it comes to replacing or upgrading on their computer is the hard drive. So we have easy access to the hard drive, and it's really simple to replace. Here's our CD-ROM, and it's actually slightly different than replacing these. Let me show you how this mechanism works. So in order to remove this drive, as you can see, there are little tabs that are holding the hard drive in place, and I'll show you exactly how that looks like once I remove it. It's very simple. Here is actually a lever. So you have to pull on it, as you can see here, and I'll show you a better angle. If this is not in the proper position you like, you can actually lift on this, like so. Once you lift this, you can actually have good access to what you see. So if you push on this, you see how it's actually releasing the hard drive there. That way you can properly slide it out. So let me push this back here a little bit so you guys can see, right? So once I'm pulling on this, and if I just slide forward, right? Now I can slide forward. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to. You see that? So now I can just slide forward towards myself and then a lift up, right? I can release this because it's no longer holding it. And if I lift up, and always be careful whenever you remove anything, whether it's a hard drive or just any type of PC component. So you lift it up like so, and then here it's self-explanatory. You just unplug these and you replace your hard drive, and then you're done with that. And then it's in just reverse order. Always take your time. Make sure that your cables are not rubbing against anything before you place it back in. Okay. And then slide it back that way, right? And now you're done with hard drive. So whether you want to put a solid state in there or just add an extra one, we can also do that here. So let's say you want to keep this. Here's space for our solid state drive. We can put another solid state drive in here, and you have extra connector here. And in order to connect, so this is our power, we're just going to need this extra serial connector, which actually connects there. So with your new hard drive, you'll probably get one of these cables. You just plug it in here, and then once you put your solid state drive in there, you can simply connect it like that, pull everything back down. Additionally, let me just move this cable out of the way. Okay. Additionally, if you want to install a third hard drive, you can certainly do so here, right? Here's another space for regular 3.5 inch drive like this one here, or you can even attach solid state if you really wanted to, right? You just have to get creative, but either way, you do have extra power connector, and then of course you can put a solid state drive. The one thing to keep in mind is that you do only have 3 SATA connectors, so it can be up to 3 drives. But that means if you want 3 hard drives, right? If you want 3 hard drives, you're going to have to disconnect our CD-ROM. So a lot of people don't need to use the CD-ROM, so you can disconnect it and just use that. Use that connector instead of
instead of the CD-ROM. So if you want to remove the CD-ROM, you actually press down on this green tab and it actually lets it loose. And I don't want to press it now because it's going to fall through and it's not going to fall where I wanted. You're actually supposed to have this all the way down, because once we press this, the green button here, it slides out that way. So if I press it, the drive comes out like so, right? It's very self-explanatory. Then you push it back, make sure it clips back in, right? Okay, now we're done with that. So now we know how to upgrade our solid state drive. Now, again, a lot of times people don't even know that you can actually do this, because it's actually pretty tough in there, but there's no button or anything. But obviously you can remove this like so. So now let's have a look at our memory. Here you can actually install up to, I believe, 64-bit, because this CPU is i5 6500, and that's new architecture. I believe it sports up to 64 gigabytes. Anyways, these are the memory slots that you can use. You simply put them in like so, right? You have plenty of space. It's dual channel, what it appears to be as well. And since I'm playing around with this cable here, this is our power supply cable. So let's have a look how to replace the power supply in case it goes out, or something like that. So you have actually 3 cables that come from the power supply unit. Actually, I should say 3 bundles, right? But it's 3 plugs, one here, one there, and one here. So you would basically unplug those first. Let me see if you get a good angle of this. Here, this is what I'll do here, right quick. All right, give you a little bit another angle there. There's our other connector. And if you want the easier access to that, you can simply remove this air guide. Once you remove the wire from this part here, right? And that just clips here, really easy, simple to remove. That way you get a little bit more extra room to work on this, right? And in order to do this, you just press on the little tab here. You see how it actually squeezes in right there. You just squeeze it like so, right? So we got one cable disconnected. Here's our second one for the power supply. So we got P1, P2, and P3, right? This is P1, P2, and P3. Same thing. You really can't mess these up, right? So now that you're done, you just have to release this part that's holding these cables. Okay, we're almost done here. And then in order to actually remove the power supply, there are a few screws back here. And let me show you. There are 4 screws, or 3, I'm sorry, 3 screws there. Once you do that, you just press this button here, right here, and then you can just take out the power supply. After that, it's very self-explanatory. Okay? So if for some reason you need to replace the heatsink, or you want to replace your CPU, you just need a flathead screwdriver like this. I hope it focuses in for you guys. And then you simply use this, and then you unscrew it counterclockwise. And this will pop out. This will pop out, and then you can remove the heatsink. I'm not going to do it here because I don't want to have to replace the thermal paste that's underneath, but it's very simple. You just do that, and you unplug your fan, which is right there, and then you just pull this hole out, and that's how that works. And if you're interested in this specific PC, there will be a link in the description box below as well. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you like this video. Share with friends. Leave a like, leave a comment. I'll be glad to help you with any questions that you may have. So do not hesitate to ask me anything. I will certainly help you out. Alright guys, have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, I wanted to talk about save files to delete in order to make space on your hard drive. So I actually got this question from one of my viewers, and this is what he said. He said, hey man, I got a question. Can I delete app data, Apple Compute, Mobile Sync backup folder? There are 2 folders. Can I delete what's inside of them because they are 24 gigabytes plus?
So he was asking this, or he or she was asking this because, they wanted to make space on their hard drive. So for example, let's say you have a hard drive like this one here, and it's only 120 gigabytes, and you only have 37 gigabytes free, and now you want to install a new program or a video game or something, and you can't because there is not enough space. So now you're looking for ways to make space on your hard drive so that way you can install that program or a video game. Or maybe you just, wanted to make free space. So I wanted to really talk about this from a tech support point of view, meaning that you got to be very careful on the things that you delete, and you got to use a lot of common sense. But yes, you can delete some things from app data folder, which I will show you where it's at, because a lot of times it can take up a certain amount of space. For example, in this case, this person wanted to free up 24 gigabytes of space, which is quite a lot, as you may imagine. So be very careful if you're going to do this, and I will explain to you in why it's important to not just kind of rush into things and delete everything that you see, especially in app data folder. Alright guys, if you don't mind, take a second here to click the like button. I really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the comments. The reason I'm asking this because I'm not going to play an ad here like some people might. So if you're going to spend 1 second to click that like button, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get back into it, and let's go ahead and look at app data folder. So what is this person talking about? There is an app data folder that's located in your local profile. So if you open up your hard drive and it's in the root of C, so if you're literally just opened it up, this is called root of C for people that are not familiar with computers. And inside of it, there is a folder called users. If you select that and you open it up, you will see that there are a bunch of different names, and you will probably see something that is very familiar to you. What you're looking at here are basically local profiles that you use and anybody else that uses this computer. So if you have your own login, chances are you're going to see your own local profile inside of this computer. So let's go ahead and look at this one here that is called BUCO. So we can right away see that this folder here is taking up 43 gigabytes in space. So there's definitely space we can free up in there in case you want to. Again, you got to be careful. So if we go inside of this, here's that app data folder that we were talking about earlier. The app data folder holds data that is literally for apps. So pretty much anything from configuration to files being stored. See, in this case, he was talking about a folder called backup, and inside of that backup, there were two other folders that had 24 gigabytes. So that means that in this case, Apple uses that location in app data to create those two storage points, and most likely were just some kind of backups for that software. So what I told him is that, hey, if you're not using that program anymore, you can go ahead and delete it. So let's look at an example of that. And I don't have Apple installed in here, but we can look at other things that we may want to delete. Generally speaking, if you no longer want to use any of the programs, or you have removed the program and you see a name of it in here, you can literally just go in and delete them. Anything that you see here, as long as you already know that you are not going to use it or you have it uninstalled it, you can remove any remnants of it. So here I can see there is an ATI folder. I don't need that. If you see Blizzard folder, I don't need that. Blizzard Entertainment folder, I don't need that. So I'll go ahead and select those, and I'm going to hit delete. Of course, if you have ATI folder in there and you have an AMD video card or a graphics card, do not delete that folder, because you may be deleting some configuration files and any files that may be required to simply run properly. So, and there is some other things we can look at in here. So let's go down. What is this? CEF. I have no clue what this is, to be honest. So by default, if you have no idea what it is, leave it alone. There's one here that's called comms. I have no idea what that is, so I'm going to leave it alone. And there's another one here that's Connect Devices Platform. I have no idea what that is, so I'm going to leave it alone. You get the idea here. You don't want to start deleting things that you're not familiar with. However, if you know for sure that something is no longer on your computer, no longer needed, then you can certainly delete it. So here's an example of something that kind of looks like we could delete, and it says downloaded installation. So what could this be? The only thing I can think of here is that this might be something that is downloaded simply on your computer, as it says, and it just created a temporary location for it. And sure enough, this is a TP-Link PLC utility, and I no longer need that. So I'm going to delete that, but I'm not going to delete the entire folder. I'm just going to delete what's inside of it. So in case the system is using this folder, which I kind of doubt Microsoft wouldn't do this. So in that case, I'm going to delete that as well. So here's a Google folder, and we can see that it's taking up 561 megabytes of data. We don't want to delete that if you have Google Chrome installed on your computer. Because see, here's what happens. If you go inside of it, and then you go to Chrome folder, and then you can see user data, we don't want to delete user data. Do you want to delete all of your cached files, all of your cached passwords, your, for example, your, bookmarks? See, there's a bookmark file right here. If you delete that, then you're going to lose your bookmark. Here's a cookies file. If you delete that, you're going to lose all your cookies. We don't want to delete that unless you're doing some kind of troubleshooting with Google Chrome. But in this case, we're only talking about making space on your computer. So this is, as you've noticed, this is totally different from basic stuff that you could normally do when it comes to freeing up space. Yes, you can do other stuff like, so you can look at the, if you look at the recycle bin here, you can go inside and delete everything that's in there. For example, just empty it, this and that, and it's going to make more space. And that's not what I'm talking about here. This video is specifically making more space in some other ways that are not typically available by default through Windows operating system. So going down the line, there's a Microsoft. We don't necessarily want to go and delete in here, but let's have a look what's inside of Microsoft folder. We can see that all of these things are part of Microsoft. So yeah, I'm not going to delete any of this stuff because it may break my Windows operating system. There's Microsoft Edge. You probably don't want to delete that either. Here's the NVIDIA one, and since I don't have NVIDIA installed on my computer, I'm going to delete that. Here's another one. It's called The Witcher 2, and it's an empty folder. It does have a temp folder inside of it as well, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that as well. So the point of this video is, yes, you can go inside of app data and look for things that you don't use that may be taking up a lot of space, and then you can delete them. Just make sure that you are no longer going to use those programs that they may require those app data files. And that's part in local, but you can also go into roaming and see if there's anything inside of that to delete. And then here it is. I'm just going to go ahead and delete the one that was called ATI. I'm going to delete, let's see, NVIDIA one like we did, and so on and so forth. Just be very careful. Here's a good example of this, because it may hold configuration data like this VLC folder. And I know I'm using VLC still. Let's see, where is my VLC? Here's my VLC media player. So I know my VLC is going to use this configuration data, and you can see that it's literally called configuration settings. So yeah, you don't want to delete this because you still need to use your VLC. So be very, very careful, guys. But yes, you can make space on your computer to delete more things. Of course, aside from app data, you can go to desktop, and you can see the desktop has 3.83 gigabytes of storage. You can go to your documents, and there'll be more stuff. You can go to your downloads, and wow, downloads has a lot. What is this? Oh, this is when I was downloading this. They had basically educational version of Windows Server 2016. Oh yeah, I want to delete that. Those are huge files. That's a lot of space saved right there. Of course, I want to empty my recycle bin, so that way it actually does empty all that space. All right, so that's just one thing you can do when it comes to local user profile. There are other folders you can look into, but I just wanted to give you an idea of things that you may be able to download, that you may be able to delete without getting in trouble or breaking your computer. Here's another one. It's called Windows Old, and I can delete that. That happened. Oh, it's no longer. Okay, well, whatever. So, yeah, there you have it, guys. If you like this video, please leave a like. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Don't forget to subscribe. And let's see how much space did I save real quick before I take off. All right, that's not bad. I think we started off with 37 gigabytes, and now we have 50 gigabytes of free data. Again, please be careful when you do this stuff. If you have any questions, ask me, and I'll be glad to help you. All right, guys, have a good day, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. This computer is $1,000. This computer is $200. They both have i5s, they both have 16 gigabytes of RAM, and they both have solid-state drives. So what's the difference here? Obviously the looks, right? This is a gaming one, and this is a computer that's found in a business type of environment. They're usually refurbished, but they are much, much cheaper, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. However, they are missing one crucial thing that this $1,000 one has, and that is a GPU. But you can't install any type of GPU in it. It has to be a specific type of small form factor, low profile GPU. Let's have a look how to do that. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In this video I will show you how to upgrade a video card on HP G1 or G2 desktop small form factor PC. Once I show you how to upgrade this video card, this will be a huge upgrade for our gaming, especially considering the fact that this computer has an i5-6500 CPU, which is amazing. This way, in order to remove the lid, you just pull on the lever, lift it up, put it aside. Okay, so in order to install a video card, we just kind of have to move this part over here. And don't be afraid to actually pull on. This is actually by design. So if it's a little bit tough at first, just kind of force it through like this. You're not going to break anything. There's no button to press, but you just need a little bit more room to work with. Here's our 16 times PCI Express slot. This is what we need. This is a 4 times. If you have to install it in this, it would be okay. You would lose a little bit of performance, but still not too bad, right? But this is the one we want, the black one, which is 16 times PCI Express. Now we have this power cable, cable from the power supply we just need to remove. If you just want to slide these off a little bit, you don't actually have to disconnect it, but you can release it like this so you have more room to work with. Next thing we have to make sure is that we get the proper size. You need a low profile video card for this because it's a small form factor computer, so we want this one here. This one is too big, this one is just the right size, right? You see the difference? This will not fit because if you put it like down like this, there's no way, there's about an inch or so difference, there's no way this will fit in here, right? So we just have to make sure we get the proper low profile card, something like this, right? So the next thing we need to do is actually pop this spacer or separator here, and then we're going to pull one of these, preferably this last one here, depending on the shape of your card, but it will be most likely this here part of it, right? So this is just kind of a back plate, and then we're just going to put our video card in here like so. Now let me, I actually for this one, because my video card has actually a little extra here, I'm going to have to unplug my front USB panel connector. So these are basically the front USB connectors, right? So I'm just going to remove this for now, and we can replace this back later. All right, just going to remove this now. Also make sure your video card does not require an extra power connector. This one has a 6-pin power connector, so your video card, you know, just make sure it's not like one of these that have. But if you do, it's not a problem. You can still use it. You just have to make sure you have an adapter that goes with it. The ones that I will recommend in the description box below will not require this, so you don't have to worry about this at all, right? We just have to make sure that it fits properly, right? Now that we know, we just have to make sure that we align this with our PCI Express slot, which is like that there. So now we got to make sure that our connector here aligns properly with our PCI Express slot. You can see there's a little notch right there, just like there, right? So we just have to make sure that's aligned. Lastly, real quick, a lot of times there's a little notch in there here that basically helps to keep this that allows this slot to the back plate to connect underneath here. So make sure you don't force that, otherwise you may be damaging your motherboard. So just be careful if don't force anything, right? So just don't force anything, right? There's the little tab right there, and here's the little notch that we have to make sure we don't that we have to make sure our back plate is inserted in there. So don't force anything if you're struggling a little bit by inserting your video card in there. All right. And if you want to unplug this cable, you can certainly do so. So you just make sure I just like to go underneath it because it saves a little bit of time. And then make sure you align it properly to this here. All right, just take your time. Whatever you do, take your time. Don't ever get frustrated whenever dealing with computer components. Make sure it's aligned over the PCI connector right there, right? So make sure we're aligning our notches. And again, take your time. Make sure don't force nothing. Just make sure it's aligned. So once you know that everything's aligned properly, right? Then you can safely push it down, like so, right? Now our video card is seated in properly and it's locked in by this little tab here. And now that video card is seated in there, all you gotta do is put this flap back on, like so. Now it's fully secured, you're done with this part. And then lastly, don't forget to plug in your front USB panel connector, which is right underneath here. Lastly, a type of video card I actually suggest for this type of computer will be in the description box below as well, which I recommend is NVIDIA GTX. There you have it, guys. If you'd like to see more of this video, or specifically for this computer on how to install everything else, there will be a link in the description box below. Also, there will be thumbnail links at the end of this very video. Thank you so much for watching. Share, like with friends, this and that, and I'll see you next time. I wish you best of luck, my friends. Bye-bye.
So yes, both of these computers may have similar specs. However, without a GPU, this $200 one won't be even close to as good as this $1,000. But we can change that by quite a bit. We can add a GPU that's going to make it so that we can use it for gaming, 3D editing, or anything else that we want to have fun with to make it a complete budget computer. And there you have it. With this massive upgrade, now you can play video games, do your video editing, your 3D design, or whatever it is that you like to do for a fraction of the cost. Alright guys, I hope you like it. Please take a moment to like this video. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have you ever had cramps in your arm and you just kind of wanted to do something about it? For me specifically, I get a bit of cramp and kind of a dull pain around this area of my arm. And this is basically due to overuse of your wrist, if you use computers a lot, and your mouse. I also get pain all the way down to here. Usually when I do a quick massage, it will get rid of this pain, but it would still kind of feel dull in there. So as an option to remedy this, I went ahead and looked at vertical mice and decided to specifically get this one just out of, I suppose, randomness. This is a wired ergonomic vertical mouse by Shark with 2 Ks for some reason. However, I kind of held back on this review for about a year because I really wanted to test out if it actually works. And now that I know that it has helped me quite a bit reduce the tension in my wrist, I've decided to actually recommend this product because it has helped me a lot, and I've noticed improvements, I'd say about 2 weeks. However, there are certain things about this type of mouse that you have to consider in order to understand on how to use it properly. So before I get to the mouse itself, I just kind of wanted to show you this box and also show you that it comes with a little manual here. I'll go ahead and just dump it out. I have my mouse on the side here just to kind of get ready for our overview, but I really wanted to show you what's inside the box first. And besides the mouse, it's just this manual. I'm going to put this box here aside. It just gives you some simple instructions, mostly just to kind of thank you for purchasing it, but when it comes down to it, it just tells you what's inside and where to plug it in. And we all know that most wired mice come with a USB connection. But I will get to the design of it shortly. This one has adjustable DPI from 1000 to 1600. It's compatible with all versions of Windows, Mac, OS, and Linux. Its dimensions are 4 inches by 3 inches by 5 inches. Okay, that is that. I'm just going to put this up here. And so I went ahead and unplugged it from my computer, kind of wrapped the cord around so it's not in the way. But I wanted to show you some of the features. As you can see, the design of it is quite different from a standard mouse. The way you would use it is by placing your palm like this and then moving it as so. But let me show you. This one comes with a few different buttons. The top button here is for DPI adjustments. You click it and it changes the DPI. We have a couple of more buttons here on the left hand side. This is front and backwards. This is the bottom of it. You can see that it's been used for about a year. from the dust that it collected. Again, it's not something I would recommend without actually doing an extensive review on it. So let me flip it over. These are your standard left click, right click, and a scroll button that has actually a really good feel, and has slightly metallic, I suppose, finish, side finish. However, this top here is rubber, and it feels really good. It's very easy to move. And just kind of turn it backwards. We have the logo for this company called Shark. And of course, I'll place a link to this brand that you can buy or purchase from Amazon if you'd like. However, they do have a bunch of different other brands that you can try and look very similar to this. So I'd imagine any type of vertical mouse, if you're interested, would function more or less the same. So the way it works, instead of having your palm like this, actually just a sec, let me bring another regular mouse to compare. I'm just going to reach over here to my left. So here's an example. This is actually a smaller wireless version. By the way, they do have wireless versions of these type of mice as well. This is a regular shape mouse. So the thing is, when you try to put your hand over it like this, you actually have to twist your wrist this way, which is actually a bit unnatural. This here, this position feels more natural. This is why this type of mouse has been designed, in order to alleviate stress from to that. This feels more natural. However, there is a problem with that you can get used to over time, which is what happened to me. Although using this vertical mouse alleviated this type of twist pressure, which helped me a lot. When you hold this mouse, you can hold it like this and palm the entire thing like this, and that'll work. However, you still have to move your entire arm. So if you do decide to get one of these mice, what I suggest and what I've been doing, just kind of out of habit, instead of going all the way down like this, I would basically just kind of move like this to give it a little bit of a space gap right here. Let's say about an inch. The point of that is so that way, instead of having to move entire arm, I can just move my fingers. See, if I go like this, I have no choice but to move my entire arm. But if I go like this, give it a little bit of space, I can move it just with my fingers, which I found to be more useful. When it comes to playing video games with this type of mouse, I thought it would be super awkward, and it can be in the beginning, because the problem is with vertical movement like this. You're kind of limited to the vertical movement because of the design of it. Horizontal is fine, it's just like a regular mouse, but vertical can be an issue, hence me suggesting to leave a little bit of a gap here, so that way you can go like this, which will alleviate some of the vertical movement issues. Because these mice are designed for ergonomics, not necessarily for gaming, but I do play games with it, and I found it to be acceptable. Here, let me demonstrate again. I'm going to bring standard type of mouse. See, with the vertical here, normal mouse, you have a little bit more vertical movement just the way it's designed. And even if you, this is a smaller mouse, so if you have a larger mouse, chances are your entire hand will be covering it. And it's still, if you palm it like this, you can see how that kind of, it's tiring for your arm. But if you do it like that, you leave a little bit of space, it actually helps with that quite a bit. So this is why I recommend this mouse, because it has alleviated my pain right here. It wasn't a brutal pain or anything, it was more of a dull-ish pain that I had to massage out, to alleviate the tension. So if you're interested in this type of mouse, I'll go ahead and point it to you again in the description box, so if you're interested, have a look. They're not that expensive. I believe this one was around $15. So I'll point you to this brand and a couple of other ones, so you can make your decision. But all in all, this is the type of design in mind where it kind of relieves the twist of your wrist. That sort of right. Alright, thank you for watching. Have a nice day.
So last night, while playing some video games, my computer decided to shut itself off. It turned itself off and turned itself back on immediately. However, afterwards there was a burning smell, right? The cause of that is faulty power supply. In this case, the power supply actually is still working, but we know that for sure something has gone wrong with the power supply because of the burning smell, and of course the computer shut itself off. So I kind of took it off, disconnected everything, and now I'm getting ready to actually do some investigation. I'm going to take this power supply out, and I'm going to have a look inside to see if we can actually find the root cause of it. I expect a capacitor blown out, and of course we can't just keep using this computer because of the issues that may happen with a faulty power supply. Computer, yes, does work, and that everything appears to be okay. However, with a bad power supply, meaning if it has a blown capacitor or whatnot, we may be getting wrong voltage, wattage on any of these other components, which can cause issues in the long run. After I take this power supply out, I will open this up as well and see if we can find that blown capacitor within it. Or, it may not be a capacitor, but eventually I will be replacing this power supply with a name brand. This one is actually a cheap power supply. It's rated at 650 watts. We should have been more than capable of handling this type of system. And I will list the specs for this computer right now. So right now what I'm going to do is just disconnect some of these basic components. All I did for now is just disconnect the hard drive and the fans that are kind of routed in the back here because it was a bit easier to film. So those are the only things that I've already disconnected, so just a hard drive and a couple of fans. Right now I'm just going to disconnect my video card here, and I have, as I specified earlier, I have R9 390 ATI video card, or AMD I should say, and the video card is now disconnected. Now I'm just going to take the motherboard out, and of course if you're doing this, make sure you don't have any static built up in you, and make sure you kind of discharge any electricity that you may have there. And from here on, it's just fairly straightforward. So now I have all of the voltage or power supply components disconnected. Now I'm just going to turn it around and
unscrew this faulty power supply, then we're gonna have a look what's inside. And here's our power supply. We're going to have a look inside and see what's going on. It's a really cheap, it's called solid gear. It was only 30 bucks, but it's supposed to be 650 watts. I kind of doubt that, but I kind of took a chance on it. Next one is going to be a name brand. Okay, now let's have a look inside. We have 1, 2, 3 screws, looks like it. And these 4 should only be holding the fan, but I'm going to try these 3 first. 1, 2, 3. And then see if we can get that out. See if we can get open. Sometimes these are pretty much meant not to be messed with, not to be repaired or whatever. Since this was only $30 when I bought it, I actually found a receipt. I bought it in March of 2016. So for a cheap supply, power supply, it lasted kind of okay. Yeah, this screwdriver is not the best, but it's happening. So I wasn't like terribly mad that it went bad. When I use one of those online calculators for the power supply rating, it said that my computer really needed only about 500 watts. This is 650, and it went bad. It went bad. So that goes to show, if you buy something cheap, it will serve just as well. You can't really expect it. I mean, I'm sure there have been cases of, oh man, I'm really trying to put some muscle into this one. I'm sure there have been cases of name brand $100 or so power supplies going bad as well, but they do come with warranty, and this one maybe it did at some point, but it's been over years, so I kind of doubt that there's any warranty right now. Okay, so looks like this is going to move, but I may have to actually bend it a little bit in order for actually to open all the way. Let me see. You see how it's actually kind of stuck right there, so, but I'm gonna bend it just a little bit. I don't want it to go too crazy on it. Well, looks like it will go this way, so that's good. Alright, let's see if we can find that blown stinky capacitor or whatever it is that went bad. I just gotta be careful here not to get shocked. Well, here it is actually. This big one. This big one actually here, you see how it leaked a little bit here. So visually I can't really find a blown capacitor per se. The only thing that kind of looks like it might be it. I mean, usually they just bulge out, but this thing has a little thing there, so maybe that kind of looked like it leaked out right there. But to be honest, I'm not 100% sure because I'm not a electrical engineer or anything like that. However, we can test the voltage each one of these cables and then see how it goes from there. See if we can find one that's not given proper voltage. Either way, this thing is going to get replaced. For this test, we're going to use a multimeter. We're going to set it to DC 20 Our 24-pin motherboard connector we're going to test last. First we're going to test just these regular 12-volt connectors. As you can see, I have a little jumped my pins here, and now the power supply is turned on. As you can see, it's spinning over there. And now we're going to get to testing our connectors. Now, needless to say, every time you deal with electricity, it can be dangerous. So if you decide to do this, you're doing this at your own risk, and basically, I'm not responsible if you kill yourself or hurt yourself. So here's how this works, right? The red one is supposed to be 5 volts. The yellow is supposed to be okay. So the red one should be 5 volts, and the yellow one should be 12. So let's see what happens here. We're going to connect the red, and we're going to collect the ground, and it says 5 volts, so that's good to go. Now let's go to yellow here, go to 5 volts, I should say ground, and that one reads 12 volts, so we're good there. Moving on, this one is part of it, so I don't have to test that. Okay, here's the same type of deal here. We have a yellow and black, so this should be 12 volts. We'll just go for these two here, this black one and this yellow one. Okay, so that one gives us 12.4. We're good on that one. Let's move on. All right. So here we go again. Red and black should give us 5. And as you can see, this is 5. We're good there. And again, yellow. I don't do this often, guys, so it's like a little bit awkward. It's like almost trying to learn with chopsticks. We got 12 volts here, so we're good to go there. And here's our serial connector type of thing. We're going to do this one from this away. Let's just do this. Just need one ground here. And we're going to poke at this one. Poke at this one. So it's a 12 volts for the yellow. And let's try the red. And we got 5 for the red. So we're okay there. Here's another one. Gonna do it the same way. Let's shove the ground in here. So we got the black one there. Let's try the yellow. 12 volts. We're good. And we got 5 here. We're good there. Okay. And the last one is this 8-pin motherboard one. And the same type of deal. This one should be just flat out 12. So I'm just going to pick any of them. And there you go. This one says 12 as well. So that appears to be okay. Let me try these other ones. Other pins. 12. Since this one goes to the motherboard, I'm going to test all of them. 12. And 12. Okay. Of course, this is testing while it's not under load. So the number readings might be slightly different when it's under load. So, but we're going to move on to this one here now. Okay, so for this big 24-pin one, the main difference is that these orange ones are supposed to be 3.3 volts. The red one, just like on the other parts, is 5, and the yellow one is 12, while the purple one here is supposed to be 5 as well, just like the red one. So that's the main difference we have to look at. And lastly, white is supposed to be -5. So let's get to it. I'm going to try these orange ones first. I'm just going to pick a random ground here. I'm going to stab it here. And then just go from there. Okay. There we go. 3.4 on that. So it's a little bit higher than what it's supposed to be. 3.4 on that. These are the orange ones, keep in mind. And here's this brown one. That one is not supposed to be anything, I guess. Brown. On my chart, brown is not even listed. So I'm not even sure what that one's supposed to be. Maybe some kind of signal wire. Here's red. 5 volts. Here's this. That's just another ground. Here's another red, which is supposed to be 5 volts. And here's this purple one. It's supposed to be 5 volts. That one is actually a little bit stronger than what it's supposed to be. It's 5.17. So I don't know what the tolerances are on these. Maybe that's okay, maybe not. But either way, I know this power supply is bad because of, you know, when it crashed the computer, there was an awful smell. Anyways, let's try our yellows here. It's supposed to be 12. That's pretty normal. Another 12 here, another yellow. And here's orange over here, 3.45. So I'm not sure what these tolerances pose. These are actually a little bit higher again. So let's flip it over, I guess. And mostly we have on this other side our reds, some reds and blue. Blue is supposed to be negative 12. Let's try that one. I'm going to ground it again. Try not to touch this signal wire, this jump thing that I made here. I'm pretty sure the voltage is pretty low, but I don't want to risk it. So let's try our blue, which is the second one here. And it's actually low. It's 11.35. So that's not good. Again, I don't know what the tolerances are supposed to be, but to me 11.35 is not even close to 12. You can't round it up. You can't, you know. So, see, 11.35. So that could be one indicator of a bad power supply. Again, I'm not an electrical engineer. I just know some very basic stuff, and it's very fun to do. Let's try our white here. White is right next to this one. It's supposed to be a bit awkward here. And this white one is not giving us anything. Well, actually the white one is underneath. Underneath, that's just an empty one. Here we go. White one is actually giving us 5, which is not good. The white is supposed to be negative 5 volts. Now let me flip these around. Okay, bear with me here. I'm really, because as a kid I got shocked many times. So I'm kind of like trying not to. Okay, come on. Don't be a wuss, right? Alright. Yep, so it's giving us positive. No, wait, it's actually negative. So it was negative. Let me see here. So we're good there. Maybe I actually missed that negative part of it. Let me go back. Yeah. No, it was showing positive 5 before, so maybe that's okay. But it's just odd that that specific wire likes to switch the voltage. Okay, well, we did some testing, guys, and I'm going to be replacing this anyway. So, but as you saw in some of these, there were some fluctuations in in some of these connectors, especially the yellow one, I believe, and the orange one was kind of off as well, so that's not good. And this is testing while it's not under load, so this is one way to test your power supply. You know, this is actually a very fun thing to do. It's not something you have to do, but it's certainly fun, and you can know for sure whether your power supply is bad or not. But either way, if you suspect your power supply is bad, you should replace it regardless, because you don't want your other components in your computer to break simply because you did not get adequate voltage or even wattage to your components of the computer. You know what I mean? So as you saw in this case, it's not actually up to spec as far as I'm concerned, and I already know it's something went bad with it. So okay guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you find this video educational. I found it educational because I was learning some stuff as well. So there is that. Thank you so much guys. Consider subscribing. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Hello friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. This is Top 5 PC Upgrades. This video is made with help of my community. Thank you guys so much for voting on this. Alright, let's get into it. Number 1 is a solid state upgrade. Solid state upgrade is a huge upgrade for any computer that has a magnetic style of hard drive. So for those who are not familiar, even if you have a recent computer, chances are you may have a magnetic type of storage, which means that this type of hard drive is mechanical. What's inside are disks that spin, which allows it to read or write data on your computer. But since it's mechanical, it can be slow. This is why upgrading to a solid state drive can make a huge difference when it comes to loading, not just loading to your operating system, but loading any applications that you're using on your computer, whether it's, for example, for video editing, for gaming, or what have you. Also, chances are that copying and moving data from on your computer is going to be a lot faster with solid state upgrade. Another great example of this is that when you are getting Windows updates, sometimes it can take hours to update your computer. You guys probably seen this and probably at some point stared at a blue screen of your computer where it says Windows is updating. Then it has to restart, and then again, once it restarts, you're looking at Windows is updating. Well, guess what? With a solid state drive, instead of waiting for hours, you can do this within minutes. A huge upgrade, not to mention if you upgrade to even a better solid state drive, which is M.2 NVMe. I have a hugely popular video on that if you want to check it out as well. All right, let's move on. At number 2, we have a CPU upgrade. CPU upgrade can be a massive upgrade for all kinds of computers. One example is a laptop. A laptop may have 2 cores, which is actually fairly typical nowadays, even for brand new computers. They would have 2 physical cores and 2 virtual processing threads, which is also known as hyperthreading with Intels. So the reason laptops, for example, have only 2 cores a lot of times is because of the power and battery consumption. On desktops, typically nowadays, you can have 2 cores, but it's pretty rare nowadays. But most of the time, you would have 4 at minimum, which is still a lot better than 2 on a laptop. So think of it this way. Think of having 2 cores as a road that has 2 lanes. On that road, there are so many cars that can go by, right? You have 2 lanes, and doesn't matter how many you stack behind each other, they all still have to wait to process or to move those cars, or in our case, data. However, if you have, for example, 4 cores, now you suddenly can move twice as many cars and twice as much data. And it's even better once you get to 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 or higher. Your computer can definitely take advantage of all of those cores, especially true with Windows operating system. Some applications don't necessarily take advantage of multiple cores, but most newer do. So for example, if you are running some kind of heavy intensive CPU application that requires full power, you will hugely benefit that. This is especially true for video editing, and I say that because I do a lot of video editing and I've noticed a huge difference with that. and I'm sure you guys have as well, but it is also true when it comes to gaming. So if you want to upgrade your PC to more cores, I definitely recommend to do so. And nowadays I would recommend at least 8 processing threads with 4 physical cores at minimum, meaning that, for example, if you have an Intel with 4 cores, it's good to get the one that has hyperthreading, which gives you 8 processing threads. This will also give you a multitasking capability, which means that you can open up a lot of different applications at once, and then your computer won't be bothered by that at all, meaning that it won't slow down or anything. So looking into a CPU upgrade is definitely a good idea, especially if you have anything that's less than i5 or equivalent in AMD. At number 3, we have a GPU upgrade. So GPU upgrades are incredibly important for people who are into gaming. Yes, GPU upgrade can help some applications that can take advantage, for example, of CUDA cores that are found in NVIDIA GPUs. However, it's mainly for video editors or graphics designers, 3D designers, 3D model makers, but it's mainly for people who are into gaming when it comes to PC part of it. So upgrading your computer with a GPU is going to make a huge difference when it comes to gaming. So what happens is, yes, even i5s, i3s, i5s, i7s, i9s, even the most expensive CPU will have some kind of GPU embedded, but only small part of that CPU will have dedicated space on that CPU die that is going to be dedicated to that GPU. And what that translates into is that that's not going to be the best performance. It's going to be very low-end performance that gives you just the basic ability to run video. And yes, you can probably run some games at 720p, maybe 1080p. I highly doubt that. But let's say you do manage to somehow make, for example, Counter-Strike run at 720p, chances are it will be running at low settings, and you'll be lucky to get 30 FPS, which in my opinion is not a fun time. But then again, majority of other games you will not be able to play whatsoever. So investing some money into GPU might be a good option for you. Even before CPU upgrade, it really depends. But if you're just into gaming and your computer is not fast enough, upgrading the GPU might be a better idea than upgrading the CPU if it's just for gaming. Of course, if you can afford to upgrade your CPU and GPU at the same time, you can have a wonderful time. Of course, not to forget about RAM, which is the next thing we'll talk about. At number 4, we have a RAM upgrade. Here's what happens when you don't have enough RAM. Your computer starts slowing down. The application that you have open is suddenly running slow, or your video game is suddenly stuttering, or your video game is taking a long time to load. Your computer is taking a long time to load. This always happens because you don't have enough RAM to process all the data that needs to be stored into RAM, which is also known as random access memory. The reason applications and operating system stores data or loads data into RAM is because RAM is incredibly fast. It's the fastest temporary memory storage that's on your computer, and that's why we have RAM on our PC. So let's say you open up any type of application or video game, that application is going to store itself onto the RAM because RAM is the fastest place to access itself, right? You understand that? I'm sure you do, guys. So having more RAM allows you to not only open up multiple applications at the same time, but allows you to run that application optimally. So let's say, for example, you are running a game and suddenly you see this slowdowns or like there's a jerking on the video, and you're like, what's going on? Why is my video game, doing these hiccup action and stuff like that? That's because your computer ran out of RAM. There's a really good chance. So when your computer runs out of RAM, what it does is starts to store, or it tries to use your hard drive as a virtual RAM. And since I've already mentioned it, now you know already that hard drive is way slower than RAM, because there is nothing faster than the RAM on your computer. But since it ran out of RAM, an application actually needs more RAM, but you don't have it, it decides to create virtual or fake RAM using your hard drive, which is really slow. And that kind of goes back to if you had a mechanical magnetic drive, it becomes even slower. And this virtual RAM is called page file, as you can see on this screenshot. Yes, every operating system actually does create a certain amount of page file, which is okay, but the last thing you want is to run an application off of a page file, because it's incredibly slow. Your computer should have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, in my opinion, if you want to have a really good time. You'll be fine with 8 gigabytes if you're not doing any gaming, but if you're doing gaming or video editing or any heavy application usage, then you want to have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM. At number 5, we have power supply unit upgrade. So why would you want to upgrade your power supply? The main reason is because you're upgrading to a GPU. GPU can take quite a bit of power, additional power from your PC, so you want to have that additional power just so that your power supply doesn't get overwhelmed and overheat and just burn out. So for example, if you're looking at some kind of a mid-range card, for example RTX 2060 that I have here, is that it recommends, the manufacturer, the NVIDIA recommends 300 watts of system power. But what they mean is actually 300 watts as in total system power used by your PC at full power. Meaning, let's say your CPU is running at 100%, your GPU is running at 100%, and the system is not taking more than 300 watts. So that means that your PC has to have a power supply strong enough to run this, otherwise it's just going to burn out the power supply itself. It's not going to burn out your motherboard or CPU or GPU or anything like that, because the power supply itself has a safety feature within it that will just basically, it would just either the fuse will go out or will just burn out. And power supplies are fairly cheap, and if you're worried about it, you can certainly upgrade your power supply. But a lot of times when you do get a new GPU, chances are your current power supply may be good enough, maybe not. It really depends on how much your CPU is pulling when it comes to wattage. But generally speaking, when you upgrade your GPU, you might want to upgrade your power supply as well. But you know, if you just have the money just for the GPU for now, chances are you'll be okay. But you can kind of predict and expect that that power supply at some point will go bad. But you know, they're not that expensive. So if you're interested in recommendations when it comes to that, I like the EVGA brand, but there are other ones that are also pretty good. Anyways, there are links in the description for any of the stuff that I recommend for you guys that you might. I prefer good brand stuff, and I would not recommend anything that's just kind of, you know, off-brand that's not good, because trust me, I tried this stuff before. Anything that's super cheap just simply doesn't last, and it's not good. So thank you guys so much for watching. Please do me a favor, like. If you have any question, leave a comment below. I'll be glad to answer them. I'll help any of you that may need recommendations for any of this stuff. And yeah, I'll be glad to help you. So again, thanks for watching. Please share with friends, and you have a good day. Bye-bye. You know what? I'm tired of these tech YouTubers telling you what to upgrade to your computer. Whether it's for gaming, video editing, all kinds of stuff, blah, 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 blah. You know, I'm not some guy who just builds computers for fun. Sure, there are some really good people out there, and if they show you actual procedure and what they do in testing this stuff, that's perfectly fine. Well, what separates me is that I actually have a degree in computers, and not only that, I have many years of experience working in IT. So yeah, you can choose to trust me, or you can choose to trust that one guy that just builds his computers and now suddenly he knows what he's talking about. Look, if you have any questions and you need actual help, ask me in the comments below. I will help you personally. What you're about to see are some of the best computer upgrades and the most common ones that you need to do on your computer. The only thing I'm going to ask from you is to click the like button. That's all I'm asking. That's all. It only takes 1 second. Just 1 second to click the like button. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is top 5 PC upgrades. This video is made with help of my community. Thank you guys so much for voting on this. All right, let's get into it. Number 1 is a solid state upgrade. Solid state upgrade is a huge upgrade for any computer that has a magnetic style of hard drive. So for those who are not familiar, even if you have a recent computer, chances are you may have a magnetic type of storage, which means that this type of hard drive is mechanical. What's inside are disks that spin, which allows it to read or write data on your computer. But since it's mechanical, it can be slow. This is why upgrading to a solid state drive can make a huge difference when it comes to loading, not just loading to your operating system, but loading any applications that you're using on your computer, whether it's, for example, for video editing, for gaming, or what have you. Also, chances are that copying and moving data from on your computer is going to be a lot faster with solid state upgrade. Another great example of this is that when you are getting Windows updates, sometimes it can take hours to update your computer. You guys probably seen this and probably at some point stared at a blue screen of your computer where it says Windows is updating. And then it has to restart, and then again, once it restarts, you're looking at Windows is updating. Well, guess what? With a solid state drive, instead of waiting for hours, you can do this within minutes. A huge upgrade, not to mention if you upgrade to even a better solid state drive, which is M.2 NVMe. I have a hugely popular video on that if you want to check it out as well. All right, let's move on. At number 2, we have a CPU upgrade. CPU upgrade can be a massive upgrade for all kinds of computers. One example is a laptop. A laptop may have 2 cores, which is actually fairly typical nowadays, even for brand new computers. They would have 2 physical cores and 2 virtual processing threads, which is also known as hyperthreading with Intels. So the reason laptops, for example, have only 2 cores a lot of times is because of the power and battery consumption. On desktops, typically nowadays, you can have 2 cores, but it's pretty rare nowadays. But most of the time, you would have 4 at minimum, which is still a lot better than 2 on a laptop. So think of it this way. Think of having 2 cores as a road that has 2 lanes. On that road, there are so many cars that can go by, right? You have 2 lanes, and doesn't matter how many you stack behind each other, they all still have to wait to process or to move those cars, or in our case, data. However, if you have, for example, 4 cores, now you suddenly can move twice as many cars and twice as much data. And it's even better once you get to 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 or higher. Your computer can definitely take advantage of all of those cores, especially true with Windows operating system. Some applications don't necessarily take advantage of multiple cores, but most newer do. So for example, if you are running some kind of heavy intensive CPU application that requires full power, you will hugely benefit that. This is especially true for video editing, and I say that because I do a lot of video editing and I've noticed a huge difference with that. And I'm sure you guys have as well, but it is also true when it comes to gaming. So if you want to upgrade your PC to more cores, I definitely recommend to do so. And nowadays I would recommend at least 8 processing threads with 4 physical cores at minimum, meaning that, for example, if you have an Intel with 4 cores, it's good to get the one that has hyperthreading, which gives you 8 processing threads. This will also give you a multitasking capability, which means that you can open up a lot of different applications at once, and then your computer won't be bothered by that at all, meaning that it won't slow down or anything. So looking into a CPU upgrade is definitely a good idea, especially if you have anything that's less than i5 or equivalent in AMD. At number 3, we have a GPU upgrade. So GPU upgrades are incredibly important for people who are into gaming. Yes, GPU upgrade can help some applications that can take advantage, for example, of CUDA cores that are found in NVIDIA GPUs. However, it's mainly for video editors or graphics designers, 3D designers, 3D model makers, but it's mainly for people who are into gaming when it comes to PC part of it. So upgrading your computer with a GPU is going to make a huge difference when it comes to gaming. So what happens is, yes, even i5s, i3s, i5s, i7s, i9s, even the most expensive CPU will have some kind of GPU embedded, but only small part of that CPU will have dedicated space on that CPU die that is going to be dedicated to that GPU. And what that translates into is that that's not going to be the best performance. It's going to be very low-end performance that gives you just the basic ability to run video. And yes, you can probably run some games at 720p, maybe 1080p. I highly doubt that. But let's say you do manage to somehow make, for example, Counter-Strike run at 720p. Chances are it will be running at low settings, and you'll be lucky to get 30 FPS, which in my opinion is not a fun time. But then again, majority of other games you will not be able to play whatsoever. So investing some money into GPU might be a good option for you. Even before CPU upgrade, it really depends. But if you're just into gaming and your computer is not fast enough, upgrading the GPU might be a better idea than upgrading the CPU if it's just for gaming. Of course, if you can afford to upgrade your CPU and GPU at the same time, you can have a wonderful time. Of course, not to forget about RAM, which is the next thing we'll talk about. At number 4, we have a RAM upgrade. Here's what happens when you don't have enough RAM. Your computer starts slowing down. The application that you have open is suddenly running slow, or your video game is suddenly stuttering, or your video game is taking a long time to load. Your computer is taking a long time to load. This always happens because you don't have enough RAM to process all the data that needs to be stored into RAM, which is also known as random access memory. The reason applications and operating system stores data or loads data into RAM is because RAM is incredibly fast. It's the fastest temporary memory storage that's on your computer, and that's why we have RAM on our PC. So let's say you open up any type of application or video game, that application is going to store itself onto the RAM because RAM is the fastest place to access itself, right? You understand that? I'm sure you do, guys. So having more RAM allows you to not only open up multiple applications at the same time, but allows you to run that application optimally. So let's say, for example, you are running a game and suddenly you see the slowdowns or like there's a jerking on the video and you're like, what's going on? Why is my video game, doing these hiccup action and stuff like that? That's because your computer ran out of RAM. There's a really good chance. So when your computer runs out of RAM, what it does is starts to store or it tries to use your hard drive as a virtual RAM. And since I've already mentioned it, now you know already that hard drive is way slower than RAM because there is nothing faster than the RAM on your computer. But since it ran out of RAM, an application actually needs more RAM, but you don't have it, it decides to create virtual or fake RAM using your hard drive, which is really slow. And that kind of goes back to if you had a mechanical magnetic drive, it becomes even slower. And this virtual RAM is called page file, as you can see on this screenshot. Yes, every operating system actually does create a certain amount of page file, which is okay, but the last thing you want is to run an application off of a page file because it's incredibly slow. your computer should have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, in my opinion, if you want to have a really good time. You'll be fine with 8 gigabytes if you're not doing any gaming, but if you're doing gaming or video editing or any heavy application usage, then you want to have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM. At number 5, we have power supply unit upgrade. So why would you want to upgrade your power supply? The main reason is because you're upgrading to a GPU. GPU can take quite a bit of power, additional power from your PC, so you want to have that additional power just so that your power supply doesn't get overwhelmed and overheat and just burn out. So for example, if you're looking at some kind of a mid-range card, for example RTX 2060 that I have here, is that it recommends, the manufacturer, the NVIDIA recommends 300 watts of system power. But what they mean is actually 300 watts as in total system power used by your PC at full power. Meaning, let's say your CPU is running at 100%, your GPU is running at 100%, and the system is not taking more than 300 watts. So that means that your PC has to have a power supply strong enough to run this, otherwise it's just going to burn out the power supply itself. It's not going to burn out your motherboard or CPU or GPU or anything like that, because the power supply itself has a safety feature within it that will just basically, it would just either the fuse will go out or will just burn out. And power supplies are fairly cheap, and if you're worried about it, you can certainly upgrade your power supply. But a lot of times when you do get a new GPU, chances are your current power supply may be good enough, maybe not. It really depends on how much your CPU is pulling when it comes to wattage. But generally speaking, when you upgrade your GPU, you might want to upgrade your power supply as well. But you know, if you just have the money just for the GPU for now, chances are you'll be okay. But you can kind of predict and expect that power supply at some point will go bad. But you know, they're not that expensive. So if you're interested in recommendations when it comes to that, I like the EVGA brand, but there are other ones that are also pretty good. Anyways, there are links in the description for any of the stuff that I recommend for you guys that you might. I prefer good brand stuff, and I would not recommend anything that's just kind of, you know, off-brand that's not good, because trust me, I tried this stuff before. Anything that's super cheap just simply doesn't last, and it's not good.
Well, there you have it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you find this helpful. Again, if you need help, let me know. Let me know. I'm not going to ask you to subscribe and all that crap. I'm going to help you. I'm going to earn your subscription. So ask me anything in the comments below. Ask me anything in the comments below. I want to earn your subscription. Ask me in the comments below. That's it. Take care. Good luck.
Hey guys, I just one last thing. I want to let you know that I'm actually not angry like this at all. This is just me kind of trying a different style of video. I hope nobody actually thinks that I'm angry. I'm actually very friendly and outgoing. I just wanted to experiment to see how this video comes out. You know, aside from, you know how people usually have those, you know, intros like, hey, what's up? My name is Irvin. Welcome to my video. I will show you this fun stuff and, you know, this and that. I actually just wanted to make a video that's kind of like totally different, I guess, vibe, if you will. You know what I mean? I hope nobody's offended or anything like that. I was just having some fun. Anyways, yeah, if you really do need help, let me know and I'll gladly help you. All right, guys, take care.
What follows are the most common PC issues, which does not mean they are the hardest ones. Please stay respectful in comments section unless you're providing additional solution to problems presented. In addition, if you have a specific problem, please watch the whole video because there is a high chance you will find the solution here. This is an educational video, so please keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Number 1. Mouse is not working or it has sticky keys. Cause: dirty mouse or spilled drinks. Solution: replace the mouse. Number 2. Keyboard is not working or it has sticky keys. Cause: dirty keyboard or spilled drinks. Solution, replace the keyboard. Number 3, monitor is not working. Cause, power button not pressed, loose power cable, loose video signal cable, wrong configuration display settings, or bad monitor. Solution, press the power button, check the cables, adjust display settings, or replace the monitor. Number 4, no internet connection. Cause, cable disconnected, modem turned off, router turned off, bad cable, or no signal from provider. Solution, connect the cable, turn on modem, turn on router, replace cable, or contact internet service provider. Please take a moment to like this video at this time. Doing this not only helps me, but others find this very useful video. Thank you very much. Number 5, a specific website is not working. Cause, website is down, website link has changed, website link is wrong or typoed. Solution, contact the webmaster, check the website link, check for typos in the link. Number 6, file missing on a computer. Cause, user deleted data, user forgot to save data, program removed, system crash, OS reinstalled, or bad broken storage. Solution, check recycle bin, check backup storage if any, restore folder files function, Windows restore point. Latter causes may have no solution, for example bad broken storage, OS install, or not saving files. Number 7, cannot receive or send emails. Cause, inbox limit size reached, Windows password change, data corruption. Solution, delete old emails, delete old calendar items with large attachments, update password for email client, clear cache for internet email clients. Number 8, the printer is not working. Cause, printer not installed, wrong printer, no paper or ink, bad driver or configuration. Solution, install printer, change default printer, add paper or ink, use correct driver configuration, and adjust it. Number 9, headset or headphones are not working. Cause, sound configuration not set properly, input and output cable connections are not connected properly, or it's a bad headset. Solution, configure playback and recording device, check input-output connections on the computer, replace headset if broken. Number 10, blue screen of death. Cause, bad hardware or drivers, or overclocking the CPU. Solution, check hardware, for example RAM, CPU, hard drive, GPU, check CPU clocks, and update drivers. Number 11, computer is slow. Cause, background processes, updates or virus, low RAM, low hard drive space, or bad hard drive. Solution, wait for updates to finish, remove virus, add more RAM, make space on hard drive, replace hard drive. Number 12, computer restarts for no reason with message restarting. No reason is what user would say in PC support. Cause, Windows updates, software updates. Solution, finish updates, or you can force updates through Windows. Software updates should not restart more than once. Number 13, computer shut down for no reason, no message or error. Computer goes silent, no beeps. Cause, bad power supply, bad GPU, bad CPU settings. Solution, test power supply unit or replace if needed. Test GPU by removing it. Check CPU and heatsink, replace it with new thermal paste. Number 14, computer is not working as reported by the user, PC support situation. Cause, many things can cause this, more information is needed. Solution, refer to previous solutions to troubleshoot. Number 15, computer making loud fan noise. Cause, dust, overheating, or fan vibration. Solution, remove dust, replace CPU with thermal paste, check for loose fans, vibration inside the PC. Number 16, Wi-Fi is slow. Cause, distance from Wi-Fi, overcrowded use, bandwidth limit, signal interference with other devices. Solution, move closer to source of Wi-Fi, too many people using Wi-Fi, change bandwidth limit, change Wi-Fi signal channel. Number 17, internet is slow. Cause, too many downloads, too many users, internet service provided data throttling, or a virus. Solution, limit downloads, limit users sharing connection, reset modem, this can help with throttling, and check for viruses. Number 18, can't log in to PC. Cause, password has changed, account is locked. Solution, reset password, unlock account. Number 19, can't log in after password change. Cause, not using the new password, typo, or locked account. Solution, reset password, carefully type password after account is unlocked. Number 20, nothing is working. This is usually reported to PC support. Cause, unknown, need more information. Solution, contact professional PC support for assistance. Thank you for watching this video. Please take a moment to share this with your friends. If you have any questions, I will gladly answer them, and I am curious to see if you have any alternative solutions or any suggestions. I would love to see those. I have a large amount of educational videos that like this that you can find at youtube.com/cobuman, which is spelled COBUMAN. You have a wonderful day, my friends. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman, and today's video is all about the mistakes you can make when installing a GPU, which is also known as a video card or a graphics card. I guess it all depends where you live, where you might call it. But either way, I get this question sometimes, and people tell me, hey, I just installed a brand new video card, but it's not working for some reason. Most of the time the issue is actually related to the fact that the GPU is not seated correctly inside the PCI slot. And for that I have a couple of videos for you to actually watch demonstrating this on how to properly do it. And it's pretty simple. You just have to make sure you take your time and be careful about it. Aside from not seating the video card properly, you can make a mistake by not connecting the extra power that is needed to power the video card. And from there, sometimes the issue is related to the video drivers or not installing the video drivers, and even connecting the power cables, and even connecting the wrong video signal cable. So yeah, these things can happen sometimes, and it's okay. The main issue here is not installing the card properly. So let's have a look at a couple of different videos or a couple of different clips from my past videos on how to do it. They are going to be very detailed and zoomed in and very clear to follow. This is the best video you're gonna watch, I guarantee it. Alright guys, before we watch, please take 1 second to click the like button. I'm sure, what was I gonna say? Please click the like button, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's do it.
So in this case, I'm just going to remove this back plate here. All right, I'm just going to remove that, toss that aside, and then we're going to insert our video card. Right? You just have to be careful. Don't force or rush anything. There's really no need. Okay. Well, I'm going to move a camera so you guys can see a little bit better. So from here, it's actually really simple. You see how this aligns, right? You see these notches on the connector down here, how they align with this, for example, this white slot. We're going to be using the one back here because we need more space. But you see how the notches align, right? You can clearly see that we have to make sure that this is aligned properly, right, to this. So as long as this notch is aligned to there, then we're good to go. But again, we're going to do it on the back one, right, because we don't have enough space here. So we're just going to do it on the back one, you know, make sure everything is aligned like so. You can see how the notch is aligned. Make sure it's aligned. Align it. Align your card into the slot. Let it drop in, right? You just kind of make sure it's dropped in. And then once you know it's aligned perfectly, just give it a little push down. And then it will go all the way down and be fully seated. Now you're ready to go, right? Now let me show you something from another angle. Now here's something people don't talk about often. Whenever you insert these in the back here where the black plate is, there's a little notch right there that you have to make sure that this back plate actually inserts into first, right? A lot of times these back plates are a little bit bent. Now let me show you what I mean. So when I take this video card, out, there's a little notch in here, right? And this part of it here is supposed to go in here, right? Sometimes people try to force it, and then it goes against the motherboard, and you can damage your motherboard a little bit there. But sometimes you just have to bend a little bit here to make sure it fits in here nicely, right? You see how it actually goes into that little gap, right? And otherwise we won't be able to push it all the way down, like so. That our connector here aligns properly with our PCI Express slot. You can see there's a little notch right there, just like there, right? So we just have to make sure that's aligned. Lastly, real quick, a lot of times there's a little notch in there here that basically helps to keep that allows this slot to the backplate to connect underneath here. So make sure you don't force that, otherwise you may be damaging your motherboard. So just be careful don't force anything, right? So just don't force anything, right? There's the little tab right there, and here's the little notch that we have to make sure we don't that we have to make sure our back plate is inserted in there. So don't force anything if you're struggling a little bit by inserting your video card in there. All right? And if you want to unplug this cable, you can certainly do so. So you just make sure I just like to go underneath it because it saves a little bit of time. And then make sure you align it properly to this here. All right, just take your time. Whatever you do, take your time. Don't ever get frustrated whenever dealing with computer components. Make sure it's aligned over the PCI connector right there, right? So make sure we're aligning our notches. And again, take your time. Make sure don't force nothing. Just make sure it's aligned. So once you know that everything's aligned properly, right? Then you can safely push it down, like so, right? Now our video card is seated in properly, and it's locked in by this little tab here. And now that video card is seated in there, all you gotta do is put this flap back on, like so. Now it's fully secured. You're done with this part. Well, there you have it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you need a recommendation for a GPU upgrade, let me know, and I'll give you a really good recommendation for your computer. Or you can just follow a link in the description, especially if you have a small form factor PC like you've seen in this video, which are really good for upgrading because they're so affordable. There is a link in the description for any of this type of stuff, or if you simply want to check out my gear. Thank you so much. You have a good day. See you next time. Bye-bye.
My friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, we're going to change thermal paste on a stock HP computer. We're going to basically see if there's any difference when it comes to thermal paste from the stock factory HP computers versus an aftermarket thermal paste. This is a very interesting test because it kind of will show you whether it makes any difference. As long as you're doing it properly, I suspect it's not going to make any difference. But if you're somebody who's expecting overheating issues, your computer is crashing or something like that, and you want to know how to professionally install thermal paste on your computer, this is a perfect video for you, as I am an IT professional. Before we start, take 1 second, please, to like this video. It really makes a big difference for me. And all right, let's get into it and see what happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is our benchmark setup. For this, we're going to use 3 different tools. The first one being Hardware Info 64, so we can monitor our sensors on the CPU itself. At the same time, you can make sure that the clocks are set to what they're supposed to be at stock speeds. And then we have CPU Z, so we can use it to stress the CPU. That's right, CPU Z, if you didn't know, actually has a benchmark in it, or a way to push your CPU to 100%, so that way you can use it for testing of the temperatures if you'd like. But I also wanted to make sure that you guys indeed see that it's this computer as well. And to make sure that everything is legit, I want you to take a close look at the entire desktop here to make sure that indeed everything is done on the exact same computer with the exact same settings. So I don't want any funny business to be assumed in any way. We're going to do this properly.
making sure that everything is legitimate and not misleading, because we got to know whether our new thermal paste is going to make any difference or is going to make things worse. And then the last tool that we have is our just task manager. Task manager is really good for monitoring simple things. For that, we're going to go to the performance tab, and we're going to make sure that the CPU utilization is 100 when we're doing the benchmark. Whenever we push the CPU, we're going to make sure it's pushed to 100%. And for that to happen, we're going to use CPU's bench. You see where it says bench here? We're going to click on bench tab, and then we're going to select stress CPU. We're going to push it to the max using CPU Z. At the same time, you can also see, while it's without changing any of those settings, because we can't anyways, we can't overclock it, but we're going to see. So right now, it's been idling for a while, and it looks like there's something going on in the background. I think Windows is just updating. I think that's what is going on here, but that's fine. The CPU is being pushed to 30%. We're going to push it to the max. So it doesn't matter what's running in the background, doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. As long as we push the CPU to 100%, that's what matters. This is how you're testing the max temperature on the CPU. All right. Looking at the hardware info, we have our core 1, 2, 3, and 4. I know it's labeled 0, but that's just how it is. This is a 4-core processor. We're going to pay attention to these temperatures as our form of benchmarking. Let's see. We're going to allow it, I'd say, about a minute or so to see what's the maximum temperature we can reach. Usually it doesn't take long to hit the maximum temperature when you're pushing the CPU to 100%, so it's not going to take that long to hit that peak. Interestingly enough, the temperatures are not really changing that much from what was happening during 30% CPU utilization. So right now, core 0 and 1, or anyways, you guys know what this is. It's 4 cores. It's just that it's labeled core 0 as in, but it should be core 1. Anyways, so far 53 Celsius is the highest we are seeing when it comes to pushing this CPU. We saw 54 on the core 2, 54 Celsius, just to be exact, not Fahrenheit. If it was Fahrenheit, it would be really cold. It would be really cold to touch. It wouldn't be like freezing cold. 32 would be freezing cold, but 54, these are Celsius. That's my point. These are Celsius, guys. So yeah, every time you benchmark, and every time I benchmark my own other computers as well, for the CPU temperatures, even the overclock ones, it took no more than 30 seconds to reach the maximum load, or maximum, I should say, temperature on a full load of the CPU. Again, please keep attention to everything that's going on. We still have 100% CPU utilization, and it looks like the maximum speed for this i5-6500 is 3.3 gigahertz roughly. Let's see where we're at. We got 56 Celsius, what it's been maybe a minute or two. I think that's good enough, and it looks like it's fluctuating. So it's going to be around 56. Let's take that as the highest number. Well, 58. Oh, I saw it go to 58. All right. So we're going to look at this here at the maximum where it says maximum column. All right, let's do this right here. Make it simple for us, guys. That's the maximum here, right there. 58 Celsius. So we're going to do the same thing, and I will show you how to change the thermal paste to see if it'll make any difference. All right, guys, here is our computer here. As you can see, this indeed is the 800G2. God knows I've made many videos on this, on how to upgrade it, this and that. If you want to check those out, feel free to do so on my channel. All right, we're going to do some zoom in action. We're going to remove the CPU. All right, I'm just trying to get the focus in, and then we're going to make it happen. I'm going to turn on some lighting so we can make it visually pleasing, and then we're going to change the thermal paste, and hopefully it works. All right, for thermal paste, I actually bought a little tub action, and this one is called Protonic Series Thermal Paste. It comes with a cleaning pad and a little spatula. The reason I bought this one is because I plan to do this often, and you get a lot more than you get in a syringe. So we're going to try to use this one. There's a link in the description if you're interested. It had really good reviews. This is why I bought it. You know, if you don't know what's good, I actually look at the reviews first and then see if it's any good. This is why I went for this particular one. Link in the description. And yeah, let's see if it works. Alright, first thing first, I'm going to remove these cables here. A little flappy flap here. Want to make sure that I can see this properly. Going to unplug this cable, move it out of the way. By the way, I can feel it that it's warm since we tested it, so hopefully I don't burn myself. Temperature should have gone down by now. We'll see. Alright, and for this particular one, we just need a flat head. It's different for the other computers that have a standard type of Intel, type of or AMD heatsink, so you're gonna have to do it a little bit differently here, but since we're just doing a benchmark and not how to, in this case, I'm just gonna use a flathead screwdriver because this is how it is on this computer. I'm going to unscrew these here. These are actually nice. I wish all computers were like this. Makes it really easy. We can't forget about our fan cable, which is plugged in to the motherboard. Isn't this nice? I wish all computers were like this, where everything is just screwed in. Otherwise, you're using the clips, all kinds of clip action, and sometimes it doesn't fit, and then sometimes it doesn't clip in properly, and then suddenly your heatsink is sitting crooked, which can also cause overheating. You know, it'll be sitting like this on an angle, like it'll be like this, because clips over here didn't clip in. Anyways, this one is off. I'm going to unplug the fan here. There we go. It's still warm. It's kind of warm to touch. So this is what it looks like. This is our old thermopaste. Not much left on here. We're going to use that cleaning pad that came with our kit for installing. I think this is just the alcohol swab or whatever. And we're going to clean the CPU as well. Hopefully you can see that well. I'm going to kind of double check here. Alright, I'm going to do quick zoom in action. Right there, we're going to clean the CPU first. And then we're going to get back to the heat sink. I'm trying to get a little better angle for you guys here. I'm not going to take the CPU out at all. But I will do zoom in action so you guys can see better. Hopefully this flap doesn't get in the way too much. Alright, let me see. Do I have focus? Alright, just a moment. There we go. That's focus. Action. And hopefully this shows up on the camera. There's a little bit of residue, so yeah, be careful when you're doing this. No need to say this, right guys? You should know that you should be careful when doing this. Because, you know, we're dealing with electronic components here. Here's our little spatula. We're going to put that aside. And we're going to use it later. We're going to see how much we need to apply. Keep in mind, I am an IT professional, so I should be able to do it properly. That being said, hopefully I don't make myself look like a fool. But we shall see. Alright, so I took my thermal cleaning pad here. Let me smell it. Yep, it smells like cleaning alcohol maybe? I don't know. So I'm going to gently just kind of rub on it. And since there isn't a lot, you can see that it's coming off. You know, it's just brushing off like this, you see? So very evenly distributed thermal paste on this CPU, which is good. So we're going to brush it off. Very simple. Don't touch nothing else with the cleaning pad. If there's a little bit left down there on the side, who cares? Who cares? No big deal. If you really want to get it out, I suppose you could. But I'm just going to wipe it off since there is not a lot of spilled on the sides. So I'm not worried about it. Otherwise, if somebody did a really crappy job, then I would have to take my time cleaning this. But this is factory. This is factory applied thermal paste. And now it's smooth to touch. And now we can also double check to make sure that this indeed is i5 6500. Alright, let me do a more zoom in action here. i5 Getting the focus in, guys. Hold on. Just a moment. Trying to get the focus in for you. Hopefully that's visible there. All right. So it's clean, and then we're going to do the same thing on the heatsink. Let me do a zoom out. All right. So we're going to do the same thing on the heatsink. Heatsink is a little bit spilled, a little bit more there. You can see on the sides, a little bit more spilled action, but that's okay. Just gonna wipe it off the best I can. Comes off just like that. Very easy, very simple. Again, I'm not sure if it's gonna make any difference. This is why we're testing this. So that being said, this could be a successful marketing video for that thermal paste that we bought. You know, not a sponsor at all. All right, that's clean. All right, a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit. I'm gonna put some muscle into it. All right, cleaning action. Ow! I think I scratched myself when I did that. Ugh, right there. All right. Anyways, all right. So we're going to apply the thermal paste to the heatsink action. You know how they say when it comes to applying the heatsink thermal paste to the heatsink, they say you should use just a little dot there, right? The thing is though, the confusing thing about that is, so you just squeeze it, you get a little syringe looking thing, right? And you squeeze the syringe and you just put a little dot there, which is perfectly fine. But they don't tell you that you have to actually spread it out, because once you do this, once you put this in, once you put the heatsink on and you squeeze the little dot and not actually spread it out, guess what's going to happen if you don't have enough on there? It's just going to leave a circle. I've seen it many times where it's literally just a circle right there of thermal paste. I would take the heatsink off and it's just a circle left. It'll be like this, kind of, like this. And you can see that's not covering the entire heatsink. It's not covering. If you remember when we were testing the temperatures, you probably saw that the temperatures were not the same everywhere on the heatsink. Different cores, different temperatures. Well, that's directly related to the heatsink when it comes to thermal paste, and also the heatsink itself. But basically the location of the thing. Where's my spatula? Here it is. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a very light coat. And I'm just going to do a light coat spreading action on here. But I will start from the middle, just to kind of make it easy. Not too much. Just a little bit. But I'm going to make it even. You know? Take your time. Doesn't have to be completely perfect. Just make sure it's evenly spread. Like this. And when we put the heatsink on, it will squeeze it a little bit. So as long as you have even coverage, doesn't matter that it has these lines on it. So I'm trying to keep my face away from here, so I'm not really super close to this. Doesn't matter that it leaves these lines on there. Once you put the heatsink on, it's going to even it out, you know. It's going to squeeze it into being even. I'm trying to get this extra that's on there. Alright. Alright, let's see. Is that enough? Here we go. I'm going to do a little light action just to make it pretty for the camera, right? As much as I can. Again, it's going to squeeze it to the edges. So that's a very light coat. Have you ever bought an aftermarket heatsink and everybody has thermal paste installed on it? It's going to be a light coat like this. Very light coat. Alright. That's the best I can do when it comes to doing this while keeping my face away from the camera. Look at that. So it's a very nice, even, light coat. That's all we need. Because when we put the heatsink back on, I'm going to put this stuff away. When we put the heatsink back on, look how much there is left. It's unbelievable. It's like I barely used any, right? It's going to have perfect, the heatsink is supposed to have a perfect, even contact on top of that. Alright, so here we go. Here's our heatsink, and then we're going to put it back on. Let me do a zoom out action here. Alright. Gotta make sure that my fan connector is facing that way so I can plug it in. And this is going to be a lot simpler than installing other heat sinks again. So I'm going to do even. I'm not going to go hard. I'm just going to do even, roughly even amount of tightening on all sides. So I think I'm doing about 3 turns here. You see how it's going left and right here? You just want to make sure it's evenly tight. It doesn't have to be exactly 3 turns or anything like that. This is specific to this computer. And just go light. Very light. The other ones, it's just going to be a clip. You just push the clips down. Here I'm just being very gentle to make sure that I have even contact on there. Never go crazy on this stuff. Don't use your Gorilla Strength on this, or Gorilla Glue, if you guys know what I'm talking about. See, that's already getting tight. It's very light. I'm not gonna go like anything crazy. You know, it's very light. I'm barely using any force in here. Barely using any force. That one's down all the way, so is this one. But we want to do it evenly on all sides so we can get even coverage all around. And I'm just going to do a little bit tightening, maybe like ½ pound of force on here. No more than that. Alright, that's that. I'm going to plug this back in. I wonder if I can do this without many cuts on the video, huh? There'll be a couple of cuts, me going from computer to this. Oh yeah, I almost forgot this thing. This air guide. Alright. Clippage, flappage, cableage, and tuckage in the all areas. And we're going to close this and we're going to go back to our computer. We're going to test this. See if it helps. All right. See you there. All right. Our computer is loaded. Let's set it up real quickage. See what we have. Just like we had it before, we're going to do CPU Z action. We're going to do hardware info 64 action. And we're going to run sensors again. So yeah, again, remember when I asked you to pay attention to the desktop to make sure it's the exact same thing? Well, here you go. It's the exact same thing. And just a real quick again, here we go. Intel i5 6500. It's all the same. Running at 3.2. And let's see here. We're going to go back to our performance tab. We're going to highlight CPU here. Just a little arrangement here. We're going to do our bench. And now the moment of truth. We're going to crank it up to 100%. All right. So far, what was the record last time? The maximum was 58 Celsius. So let's see. I'm not sure actually. This is my first time actually using this thermal paste. Again, I bought it because it had the best reviews. So we're going to see if it's going to make any difference here. I suspect that a lot of people that bought it, they bought it because they had some kind of a thermal paste issue thing where they didn't install it properly like I mentioned, or didn't apply the thermal paste properly at all. And when they actually changed it, it made a huge difference. Here, I don't expect to be a huge difference at all, but we shall see if it'll make any difference at all. The thing is, though, I will give it the fact that that spatula is really helpful. It makes it really easy to apply that thermal paste as long as you take your time and just do a light coat of it. And you can see, remember how I mentioned the different temperatures in cores? Interestingly enough, you saw me apply the even amount, but look at this core here, core number 2, and even actually previously, I don't know if this is by the design of the CPU, these two, core 2 and 3, are always actually lower regardless of what was connected on there, or regardless of thermal paste being used. So these are, I don't know, I guess it's the location of the cores themselves, the physical location of the cores. So it's some kind of design thing, I suppose. But yeah, if you don't apply it evenly across the entire chip, of course it's going to have uneven temperatures going. So in this case, looks to be just by design. So far, we're getting to 54, 53. I forget how long I actually talked for and let the other one run for, but we're going to allow it. I suspect it's going to be pretty close to the same temperatures. But hey, you know, if you want to know at least how to do it properly, at least this video showed you how to do it properly from an IT professional. I have many, many years of working in IT. So far, highest temperature is 54 compared to 58. I'm going to, here 55 Celsius here. It's going up. I'm going to do an overlay side by side. Hopefully, we'll see how at least the rise in temperature is different, or if there is any difference in the rise of temperature. So I'm going to put side-by-side pictures and see if the rise in temperature makes any difference. Again, we can see that we are doing 100% CPU at 3.3 gigahertz speeds. Hey, it looks like it's going to be the same temperatures. By the way, these are actually really low temperatures, which is great. 56 Celsius is pretty good, but you know, we're not overclocked or anything like that, so you are expected to have at least this type of performance when it comes to temperature. As soon as you start to overclock, things change quickly, trust me, especially when you start to change voltage on the cores. So 56 Celsius, so far the only difference of maximum is 56 Celsius. So we dropped the temperature by 2. Well, it's going to 57. So it's just a matter of time before it actually reaches the exact same temperatures. Again, running at 3.2 gigahertz. So that the thermal paste that was already on there, the stock thermal HP thermal paste that was on there, does the same exact performance as the one that I just applied, and looks like our maximum here is 58 Celsius. Okay, so it really doesn't make any difference. We're just going to see a comparison and see if to the other one. I'm going to just stop it here because it's the same thing, and I don't know, we'll see. I don't know, comparatively speaking, how it's actually going to be different, but the point is at least that you might want to always apply thermal paste evenly, if nothing else. Alright guys, I hope this was educational in some way. It didn't make any difference at all as far as I can tell, applying new thermal paste to it. As far as I can tell. Again, we're going to watch the comparison side by side together, so we'll see if that's any different or not. But as it is, the moral of the story is just make sure the thermal paste is applied properly. Otherwise, you're going to be overheating no matter what. And the HP thermal paste looked to have been applied the same way and fairly evenly. So, at least we know how to do it properly as well and get the exact same results from factory. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a good day and you take care now. Bye-bye. Around 100 and 110. And mind you, this is with monitor turned on.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video, I wanted to share what I find to be the truth about power supplies. How much power do you really need? I get this question a lot because I have a lot of hardware upgrade videos, and in this video I will show you exactly what happens when your computer is under load. And look, please stick around because I'm going to tell you what my opinion is on this without having to throw out numbers about power supplies. How much wattage, how much amperage, how much is the load wattage, this and that. Look, I'm just going to tell you what you need, period, without you having to worry about all these numbers and having all these questions. It's going to be very simple. That being said, guys, please take 1 second to like this video. I really appreciate it. It really helps me a lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So here it is, guys. I really wanted to show you something very interesting. This is my power meter that is plugged into the wall, and into it is plugged in a power strip which everything is connected to. For example, my PC, my monitor, and all the audio amplifiers and this and that, everything else, everything is connected to that power strip. The power strip is behind this box here, but you can see the idle is around 100, but I really want to show you real quick. See, this is my custom PC. It's i9, it's overclocked on top of that, and it has an RTX card in it. And the idle is 100, around 100 and 110. And mind you, this is with monitor turned on. And I have a large monitor. Let me zoom out here. I have a large monitor here. This is a 42-inch, I'm sorry, it's a 40-inch monitor which draws around 50 watts. So if I was to turn it off, the idle would be around 60 watts. So with the monitor turned on and the PC running on idle, this is how much it's consuming just by itself. Now I will show you a stress test. I'm going to run a video game on it, or some kind of benchmark to show you, and the video editing software to show you what kind of wattage we're working with. Now let me go ahead and turn off the monitor so that we can see what the idle is, just to show you proof what the idle is without the monitor. Okay, I've turned off the monitor. Let's have a look here, and there it is. It's around the light bulb idle. So that's my PC turned on. You can still see it running. Anyways, let's get to the stress test and I'll show you how that looks like. Alright guys, so here's a game running. This is just Dirt Rally, a replay that I wanted to show you. But it is running the game in real time. I wanted to show you how much power I'm actually using here. And everything is set as ultra on there, by the way. And you can see it's not even using 200 watts. But you know, what I've seen it actually do is around 250 watts, 240 watts. Mind you, this is still with monitor, so you have to remove at least 50 watts out of that. And that's the game running. You can see that the game is running here. Right? So let me get out of the replay here. Let me get out of the replay here. I wanted to show you what is doing now. So it's around, should be around 200 watts minus the monitor itself. So, I mean, depending on the game, but I've seen it go as high as like 250, 260, and sometimes even close to 300 watts. But again, that's with the monitor, so you still have to exclude the monitor wattage, which brings it down to 250 at the worst case scenario on a computer that's overclocked i9. Guys, when you overclock something, you push the wattage a lot more. Plus a video card that recommends, the manufacturer recommends 300 watt power supply. And yet, I'm not even using anything close to that. So what's the deal? Alright guys, so here it is. I'm exporting a video right now in Adobe Premiere. The CPU utilization is 100% at 4.7 gigahertz. So the CPU is working really hard. And let's see how much of a GPU is being used. Just bear with me here. The GPU is being utilized around 20%. So we got 20% of GPU, and that goes to show that your computer or software in your computer is never going to use 100% of both at any moment. Whenever you're running any software, whether it's video editing or video games. So it's CPU 100% and GPU was around 20% of usage. Now let's go over here and see how much power is being used. 290, 280 wattage minus the monitor, which is around 50 watts when I disconnect the monitor. It's going to go around 300 a little bit, 326. Anyways, so it's still way below 300 when it comes to power usage at any moment. And you saw that utilization was 100% of the CPU and the GPU was 20%. Again, keep in mind, when you run a video game or video editing, it's not necessarily going to use 100% of any of those. CPU, yes, for video editing. Video game, no. It depends. I mean, it's still going to be situational, but you're not going to be using 100% of GPU and CPU at any moment. Now, there are exceptions to this that you might come into this situation, and that is if you're, for example, doing streaming, like video game streaming. So the reason for that is because when you're doing streaming, your CPU is utilized a lot more. Otherwise, in a video game situation, you won't necessarily be using 100% of your CPU power anyways. So there you have it, guys. Minus the monitor that's connected to it, see, now it's finished, and it's going back down to the idle speeds. Minus the monitor that's connected to it, and all the other audio amplifiers connected to it, including my microphones and all that stuff. It's still not even close to what they say that you need.
And there you have it, guys. Every time you build a custom computer, just make sure you get a good name brand like EVGA here. And in my case, I got 500 watt power, but you can see that I don't even need that much. So if you want to play it safe, I'd say at least 400 watts, but please make sure you buy a good brand. Just because you see a power supply that's 500, 600, 700 or whatever watts and it's very cheap, like $30, $40, there's a reason for that, because it's bad quality. Be safe and just get a good brand, even if it's only like 400. And that being said, in some cases you don't even need that much, as I've shown in the video here beforehand. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me in the comments below. I am really good at answering comments, so if you have anything to ask me, feel free to ask. Or if you just want to say hi, that's fine too. I really like to see those comments. Thank you, guys. Please click like and share, and you have a wonderful day, okay? Be safe out there. Bye-bye. And you can clearly see here that it's copying to the external SSD M.2 drive that I have named as such. I'm going to do a paste. Oh wow, okay. That's pretty darn impressive. That's a 6 gigabytes, guys. That's 6 gigabytes in, what was it? 5 seconds? I gotta see this again. Okay. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. Today we are reviewing an awesome brand aluminum M.2 NVMe SSD enclosure that comes with a USB Type A and USB Type C cable as well. So this is one of those enclosures that are compatible with NVMe drives that are M.2 SSD, specifically M key. And for that, we're going to be using, for the testing part of it, we're going to be using a Samsung 970 EVO Plus, which is pretty much the best one you can buy. And of course, this company shows to be testing it with this in order to make sure you get the fastest speeds possible. There are links in the description if you're interested in any of this. And just to throw this out there real quick, I did get this item from this company. They sent it to me to review. However, it's not a sponsored video or anything like that, so this is going to be completely unbiased. I'm going to be unboxing and I'm going to be testing the speeds to see what kind of speeds we can get with this aluminum external enclosure. So just to mention real quick again, this is NVMe M.2 SSD M key hard disks. For all the compatible sizes, I will list them right here, so to make sure that you get the right ones if you do decide to give this a shot. Anyways, this supports USB 3.1 generation 2 Type C to M.2 SSD. So that means that you can use this on a USB up to USB 3.1, which should give you 10 gigabits per second ultra high speed transmission. Of course, this is also supposed to be compatible with Windows, Linux, and Mac operating systems. So if you happen to have a Mac, you can also use this. So why would you want to use this?
So if you're somebody who does video editing or deals with a lot of large files and you want a portable, fast way to have a storage available to you, this would be a good option for you to potentially use. Again, we're going to test the speeds to make sure that this is legitimate and that it's really good and worth your money, because otherwise I wouldn't want you to spend any money on this in case it's not good. But we're going to see. All right, let's get to the unboxing. I'm just going to slide this out like so. I'm going to open it up like this, and then I'm going to see what's inside. Here are the screws and a little spacer there for our adapter. Here's a little screwdriver that comes with it, so that's pretty neat. Here's the first cable that we see here. It's a regular cable to USB Type-C, which I'm assuming the enclosure is connected to the Type-C, and then you just connect it to a regular USB. Of course, it is backwards compatible, and here's a USB Type-C to Type-C as well. And then we have the enclosure itself in here. Here's the aluminum enclosure. It seems to be a pretty nice design. There's a little weight to it, which is not necessarily a bad thing at all. It means it's a solid construction. Here's the connector for our USB Type-C, and it connects like that. And again, we're going to be testing with this on the USB 3.1, which I do have on my computer. I will show that to you right now, where we're going to connect that as well to make sure we get the most speed we can get out of it. All right, on the other side, we do have a couple of screws that we're going to unscrew in order to open this up. Okay, and of course comes with a little manual and shows you how to do all of this. All right, let's move on. So again, this is a brand new a Samsung drive that I'm going to open up here, and then we're going to use that as the test feature of it. I'm going to unpack it real quick. All right. Quick unboxing of the M.2 970 Evo, link in description if you're interested. And here is our super fast NVMe drive, which we're going to install in here. Okay, now we're ready to install. So we're going to use a provided screwdriver to unscrew this real quick. That's one. That's two. After removing that, this becomes something that you can open up like that. Now we can slide it out. It just falls out like that very nicely. Now, whenever you do this, make sure the orientation stays the same whenever you push it in. I'm going to flip it over because it's on the other side, but I'm going to have to make sure that I do put it back in the way it came out. Okay, so on the other side are the actual connectors. Now, depending on which drive you get, you're going to be using a different type of spacer. So this is why it came with extra screw and the spacer. However, I'm using the longest one, which is the 80 millimeter, and I'm just going to insert it like so. It's very simple, just like you would do it on any M.2. You can see that you just have to make sure you align the notch with the notch that is there. It's very simple. You put it in on an angle like this. So just be careful whenever you do this. Make sure it's on an angle like this. Don't try to push it flat or anything like that. Make sure it's on an angle like this. Push it in, and then we're going to lower it and then screw it down. Now for that, I'm going to need one of these screws. All right, again, make sure it's all the way down like that so you don't see the connectors. And then we're going to lower it down like so. I'm going to take my screwdriver and make sure you get the silver one that's in the package. It does help that this little handy screwdriver is magnetic. And then we're going to insert it like that. Sorry about that, I do have shaky hands. Okay. It's kind of awkward for me to show you the right angle and film it at the same time. Okay, so gently screw it on there with the provided screwdriver. You don't need to go crazy on it. Anyways, there it is. It's fully installed, and we're going to insert it back in. Remember, we're going to slide it back in this way. That's how it came out. Make sure that the USB part of it is on the other side. Make sure that everything's aligned properly, and it should just fall in like that. That's what it seems like, all right? And then we're going to put our little lid back on, and the screws, little black screws that came with it. Tell you what, it does help that this screwdriver is magnetic. Just tightening down the remainder of these two screws. And now, with our USB cable, we're going to plug it in like so, And it's supposed to be, according to the box on there, it's supposed to be plug and play, no need to install any drivers for this. You see, it's a USB 3.1 and we're going to plug this thing into it right now. Here we go. So here we are inside the computer and let's see what happened. Now it goes without saying, if you have a USB 3. Or 3.1, make sure you do get the correct drivers just in case you're not getting the correct speeds or whatnot. Here it is, our PC open up, and I can see right away that the drive doesn't show up or anything like that. But this could be related to the fact that maybe the drive itself needs to be formatted or allocated in space. So let's have a look at that real quick. So what we're going to do, we're going to right click our computer, we're going to go to manage, and from there we're going to go to disk management here. And let's just see here what happens. And it looks like it found it and it's asking me, hey, do you want to initialize it? And here, of course, it asks you if you want to use two different type of partitions. Now, if you're trying to boot from this drive, you might want to select MBR, which is the master boot record type of partition. I'm just going to leave it at GPT. So yes, it is probably possible to boot to Windows operating system on this hard drive. So of course you have to make sure it's enabled like so if your computer supports booting from USB. So just keep that in mind. Some BIOS may not support this, but if your computer supports booting from USB, yes, you can potentially boot to this drive. So chances are this drive might be faster than your computer drive. So anyways, I'm just going to leave it at GPT and I'm going to click OK. And now if we scroll down, we can see where our drive shows up. And it's supposed to be 500 gigabytes, but you guys know whenever it's formatted, it's actually way less. And you can see now that it's unallocated. Unallocated means that you have to tell it, okay, how much of this volume do you want to use for storage? So I'm going to right click it and I'm going to click select new simple volume, and then I'm going to, this wizard comes up and I'm just going to click next through it, because all it is ask you, hey, you want to use all the space, and you can specify less if you wanted to have two different partitions. Anyways, I want to use the whole thing, so all you got to do is just keep clicking next, and you can change the drive letter if you want. I'm just going to leave it at E. It doesn't matter to me at this point. And I'm going to leave it at default as well. I'm going to leave the format at NTFS. I'm going to label it. I'm going to change the label, and I'm going to call it external SSD M.2 drive. Okay, I'm going to do a perform quick, and I'm just going to click next. And I'm going to click next, and now it's ready for us to see how it opened it up right away. And now if I go inside of my computer, you can see that it shows up right there and it's full. All right, now let's go ahead and do some testing, see how fast it is. I'm going to copy some stuff over and I'm going to see some real world action. But first thing to do is do some crystal disk benchmarking. All right, let's see what happens. So here's our crystal disk mark. I'm going to run it. I'm going to use the 64-bit version because why not? I'm going to leave it at 5 counts, and I'm going to leave it at a test size of 8 gigabytes and then see what happens. I'm going to make sure over here that my new drive E is selected. You can see now that it's 0%, 466 gigabytes available, and I'm going to click test all. By the way, while we're testing, I do want to say that I do have a pretty decent computer. This is an i9 9900K computer, so there is no bottleneck at any point in this testing. This is purely testing at 3.1 USB speeds, and it's supposed to be reading at 10 gigabits per second and writing at those same speeds, which normally are rated around 800 megabytes per second read and write. Typically. However, so far we're getting really good results. 958 megabytes per second is an amazing speed. It's actually faster than I expected. Now we're going to see after the read speeds, we're going to see what the write speeds are. So in a moment we're going to see that as well. All right, so the write speed is really impressive considering this is an external enclosure. So far, we have the read speed of 958 megabytes per second maximum, and the write speed of almost 1 terabyte. So, or 1 gigabyte, I'm sorry. So 989 megabytes per second. These are some incredible speeds considering this is an external enclosure. So keep in mind, if you are somebody who needs to have an external fast storage, this is a really good option for you, especially if you're someone who does video editing or some kind of media type of thing where you could use external storage of this type. So let's say you do video editing like I do in 4K. Boy, I tell you, these speeds would be super helpful just to have extra storage on hand to store and edit from, because whenever you do video editing in 4K, and those sizes are just humongous, and you want those speeds in order to edit without any delay, so that way you can just drag and drop, seek through, do this and that. Of course, you can use this to store your video games, your just files, your media, anything like that, and these speeds are impressive. Again, I'm just showing you unbiased test of the crystal disk, and of course we're going to do here in a moment the actual real world speeds of what we can expect when copying and moving and loading certain files. Alright, so this is the final result. If you want to pause and have a good look, again, these are the maximum speeds we get. So far, so good. Alright, let's have a look at the real world comparison. Alright, here's a speed test folder that I have created, and inside of it I have a bunch of different videos, and they're all 4K, or it either doesn't matter. I'm going to show you how big this folder is. So it's a combination of different files, and it's a 6 GB folder. Now, this is stored on my PC, so this is stored inside of my videos folder, and my main folder, that the video or I should say my main operating system, is on another M.2 as well. So the reason I did this, I'm going to copy from one M.2 to another in order to provide a fair comparison, meaning that if I'm copying from an M.2 to another M.2, it's going to give it the maximum possible speed of read and write. That way there's no bottleneck of any sort. See, that makes more sense, right? You don't want to create a bottleneck. I'm not going to copy from a magnetic drive like a Seagate or something really old, and that's not going to be fair. This way I'm copying from something that's equally as fast to something that's should be fast. So I'm going to have it here side by side. I'm going to open up our external drive folder here. Here it is. I'm going to do some adjustment here, and you can clearly see here that it's copying from videos on my PC. I'm going to copy, and you can clearly see here that it's copying to the external SSD M.2 drive that I have named as such. I'm going to do a paste. Oh wow, okay. That's pretty darn impressive. That's a 6 gigabytes, guys. That's 6 gigabytes in, what was it, 5 seconds? I gotta see this again. Okay. I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to do again. I'm gonna shut up for a second here, and I'm going to see. That's 6 gigabytes. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So about 9 seconds copy of 9 or 6 gigabytes of data. I'm sorry. So 9 seconds of 6 gigabytes data. That's a read and write. That's pretty darn impressive. Okay, let's see here. Let's make a copy of itself onto itself. Okay, so this is going to make a copy of it. This is not cut and paste. It's not just going to move it from one folder to another. This is actually going to make a copy of itself onto itself. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So interestingly enough, to make a copy on itself is actually slower than copying from another M.2. So that's interesting. Still pretty good. 13 seconds of 6 gigabytes of copy. So there you have it, guys. This is the unboxing and review of this external aluminum enclosure for M.2 drives. So if you're wondering now, well, should I get one of these? Well, it depends. If you are one of those people who need external storage that's super fast, then yes, definitely go for it. You can potentially boot over the USB to the operating system as well. Of course, if your computer supports it. And that's one of those things you have to check with the manufacturer of your computer. I wouldn't know that because some of the computers may not support booting off USB. Some of the newer ones do. So, and yes, of course, if you are doing video editing and you want external storage that's really fast, here are the speeds and they speak for themselves. I would definitely recommend it for somebody who does media editing and this and that on the go. This is definitely a great upgrade for somebody who does media editing, video editing, I should say. And there are links in the description for anything that you might be interested in here, including the drive that I used to test with. So in the link description below, there is the aluminum case and there is the Samsung link as well. Now, I do have to say, when it comes to copying over a folder that has a combination of files and folders that are of different drives or different sizes and this and that, well, the speed is not going to be the same. When I showed you this copy-paste folder thing, if you were to do it with a folder that has a bunch of different things, like for example a video game, and that folder you copy over to this new drive, it's going to take quite a bit longer to do so. What I'm doing here is showing you how fast you can copy large files in order to test the full potential speed of it, read and write. Otherwise, here's what happens. If I copy over a folder that, for example, a game folder or a program folder, it's similar to driving a car. So when you're on a highway, when you get on a highway or Autobahn, as Germans would say, or freeway, as some might say, once you start to accelerate, you get to the maximum speed that you can go, that's allowed, on the highway, and then you maintain that speed for a long time. And that's exactly happens with these large files whenever you're copying them over. And that gives a huge boost in performance that is possible with these type of drivers, regardless to whether it's aluminum external enclosure or just directly onto your M.2 over PCI Express. However, if you have a folder with combination of large files and small files, it's like driving in the city. You have to stop and accelerate more frequently because there are small files. So if you have a bunch of small files, you have to stop, accelerate to the top speed, or may not even get that top speed, and then stop again and then do it over and over again, which reduces the copy and paste speed by a lot. Anyways, this is just an example of how to get what the maximum speed is, to test the maximum speed of this external enclosure as a fair comparison. Otherwise, yes, you can put your video games on this. The loading times are going to be fast. I mean, this is what you would get. You would get read of this. So if you have a game that you're loading or this and that, these are the reads you will be getting for those. Of course, again, like I explained, my version of how this works, it will also depend on the game itself, how many large and how many small files there are. Either way, this is a huge upgrade for anybody who wants a faster drive, even if you have just a regular internal drive. Again, numbers heavily depend also on using the proper solid state that you might want to install, like the Samsung that I've used inside of that enclosure that kind of pushes it to its max. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Links in the description for any of this stuff. Leave a like. I'd really appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'm here to help you. Don't be shy. So ask me anything and I'll help you. I mean, these are the numbers. This is what you get. That's all there is to it. All right, thank you guys so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman, and today we're adding more RAM to a gaming laptop, which is an MSI GL627RD. There will be some other models that will also work the same way. So if you're watching this video for MSI brand type of laptop, you probably have the right one. For this we're using 8 GB of crucial memory. There's a link in the description if you happen to have the same laptop. One way to tell that you have a similar or the same laptop is if you flip it over, you can see that the cover is just like this. There's nothing to flip off. We have to unscrew quite a few screws around this, and it should be fairly simple. We just have to take our time. One thing that's also crucial is being able to take it off of this part where the audio jacks are. So once you unscrew everything, the hard part is to actually remove it from this part without breaking. So take your time when you do so. So since for this laptop there are a lot of screws, make sure you keep track of them. We have a total of 16 screws that go all the way around, so keep track of those as you remove them. These happen to be a little bit deeper, so I had to use a regular screwdriver for this. So with the screws loose, you can just start popping this back plate off. Just take your time. Comes off just like this. And here we are at the difficult part of it here. Once you get to here, you just kind of lift up a little bit and then pop from this side. There we go. So once you get it going snapping from here, kind of go move it like this way so it pops off gently off of the edge of the connectors here. Now that we have access to the memory modules, we can see that there's one empty spot where we're going to insert our memory card. By the way, if you're changing your battery, this is how you would do it. You have to pop the back off as well, and there's one screw that holds it in, and then it just slides out. Installing memory is really simple. Take it out of your package. The main thing you have to watch for is the gap in the middle here. You can see that this is wider and this is narrower, and then we have a little gap in the middle. So all you got to do is just compare your RAM. You can see that it doesn't go that way, so we're just going to flip it over like this, and then we're going to insert it like that. The way you do it is just simply align it like that. You want to make sure you have a good view of that. With a spring, it has a spring on it. All you got to do is just push down like that, and then you're done. Your RAM is installed, and now you got to just put the cover back on, and then that should do it. Alright guys, thank you for watching. If you need links to any of this, check it out in the description below. Please share with friends, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Have a good day. Alright, before I go away, let me show you how to put this lid back on. Again, this is the hardest part around these audio jacks, so just kind of like we did in the reverse. Start from the top, where the audio jacks are, kind of align it like that, and then just lower it. Very simple, and it will save you a lot of headache. Just don't ever force anything here, because everything is really thin on these type of laptops. So take your time and enjoy your RAM upgrade. Bye.
Welcome my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we're testing i9-9900K CPU by Intel. The way we're doing it is basically so that everybody else can do it, meaning that it's easy to overclock this CPU, but we also want to know how far we can take it with a real-world workload. For example, we're going to be using Adobe Premiere encoding to push it to the limit of its capability, which in my case I found that for my specific setup using Corsair water cooling. And of course there's also a type of a gamble or a lottery on the CPU that you get. So basically some of the CPUs that you would get would do better in overclocking than the others. Regardless of the fact that it's the same model and you know, same manufacturer, if you will. So that being said, you can see that I'm already using roughly 11% of the CPU power, and that's because I'm recording the video itself, which is perfectly fine. We're going to push it to the max. And you can see to the right hand side that I am overclocked to the 4.8 gigahertz, which is what I found to be stable and safe when it comes to temperatures and stability. I have it automatically adjusting for the core voltage, meaning that you need more voltage in order to run higher frequencies for your CPU, but at the same time when you run higher voltage you have a chance of increasing the heat, because obviously you run more electricity through something, it's going to create more heat. It's just laws of thermodynamics, right? But I have it set to automatic, so that way it compensates for any stability issues. So if the CPU needs more power, it's going to automatically have more power based off BIOS automatic settings. So of course you can set this to 5 gigahertz right at the box, which is what happened whenever I just clicked on a button in BIOS to activate it, So it was running at 5 gigahertz, but I did not like the temperatures that were happening there. So this is my setting for 4.8 gigahertz that anybody can set up their CPU to do. So let's say you bought one, chances are you will have the same result. I am using a main board of Z390 Aorus Pro, which is made by Gigabyte, and I'm also using Corsair, I think it's called H60i water cooler. So that's what I'm using for this type of setup. Okay, so we're already using 11%, and let's go ahead and I'm going to run this Adobe Premiere. I'm going to start the encoding, and I'm going to push the CPU to 100%, as you can see here. Now let's look at the temperatures here on the left hand side. The idle was around a little bit under 40, but once we were started recording, it went a little bit over 40 Celsius. So this is the first column. Here is the current. Here is the minimum that we started off with. You can see the little fluctuations here between different cores, and then these are the maximums for the third, and then of course for the fourth is just the average temperatures that we're seeing. So we are doing 100% CPU usage. I'm going to let it run for a little bit here so you guys can see what is going on at 4.8 gigahertz set, and you can see that the core voltage is automatically adjusting to, you know, to the needed power that it needs to run at those speeds. While this is happening, I wanted to show you that I do have also 16 gigabytes of RAM installed, and the graphics card that I'm using is GeForce RTX 2060. So keep in mind also that your video card that's inside of the case itself is adding more heat to the whole desktop itself, to the whole PC as well. So that's going to have an effect on that. So if you have a way to cool your graphics card a little bit more, that would also help a little bit. But when it comes down to it, this is just a normal type of desktop that you would have when it comes to the setup and cooling. And the reason I say that, although it is water cooling and not air cooling, is because water cooling nowadays is a common practice as well, considering that the water cooler that I bought, I think it was around 50 bucks. So 50 US dollars, which is super cheap. Of course, if you're interested, there are links in the description for any of these things that I bought. But so far we're looking good at 4.8 gigahertz. Our temperatures, highest we've seen is 80 Celsius, and that was just a spike of it. I suspect we may see that a couple of more times here as the benchmark is happening. But you can see we're talking mostly on average, we're talking 70s, 75, mid 70s, but it is going up, which is normal to expect. I expect it to go over 80 a little bit over time, because the more heat is generated, the more it retains heat, and the cooler itself has to kind of work a little bit harder in order to dissipate that heat. Here we go, and it's dipping into low 80s here. You can see the maximums here, but it does a pretty good job at bringing it back down. You can see the voltage spiked again to over 1.3. It's back down to 1.308, but it does go below a little bit, so it's fluctuating between 1.284 and 1.308, which again is perfectly fine. This is just for the stability, so you don't have to worry about that. When I turned it on initially, it set the multiplier to 50, so I was running at 5 gigahertz for a while, and honestly I didn't even notice. I didn't really pay attention because I don't usually overclock my CPU. So I just kind of left it at that and just kind of, set it and forget it type of thing. So I'm just going to wrap this up, and I was able to push the CPU to the maximum of 88 Celsius. So that was a quick benchmark of pushing the CPU, and these are not bad temperatures. I mean, I did a more of a extended benchmark, and the temperatures didn't go past high 80s in some cases. And that's what I usually get when it comes to this CPU. So getting, 4.8 gigahertz stable and safe overclock, I'm, pretty happy with that. Doesn't mean that I can't push it even further, adjusting some other settings, manually adjusting the voltage, really getting into it and getting the best I can out of it. However, I am more than happy with the results here, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But it does go to show that you can overclock this type of CPU on your own really easy and keep it safe. thanks to the automatic, voltage adjustment by the BIOS. Because nowadays, motherboards are created so that anybody can take the most advantage of their CPU that they buy with it. So it's one of the selling points to make it easy to overclock your computer. Just make sure that you get a tool that kind of measures the CPU temperature, so that way that you're doing well when it comes to temperatures. Keep it safe, because whenever I turned it on initially, again, it ran hotter and it went into 90s temperatures when it was at 5 gigahertz. But I didn't want that, so I was more than willing to sacrifice 200 megahertz. So, and just kind of keep it at 4.8, which is great for me. Just a side note, you can see that the total wattage pushed, or maximum wattage pushed, was 150. So make sure you have powerful enough power supply unit to run this, along with the GPU and everything else that you have on your system. I hope you guys found this video, I want to say, encouraging and educational as well, because you pay big money for these type of high-end CPUs, and of course you want to get the most out of it. So fear not. If you're worried about knowing how to overclock it, well, it's really easy. Just make sure you monitor the temperatures themselves, so that way you don't destroy your $500 CPU. All right, let me know if you have any questions about anything else. You can also check out my gear in the description. There's a link to it, to all the things that I own and use, for all my stuff, whether it's video editing or anything else. All right, thank you for watching. Please share this video with your friends. Click the like button if you'd like. And have a good day. All right, guys. Bye.
Welcome, friends. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is cobuman. Today I'm going to set a world record in PC building. So the rules are simple. You got to have all the essentials, with the exception of CD-ROM. Nowadays you don't really need a CD-ROM any longer to install the operating system. So all you got to do is have one hard drive. You have to have at least 2 RAM sticks. Obviously motherboard, CPU, heatsink, but you also have to have one video card. And of course, in addition, you got to install the power supply, right? But most importantly, you gotta have the front panel connectors connected in order for it to work, right? So it has to be a fully working PC in order to count as a world record. So this is what I'm going to do. After everything is done, I'm going to plug it in so you guys can see that it works. Let's get to it. friends, thank you so much for hanging out with me. If you like this video, please subscribe below. Also, do me a favor, go to facebook.com/cobuman and like my page. That would really make a huge difference for me. Thank you so much and have a good one. Look forward to more videos. Bye-bye.